see everybody. I even got in on the action.
Where's the closer going?
I'm gonna sit on the end. I'll sit on the end. And you.
Dwayne, I've got the clicker, so if you need me to advance your slide, just give me the head nod.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'd like to call to order the workshop session, March 10th. It's 9 o'clock. We've got strategic plan goal number 2. And our lead today is Deb Giacomo.
Yes,
Good morning.
sir. Good morning. So thank you, school board members, Dr. Asplin, and all of our staff and community who've chosen to engage with today's presentation. We are honored to be here, and we are very excited to share the progress of Strategy 2 within our strategic plan. Before we start our actual presentation, I'd like to introduce you to one of our student service program managers. Her name is Mandy Coker, and Mandy is going to lead us through a connection activity today. We feel that when you connect, it gives you the opportunity to have a basis for authentic relationships, and relationships are the foundation of where learning takes place. So Mandy?
Are you on?
Good morning. Throughout today's presentation, you are going to be hearing about the power of connection. So I'd like to do an activity with you today from our Character Strong curriculum. So Character Strong is a character education curriculum that we are rolling out into our district. Something you may not be aware of is there's also a staff component to Character Strong. We know the importance of building relationships between students and teachers and staff as well. I'd like to give a shout out to Mr. Edwards. I know you were able to visit one of our schools and actually see Character Strong in action in our classrooms. We know that every interaction, every experience that we share with one another has helped shape us and brought us to where we are today. So I'm going to ask you all to think about somebody in your life that has made an impact. I'm not going to ask you to share who it is, but just in your mind, somebody who has made an impact in your life. While you were thinking about them, I'm going to ask you just to write down some of the characteristics that that person has. And as you're writing those down, if anyone will be willing to share one or two of those characteristics out with everybody.
I'll jump in. I've got 3.
Okay.
Strength, wisdom, loyalty.
Wonderful. Anybody else?
I have a few.
Okay, sure.
I have honesty, servant, and high integrity.
Wonderful.
Mine was open and supportive.
Yeah.
Resilient, humble, and positive.
Those are all wonderful. And I think as we hear those, we can kind of see how they all kind of relate to one another. I know that we are all so very busy with our day-to-day lives and everything that we're investing our time in. But I'm going to really encourage you to take the time to either reach out to that person who you were thinking of, who has made that impact, and let them know the impact that they've made in your life. There are cards at your desk there if you'd like to write them a note, send them a text, give them a phone call. If you happen to be thinking about somebody who might no longer be with us today, who has made an impact in your life, if you could take the time to share that memory with somebody else. We know that every time we talk about somebody who may no longer be with us, we keep that memory alive. As a reminder, our civility squad trait for this month is pay attention, and that is be alert, be aware, be prepared to show you care. So I'm just going to encourage you and challenge you to take that time to let that person know the impact that they've made in your life.
Thank you, Mandy and board and Dr. Asplin. Now that we've taken a moment to activate our brains, we're ready to fully engage in today's presentation. To prepare for today's presentation, we shared 3 documents with you all that you should have. We have a copy of today's PowerPoint so you could follow along. We also have a 1-pager with our staff wellness data that you will hear more about when we address Strategy 4. And we also shared with you some new requirements that came out from the state related to PBIS model schools. You remember, I think March 1st, we recognized 33 of our schools as resilient schools. So there's some new criteria moving forward for the next year, and we wanted you all to be aware of that. So recently, our U.S. Surgeon General issued an advisory to highlight the urgent need to address the mental and behavioral health for our youth and our adolescents. Our students, our families, and our community are battling the effects of the pandemic. Some are calling this a pandemic within a pandemic. Research indicates that the number of children experience a mental health concern is 1 in 5. Our data shows that here in Sarasota, we are seeing an increase in our suicide risk assessments, our assessments for self-harm, and our behavioral threat assessments. These numbers are expected to grow as compounded by our pandemic. The impact of social isolation, stress, and anxiety are real. But this data isn't really surprising to our team, and it's probably not surprising to you all, as we've shared this many times in the past. So now, more than ever, we have a need for increased interventions, increased targeted support and services, as well as a proactive, preventative, and restorative response to make the work of Goal Team 2 really paramount. We're raising the bar. So our goal today is threefold. We have 3 things that we really want to accomplish with you all. The first one is to share a progress monitoring update of each of our strategies. The second one is to share more about the key work that we've accomplished, how we've navigated some of those challenges with a solution-focused growth mindset, where we plan to go next, and lastly, we want to share our North Star metrics, how our data is going to guide the work that we are doing. So this first slide portrays our annual metrics. You can see that we have 3 metrics. These metrics are designed to make sure the work we do is intentional, consistent, and results-driven. All of our strategies are aligned to one another and have been developed in collaboration with the other goal leads. Our first metric includes helping all of our schools obtain model school status as recognized by the state. Data shows that Florida schools that implement PBIS with fidelity have students that score at or above grade level metrics. I told you a little bit about the new criteria that has been set by the state. Steph is going to explain that when she talks about Strategy 2, but last month you heard Amy Beachy talk about a multi-tiered system of support through an academic lens. This month, you're going to hear how that same MTSS supports the behavioral needs of our students. Our second metric is one that we are really proud of. It has to do with the creation of a new student climate survey. This climate survey that will be conducted for students, it's actually opened right now in our schools and will close at the end of this month, allows us to gauge a student's perception of how they belong, they feel included, and their dignity is honored within their schools. This is the first time we've implemented this new survey, so we're looking forward to getting these results and analyzing them and sharing that data back with you at our next opportunity to present. The third metric has to do with our discipline and our disciplinary exclusions. There's no doubt about it that COVID has interrupted instruction. Many of our students, our colleagues, and our families have been impacted by quarantines and isolations. School closures, remote learning, and staff fatigue are real. What does it mean to reduce disciplinary exclusions? It's pretty simple. We're trying to increase students' time engaged with instruction and decrease the amount of time our students are spending away from our schools. And we've started to identify some discipline trends that are happening across all 3 of our levels. We're seeing an increase in things like physical aggression, disruptive behavior, and truancy. Not only are we seeing an increase in these infractions, but we're also seeing an increase in the intensity of those behavioral infractions across our schools. You all know that we've added behavior specialists to our schools this past year, and we're committed to providing more technical support and training to create an equitable and supportive environment for all. So this leads us to our 5 key strategies. Our strategies are designed to support every student and every staff member. A student's emotional and behavioral health underlie every aspect of our learning. This slide is our heat map reflection, and it is designed to show our overall progress of goals. You notice that it's color-coded, and there's 3 colors that are displayed today for you all to see. There's green, there's yellow, and there's orange. And I know this slide is little, so I want to kind of give some further details about that. Strategy 1, which we'll discuss, are Tier 1 supports. Those are the supports that are designed for every one of our students. It's color-coded green. This is because we're on track with this goal, and we're ready to implement some systemic processes in our next school year. We know that we have significant work underway, including the implementation of Character Strong, and we have many planned activities for the school year ahead. The second strategy is color-coded yellow, and this is where we're really going to be talking about our Tier 2 supports, or those supports that support some students but not every student. These are the students who need a little bit more in addition to the core instruction they're getting in Tier 1. We're currently refining our skills and practices, and we're piloting several evidence-based strategies at our schools. Strategy 3, which is designed to be reflective of our most intensive behavioral needs, is color-coded orange. This is one that we plan to pay significant attention to in the year ahead. We will equip our staff with the tools necessary to respond and support the behavioral needs that we're seeing at all of our schools. Strategy 4 is also color-coded yellow, and this is our staff and employee wellness strategy. We have had a strong employee wellness program since 2008, and we have many exciting partnerships with some of our community members planned and some great events that we're looking to expand for the upcoming school year. Our 5th strategy has to do with our physical safety in our schools. This one is also color-coded yellow. And why it's color-coded yellow is because we're implementing practices, but we're looking forward to expanding and leveraging our partnerships with our school resource officers under the direction and leadership of Chief Dwayne Oakes. So next slide. I say this slide is my favorite, even though there's a lot of words here. I want you to know why it's my favorite. It's my favorite because it highlights the many accomplishments of our schools and our staff and our students in such a short amount of time. In addition to those accomplishments, it also outlines the challenges that we've navigated this year. Those challenges have been many, but we've been able to navigate those successfully by having a growth mindset. And lastly, it's my favorite because I now get to turn this presentation over to the true champions of this work. I know as you hear from our strategy leads today, you will be proud. You're going to be proud that we're prioritizing the academic, emotional, and behavioral needs of our students. You're going to be proud that we're intentionally supporting our staff by recognizing the need to balance content and demand. You're going to be proud that the strategic plan that you all adopted and you all support connects the work of our district, our schools, our staff, and our students, and more importantly, is results-driven. So at this time, yes, ma'am?
Yeah, before you move on, I mean, that strategy one and enhancing the emotional and behavior supports to all of our students so that they belong and their dignity. I'd like to hear back, on how the new laws that are being passed may be having an effect on especially our LGBTQ community. I would think that when some students see the legislature single these out, that, they might be encouraged to also. I mean, I would just like, because I am concerned about how that will affect our students, and then also how our staff will now interact with those students. I mean, I know we don't take them and turn kids and make them gay, but, we support them. And I want to make sure that we continue to support them, and then also be wary of any negative impact that it would have from other students or bullying or anything like that. So I'm just concerned about that, and would appreciate feedback as we progress.
That's outstanding, and it is something that our team is monitoring. We've been in conversations with Mr. DeLeo about new changes. We have our gender guidelines, and we're going to continue to work closely to make sure every student is supported. If you guys are okay with this, would you be okay if we did the presentation and then at the very end we just opened it up for questions?
I would be delighted if we did that.
You usually say that at the beginning.
I'm very concerned about a lot of things, but I would love to hear your presentation. I apologize for being late. It was a bad accident in Venice. So I had to go by way of Arcadia to get here. So I think try to go through that, and then at the end of the presentation, maybe we'll have some questions.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much. So at this time, I'm going to turn the presentation over to our Strategy 1 lead, Mandy Coker. She's going to explain some of the things that we have happening in our Tier 1 supports.
Good morning again. For the first time, per state statute, Florida now has character education standards. These standards provide opportunities for students to learn how character contributes to the overall civic health of society and understand the importance of resiliency, responsibility, and respect. As Deb shared, Goal 2 will continue to build on the multi-tiered system of supports. Goal 1 and Goal 2 are interdependent. One cannot happen without the other. For students to be at their best, ready to learn the rigorous academic standards, they need to feel safe, supported, and included. Strategy 1 focuses on enhancing emotional and behavioral supports provided to students to promote belonging, dignity, and inclusion. At the Tier 1 level, Strategy 1 works to provide a structure to support emotional and behavioral instruction to all grade levels by incorporating the implementation of the Character Strong curriculum. Rolling this curriculum out over 5 years to all students in kindergarten through 12th grade will assist in improving school safety and culture, allowing character education to be delivered in a manageable way. Providing Tier 1 character education will allow school sites to take a preventative approach by taking the time to teach research-based character education. Through various needs assessments, focus groups, and problem-solving meetings, one common need identified was a need to build capacity regarding continuous professional learning. Another focal point in Strategy 1 is creating streamlined, targeted professional learning opportunities for the student services team. This includes school psychologists, school social workers, school counselors, and mental health therapists. The expectations being that the student services team members will bring the professional learning opportunities back to their school sites, building the emotional and behavioral support toolbox of school-based staff members. This school year, all school psychologists have been trained with collaborative proactive solutions, an empathy-based approach involving working directly with a student to determine what expectation a student is having difficulty meeting, and then creating a plan that is manageable for both the student and staff involved. Our mental health therapists from both the Florida Center and First Step have provided professional learning opportunities to all behavior specialists focusing on de-escalation techniques. Although there is an extensive amount of time that school-based teams have spent dedicating to students in crisis, with over 500 suicide risk assessments that have occurred in this district and over 300 behavioral threat assessments, we are excited to report that these de-escalation strategies are working. In partnership with First Step's mobile response team, our Baker Act diversion rate is at 82%, meaning that out of the students who have demonstrated a high-risk suicide risk assessment, 83% of those students have been able to be de-escalated at school, remain in school, and continue to access their education. We are so excited that currently there are 8 schools piloting Character Strong, with 15 additional schools that have expressed interest in implementing next school year. Character Strong will be incorporated into this year's PBIS Summer Splash, so all stakeholders will receive a high-level overview with the opportunity for more in-depth professional learning opportunities for interested school sites. Stephanie, our Strategy 2 lead, will be sharing more about the PBIS Summer Splash.
Thank you, Mandy. At this time, we're going to turn it over to Stephanie Velakis and Dr. Harriet Moore, who are going to share a little bit more about that PBIS Summer Splash, our model schools, and our Tier 2 supports.
Good morning. I'm so happy to be here today leading a strategy that is near and dear to my heart. Today, you're going to hear familiar words such as MTSS, PBIS, tiered interventions, and how those words intertwined into our strategies and into other goals. As you may recall, in Goal 1, you became familiar with instructional strategies in 3 tiers. MTSS also encompasses emotional and behavioral tiered interventions. You will see how we meet these needs for every student as we share our strategies today. As Deb said, Strategy 2 is all about promoting positive behavior through proactive education and research-based practices to enhance belonging, dignity, and inclusion. After 2 years of disrupted learning, students and educators are excited to be face-to-face again, but wary of the continued challenges posed by the COVID-19 pandemic. Some students returning to in-person school haven't been in a physical classroom since March 2020. They are returning to new schools, new teachers, new classmates, new routines, new schedules, all while dealing with the trauma of living through a pandemic, which has had an impact on the behaviors with which they are returning to school. So how do we promote positive behavior? First, we define positive behavior interventions and supports, commonly known as PBIS. PBIS is a positive, proactive approach schools use to promote safety and good behavior. With PBIS, schools teach kids about behavior, expectations, and strategies. The focus of PBIS is prevention, not punishment. All schools need to establish a solid Tier 1 foundation for delivering regular, proactive systems and improve behavior, or develop strong Tier 2 interventions for more targeted support, such as check-in, check-out, and restorative practices. Check-in, check-out is a quick and easy opportunity for a student and a mentor to work together to improve behavior. It is an excellent intervention when the function of behavior is attention-based. It aims to increase positive adult relationships for the student and increase engagement with school. Last summer, all 40 schools attended Summer Splash, partnering with the USF Florida PBIS project, which has provided continued coaching, evaluation, and database problem solving to create structures that support effective PBIS practices. All 40 schools were also trained in check-in, check-out methods, allowing several schools to pilot effective check-in, check-out programs this year. This summer, we are once again hosting the 2nd annual Summer Splash, in which school teams will enhance their learning of effective check-in and check-out and Tier 3 interventions. Did you know all 40 schools are currently on track for meeting criteria for model school status for the 21-22 school year? Included in your packet are prerequisites and the application criteria for this year's model school. At this time, all schools completed the PBIS implementation checklist and the fall walkthrough. We are continuing to expand professional learning of restorative practices for staff and students, where students are becoming restorative coaches and facilitating circles with the peers. So how do we keep this momentum going? This summer, Our goal is to have key stakeholders from student services, 1 to 2 members from elementary, middle, high school, special populations, and SROs to attend a more in-depth professional learning and restorative practices. In order to build capacity, we need the champions of the group, the ones who can inspire others, the ones who have the desire to take a deeper dive into the why behind a behavior, the ones who seek to create a positive collaboration around issues, shared investments in the school climate, and healthy relationships among all stakeholders. If we want to promote positive behavior and increase time engaged, we must intentionally teach students expected behaviors and consequences. James Comer says that no significant learning can occur without a significant relationship. So restorative practices is the first step towards that.
And to elaborate on the restorative practices, when we talk about, and you've heard that since the pandemic, we've seen a lot of changes in behavior, not just the increases in the amount of behavior and the intensity of the behavior, but we're seeing things from students who have not typically engaged in this sort of behavior, so we know that there's been an impact through this whole crisis that we've experienced. And so that means that we have to do something different with our discipline. We understand that discipline means to teach. And the goal of that is to teach a change in behaviors. And that's what restorative practices is all about. As a recent principal, when we began restorative practices on the campus, there was a little bit of pushback because people were feeling, and their perception was that nothing is happening. There are no consequences for their behaviors. But there are consequences when egregious behaviors occur or behaviors that are suspendable. Those consequences take place. Those students take that time out, whatever their suspension is. The key is when they return that there is that restorative practice in place, because those people who have been impacted, whether it's teachers, other students, or a disruption on the campus, there has to be something in place that is going to help students learn the impact of their offenses or their behaviors on others. And so one of the important things about this is that it causes students to take ownership of their behaviors. It helps them to develop an understanding of just how those behaviors affect others, and they learn how to make things right. It creates a sense of safety, a sense of belonging for everyone, not just the students, because we know that sometimes when students have outbursts or things happen to them, whatever the root cause of that is in a classroom, the students are affected, that student is affected, and the teachers are affected. So now we've got to repair all of that, because that student can't just walk back into that classroom and have a seat, because there's going to be some feelings in there. So it does create that sense of safety and belonging for everyone. It supports healthy relationships among all stakeholders and helps staff and students meet with daily success in their efforts to learn and grow professionally, socially, and academically. And finally, restorative practices are ultimately about building community in order to be able to restore community when problems occur. So we don't want it to just go on business as usual, but we want to make sure that we are providing that discipline. In other words, we are teaching appropriate behaviors and coping skills at the same time. So it's a very important part of what we're doing, and when done with fidelity, it makes a difference not only in that environment, but really in our entire district. Thank you.
Thanks, Stephanie, and thank you, Dr. Moore. And I see that Rex Ingrick has also joined in, so thanks for being here, Rex. Rex has done a lot of work with our schools and our staff over the last few years around restorative strategies, so thank you for being here. We've laid the context for Tier 1 and Tier 2, and now we're going to really dive into intensive behavioral supports. And I'm going to turn this presentation over to one of our other student services program managers, Tara Allen.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing us to share the work we're so passionate about today. So far in the presentation, you heard from Mandy, who spoke about emotional and behavioral learning, our character education program, and the essential core components for Tier 1, which is for all students. Stephanie gave you an overview of our PBIS framework and those Tier 2 behavior interventions for some children, such as check-in, check-out, and restorative practices. Strategy 3 focuses on our most intense behavior supports for students in our schools. Within the multi-tiered systems of supports, or MTSS, we know we need to also address the behavioral needs of our children, not just the academic needs, but we do it across all 3 tiers. We also are excited to continue our collaboration. We've been working this year with our strategy, our Goal 1 partners, and collaborating with them under the MTSS framework, because we know academics and behavior go hand in hand for a healthy and successful MTSS. I wanted to start by sharing some background and rationale what led to the key activities we chose for Strategy 3. Last year, teachers and our building leaders reported that disruptive behavior and aggression in the classrooms and the school settings was the #1 factor impacting their ability to do their jobs. They reported to us significant lost instructional time for students and for others because of this negative behavior. And we know that it's often a small percentage of students that require this level of crisis de-escalation and intensive follow-up supports that takes the time of many staff members on campus. This fall, 40 of our schools, all of them, completed the self-assessment of MTSS in order to pinpoint our opportunities for growth as a district and at the school level. We will be using this tool each year to continue to progress monitor our MTSS implementation in the schools. But in that self-assessment of MTSS, we noted that there was a need for additional Tier 3 behavioral supports as an area for us to grow in this next year. Preventative, proactive. These are key words guiding the work in this strategy. You're also going to read belonging, dignity, relationships, and growth mindset. These concepts flow between all the tiers when we're talking about behavioral needs of children. We believe we've chosen key work and actions that will allow us to accomplish this in all of our schools. Research says we must build relationships with students and staff and spend time and resources to do so in order for children to learn and to prevent those most intensive behavior problems that we're seeing. You also heard from Deb that we're seeing a trend in the intensity and frequency of our top 3 discipline events here in Sarasota County. We're also seeing those increased suicide risk assessments and behavioral threat assessments. This is really the why. To further support the work our building behavior specialists and district staff are currently providing to these students, demonstrating this intense need, we wanted to highlight our key activity in Strategy 3, and that is the hiring of 3 proactive behavior response teams that will support the North, Mid, and South County school zones. These behavior teams will enhance the necessary technical expertise that we know is required of our teachers to address this more intense behavior problem and the level of youth mental health crisis that we're all experiencing right now in our county. These 3 teams of behavior experts will offer support at the classroom level, they will support building problem-solving teams, and they will work across departments in our county to ensure the needs of all students are met. All means all. When we say all, we mean all of the students, regardless of their educational background or needs or any programs that they might be in. We want classroom learning and time in the classroom to remain the priority for our children. Any of the intensive Tier 3 behavior responses that would be required of these teams, such as de-escalation strategies, conducting behavior risk assessments, conducting suicide risk assessments, helping teams write those behavior intervention plans. All this work can be supported by these 3 behavior response teams. Again, the focus of this strategy is to support those students who exhibit the most intense behavioral needs so they can thrive and remain in the least restrictive learning environment. We want to make sure they have optimal learning opportunities and that we don't lose instructional time due to that significant problem behavior.
Thank you, Tara. So you all have heard me say this many times. There is that reciprocal relationship between our students and our staff. We heard a lot about what we plan to do to support our students in creating that healthy and supportive environment. Now I'd like to turn it over to Susie DeBose and Erin Singerman to address how we plan to support our staff and our colleagues throughout the district.
Good morning. Thank you, Deb, for the introduction. Strategy 4 is truly a collaborative effort from several departments, led by myself and Susie. with a focus on building staff capacity to identify and address the mental health needs of students and staff. As Deb mentioned, we know there's a direct correlation between staff mental health and student relationships. When staff are feeling their best, both mentally and physically, it's going to have a positive impact on the students and in the classroom. And we know the reciprocal is true also. When students are doing their best and feeling their best, it's going to have a positive impact on the teacher and the classroom. So simply put, we need to take care of our staff so that they can take care of our kids. Go ahead.
Thank you, Erin. Good morning, everyone. I'm appreciative of the opportunity to join the discussion around supporting mental health for students and staff. Seems like yesterday. I'm sure I haven't changed at all, but I joined the district in 2008 as the first employee wellness coordinator, and in 2016 moved over to the health services, the student services area to work with students and wellness. So as we continue to add these data-driven, evidence-based programs, we do need to kind of take a step back and look at how many people are we reaching. We can reach more of our staff. We can engage more of our staff in these programs. So I'm going to kind of highlight some of the data it's no surprise to you, I'm sure. You've heard last month through Goal 1 that we're trying not to put one more thing on staff's plate. It's got to be meaningful. It's got to support the mission. But there's a real, and it's not only because of the pandemic, there's a real need for support for all involved in the district at this time. I found some statistics quite startling that indicate that the districts are struggling across the nation, actually. 67% of educators say that they're experiencing burnout. 67%. 55%, this is a national average, say that they're thinking of leaving the profession, moving on. There's a focus district, state, nationwide on recruitment and retention. You'll hear about that in an upcoming goal with human resources. But what are we doing in our area? How can we support? How can we support our staff, help them feel like they belong, they're dignified, they want to come to work every day? Wellness programs are a big part of that. And we're doing a lot in Sarasota schools, both district-based programming and through our benefit program, our benefits, Florida Blue. Erin, do you want to go ahead and share some of the great resources and things that we have going on right now with everyone? Thank you.
All right. As Susie mentioned, I would like to take just a couple of minutes to share some of the accomplishments that we have had already this year. Included in your packets is a one-pager that provides an overview of the many wellness programs that are available to staff supporting both their physical and mental well-being. That's just a one-pager. Lynn Peterson and I kind of do a little bit of a deeper dive every fall on that, but we wanted to just bring this to you guys. In addition to these staff programs, Strategy 4 has additional goals that cross the lines between student and staff mental wellness. Already this year, we've exceeded our annual training goal for youth mental health first aid, and all new employees receive Cognito training information as part of their onboarding process that supplements youth mental health first aid. As a refresher, Cognito is an evidence-based health simulation tool to teach staff to lead real-life conversations around mental health. Additionally, community partners such as the Barancik Foundation are focusing on retention, and they think it's important enough to invest in employee wellness programming to include pilot programs such as programming focused on mental health, resilience, and stress management through partners such as Resilient Retreat, employee groups based on shared interests that foster a sense of community and belonging, and well-being spaces where teachers and staff can reset and recharge during the day. We are in the very early planning phases of these projects, early as in like the past couple weeks. So we're still ironing a lot of things out, but throughout this process, we'll be collecting feedback data and lessons learned to hopefully apply to future school sites down the road. And I'm going to pass it back to Susie to close us.
Thank you, Erin. So, as you can see, we're doing great things. And there's room to do more given support from leadership. I'd like to share way back when I started, and we're looking at how do we build a program? What are the key components? What makes a successful program? There's an organization called the Wellness Council of America, WellCOA. It was established as a national not-for-profit organization in the mid-'80s through the efforts of forward-thinking business and health leaders. So basically, they're the North Star of programming for wellness. WellCOA training is comprised of their 7 benchmarks for building successful programs. The benchmarks address teams, data, operating plans, evaluation, interventions. It's no surprise to me that the number one, the first benchmark for WellCOA successful programs is senior level support. It could be from the superintendent, from the board members, school site-based administrators, the head custodian, the FNS manager. There's got to be that support. What does that look like? Awareness of the programs. Can you speak to the programs? Do you know where to refer staff if they're looking for resources or programs? Interesting. Senior level support. So the support's necessary because we need to make the culture shift. Shall I move over? Thank you. We need to make the culture shift. We need to let staff know their health and their wellness is important. Okay? We need to let them know that we do care about them. Staff are the district's greatest asset. We need to be able to support them so that they can do their jobs, work with the students, make those connections, and everyone finds success. Thank you for letting us touch a little bit on staff wellness programming.
Thanks, Susie and Aaron. That was fantastic. So you all have heard a little bit about how we plan to support our students and our staffs collaboratively. But we also know that this won't happen unless we can ensure physical safety on our campuses, in our schools, in our district office. Last month, when Chris Renoff was closing, he introduced Trip Jennings as the closer. So our team is proud to introduce our closer, Chief Dwayne Oakes, who is going to share how we're leveraging our SROs and how we plan to ensure physical safety on our campuses and throughout the district. So, Chief?
Good morning. Strategy 5 continues the partnership and collaboration with all other strategies and focuses on education and prevention. Over the past several years, Safety and Security has taken proactive steps to improve physical security on all campuses across the district. So moving forward, we will begin with educating students, staff, and parents. This will lead to the prevention and the reduction in disciplinary events. SROs and supervisors have approved age-specific lesson plans that address many topics, including social media, bullying, and knowing the law, to name a few. Working as a partner and part of the school-based teams, these topics are also taught to parents during Parent University over the summer and at multiple events throughout the school year. Starting with the 2022-2023 school year, SROs will begin teaching the Law Enforcement Against Drugs LEAD curriculum. The following accomplishments have already been made in the implementation of this program. All SROs have been trained as LEAD instructors. 6 pilot schools have been identified. PTOs have been provided information, and some have even volunteered to assist with purchasing materials. Gain support of the administration as the program will expand across the district over the upcoming school years. Moving forward, we will concentrate on the improvement and continued compliance of Alyssa's Law, which is the Raptor Emergency Management Suite and Reunification System. We've also implemented the P25 district-wide radio system, the Ed Plan threat assessment software implementation, Common Core key project across the entire district, modernization camera and video management systems, and modernization of the access control systems. In closing, Goal 2 and all other strategies work together to build relationships and assure the emotional safety of everyone while on campus, setting up staff and students for success in learning, and building relationships with everyone involved in the educational process.
Thank you so much, Chief, and thank you all for your time this morning. I could tell that everybody was engaged with the information that we shared, and now I'd like to see if anybody has questions for anybody on our team. I think we have time for questions. Yes?
We do.
Thank you, guys.
Karen Rose.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I very much like the increase in the PBIS, the behavior specialist. There are so many pieces, de-escalation that you mentioned that I'm very experienced with knowing the positive impact, and I'm ecstatic to hear that our school resource officers are getting involved in instruction, and those are all great pieces. There's a few things I just want to follow up on from your first presentation, and that is is it the chicken or the egg first? We have such an emphasis on the escalation of our more severe behaviors. And I go back to those positive, successful academic pathways and the impact of school-wide support team. Are we increasing screenings and evaluations academically of students, for example, their learning strengths and weaknesses, so that we can tend to their academics before they escalate their behaviors? I know COVID is a big impact on our students. I also know that a lack of academic success can be just as big of an impact. So we had talked about that before, that we seemed as a pupil support services department and school-wide support team, and in our care teams, when we're looking at students struggling academically, before we move into the tiers of support, are we doing specific evaluations on those students to see if they have long-term, short-term memory challenges, visual, auditory learning, those kinds of pieces?
Yes, Tara, did you want to?
Yeah, one thing that is essential in a multi-tiered system of support, and again, we're talking about behavior issues and academic, is a data-based problem-solving model. So that four-step data-based problem-solving model happens at every tier. So what we're really doing with our SWIST teams or care teams, any team that's sitting down and having a problem-solving meeting, is having them walk through data-based decision-making, data-based problem-solving. So we have lots of data on children, and the teams are getting really good at determining priority problems based on data. So you're right, sometimes there are academic needs as well as behavior needs, and the team goes through a process where they come up with hypotheses as to what may be really happening first based on multiple sources of data. And our teams are getting really good on that, but another thing that we're working on with Strategic Goal 1 and our goal partnering together is to really enhance the skills of our teams to be able to do this with a little bit more technical training.
Thank you. And one more piece, and you touched on it, and I was extraordinarily glad to hear it as well, that you've done some sort of survey with teachers from a discipline standpoint, because I'm believe in restorative strategies. I was doing those as a behavior specialist before they had an identified name. And the teacher perception is important to me, because you did mention that, again, that our behaviors are increasing. You're increasing your strategies and your work, but I would like to know from teachers on a regular basis through that survey that they perceive the behaviors as decreasing, so that we know that all the good work that you've brought up, which I in full agreement with, is actually working, because restorative strategies alone, PBIS, all these great pieces, if they aren't reducing the behaviors, I have to ask the question, where is the discipline balancing with all of this good work? Are we decreasing real life discipline too much? Do we need to increase actual discipline and balance it out with this? From my perspective, that is a balance versus a goal alone that we show we're reducing discipline. I fully believe that students need to be learning and in classrooms, but not necessarily if they're disrupting behavior. Thank you. more surveys, I hope.
Yeah, thank you so
Teachers.
much. I did want to share one thing with you. We have 3 program managers in our student services team. We have Mandy, who supports our mental and emotional health. We have Stephanie, who supports positive behavior, and we have Tara, who helps support our MTSS in collaboration with Goal 1. You mentioned the chicken and the egg, and I think teams really struggle with that when we're out and about. So our approach has really been to look at the whole child collaboratively, not forgetting about academics when we talk about behavior, and not forgetting about academics when we talk about the other way around, when we talk about behavior, not forgetting academics. So thank you, guys.
And teacher surveys, we can expect more of those relative to their perception of where behaviors are in classrooms, so we can see the perception that teachers feel like they can teach.
Yeah, so that is one of our key priorities. We also, you'll hear more about this. We are leading something called counselor solution focus groups. So they're proactive groups that meet on a regular basis to talk about their needs through surveys. We've surveyed them. We said, what are your priorities as we make progress through that? In addition, Sonia and Tammy's team are going to really be working with our ESE teachers on some specific focus groups as well. So the teacher voice is important. I think Susie said it best. They're our most valuable resources, and we want to honor their voice.
Well, looking forward to that data. Thank you.
Your question also, I'm just going to hop on because it made me realize we are currently surveying teachers. As part of our MTSS work with goal number 1, one of the actions was to survey teachers a pre-learning and a post-learning of their MTSS. We're doing a lot of professional learning, and there are several questions in there that teachers are answering currently on how they feel. Do they have the skills and the tools they need to implement and collect data and analyze data and make decisions about behavior of their children? So I think we will have some really good data. That's happening now through June 1, and then next year we have the same post-survey that we're going to do. It's all tied into our MTSS learning. We're really trying to have everything be very cohesive.
Thank you. Looking forward to the data. Thank you.
Before I call on someone else, I want to comment on a couple of things. I think this sounds like great work and very needed and necessary and important. The intersectionality between discipline and academics is always important to me, and is it the right amount? And are we sure that we're taking equity into consideration with this, which is always a concern. I'm working on a committee statewide, and this is one of our concerns, is that very question. But I don't know how many years ago, because time is very difficult in these days to remember, but several years ago, Bridget Ziegler, Todd Bowden, and I went to visit Shure. Was it Shure, the church group of 18 churches that I thought they were going to put us in a pot and set it on fire. It was really not pleasant. But they were at the auditorium in Sarasota, whole room filled up. And we were up on the stage, and it was really, I'd never been into anything like that before, but we had to commit that we would do more with restorative strategies and other models for taking away anything that would be in the form of out-of-school suspensions, which I agree with. When I taught high school, I never thought out-of-school suspensions really did very much at all. But where are we? Todd and I ended up going to Jacksonville, and we spent a long day with the Duval County School District looking at their schools. We looked at their middle and high schools and actually sat in on restorative strategy sessions with students. And for those of you that don't understand, middle and high school kids do not want to go to one of those sessions. I mean, they would rather do anything than have to sit down with their peers, and they tell them, you're really close to being suspended or whatever. So it was really a profound day for me. We also went to elementary schools and saw CHAMPS, the behavioral system that they were using. How far along are we in implementing these things in our schools?
I would love for Rex to come up and give us a little high-level overview of some of the great stuff that's happening with restorative strategies, because he started this initiative.
I thought he I thought he had worked on
And we
that.
asked him, we said, you
And
know
I
what?
think it's important that in a day like this, we mention these things because there are
Yeah.
people that I'm sure are looking at what we're doing and saying, haven't you progressed at all with some of these?
Yeah, Rex can give us some high-level overview of our staff trainings, the trainers that we actually have throughout our district, what our schools look like, and then more specifically, some of the great work you're doing with our students right now.
Okay, well, thank you. This is unexpected pleasure to be in front of you right now at this particular moment. Too much time I have. So anyway, restorative strategies. Tennis Canop and I, under the direction of Lori Weiss, went up to Minnesota years ago, and we followed their training program, and it's really organic up there in Minnesota from the Department of Education. Nancy Riesberger trained us, and we brought it back. We were excited. I wasn't sure what to expect. I walked in, and they were making things with arts and crafts and hot glue guns, and I'm like, look, tennis. I said, get me out of here. This is not what I signed up for. But she told me if I would behave that she'd take me to a Twins game, so I focused. Anyway, so we came back with great excitement because I saw immediately the connection between restorative practices, restorative justice is the bigger framework, and PBIS, and we married those right from the start. So we've come up with our own curriculum. It's not a curriculum from IIRP out of Pennsylvania. We developed our own. We have a 3-session training over a 2-month period. It's 16 credit hours for teachers. They get credit for their practicum hours in between because we trained them in 3 different areas of restorative practices: community circles, academic implementation of those circles, and problem-solving circles. So they do those, practice those circles in between our trainings. We've trained over 1,000 school-based staff to do that. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but probably at least 60 or 70 of our assistant principals have been trained in conducting restorative meetings over the years. Again, this has been 7 or 8 years since we started this. COVID has put a serious dent into our ability to do. We tried to continue our trainings through Zoom, and how do you create relationships? How do you have a circle focus while you're all in separate rooms on a Zoom training? So we persevered through that and decided it wasn't our best vehicle, so we have kind of curtailed those. Currently, we have 1 training right now that we're doing face-to-face at Tuttle. Otherwise, in the last year and a half, we've really had very limited training opportunities because of the COVID. So we'll certainly be looking to reboot those opportunities back up. I think there's been such a positive experience for me because a lot of times the schools will call me. So I guess my sense would be, from my overview, is that we need to get our school-based staff to do the restorative meetings a little bit more on their own independently. I certainly can come in. I love to come in and actually do them, but I'm just not able to get to places quick enough. This has been a big demand recently now. They're coming out of the woodwork at this time of the year. So that would be something to focus on, but that's certainly nothing to do with our attitudes. It's about training. It's about reminding folks that this is, and developing the confidence for them to have these meetings, because they're not easy. They're uncomfortable for everybody. And Ms. Goodwin said earlier that, those people didn't want to be part of those meetings, and they're not. They have to look at each other. They have to admit that they made a mistake. They have to admit that their actions caused harm. And then we talk about how to repair that. And a lot of times they don't have any clue. But the significant adults that are the support staff in the meetings that I'm part of coach, and we meet ahead of time and come up with some ideas so that the youth can take some responsibility. They can agree. They actually agree to do things. So one just real quick one, it's one of my, I got lots of them, but just the cutest one, I think, was at a high school where they had some issues, a summer friendship between a senior and a freshman butted. And when they came back to school, the senior didn't want anything to do with that freshman. It was an online Xbox with the headsets. I don't know how that works, but they do it. Anyway, so when they came back, the senior was ignoring this freshman. So in the cafeteria for breakfast, the freshman came over, took the senior's honey bun off his plate, took a bite of it, threw it in the garbage, and took off. So the senior went and found him during first period, and they did what I call a mock fight. On video they tried. It was cute, but it wasn't really. Anyway, so they got in trouble. They called me in, And they had to look at each other, it was horrible, but the bottom line, how to repair the harm is that they had to eat breakfast together in the cafeteria in front of all the people that they had made a big to-do in front of. And they had to ask each other restorative questions and then repeat out to the AP, who was the one who had to deal with it. So they got to talk about how do you see yourself in 5 years? If you could go any place in the world, where would you want to go? So they had to ask each other these questions and then go tell the AP what the other person said. So it seems simple in terms of hindsight, but the process of those two kids having to admit that they made some mistakes, I think just looking at each other, because when I was there, that was uncomfortable for me. And it was uncomfortable for the two APs and the behavior specialists. So that's just a small example of how powerful this process is. And yes, it is an alternative, shorten the suspensions for those two young men. It also got the freshmen involved with the behavior specialist at that school, because that was a needed resource for that child. And we found that out within the first 2 months of that child's experience at Sarah High. Also got the senior involved with our career advisors, because he was lost, but he had great GPA, but no plans for the future. So what a great way to resolve an issue and also connect our youth with the resources for future benefit. So I know that was long-winded.
Oh, that was wonderful. That connects the dots, doesn't it? That connects the dots.
Yeah,
It
turn
can
me
be
off.
something that simple, or it can be something much more involved, much more need of therapy and therapists and availabilities of the tiers and all the things that you're doing. But this is great work. I mean, it's really exciting, because a lot of families don't know where to turn, and they don't. We have a telephone and we have an iPhone that everybody would rather sit down even at a table and text each other instead of talk to each other. So we've got to come around that, I think, a bit. So thank you for that. And I'm going to get in touch with you, because I want to learn more about some of these things that are going on.
Thank you, Rex.
Shirley Brown.
I went. A lot of what I heard today is nothing new. We've heard it all before. I went to SURE meetings with Lori White and with Todd, and I even called Rex and talked to him about what they were doing. But there is something different. And what's different is it is now part of our written strategic plan, and we are working together, working as one for the success of all. And to see law enforcement at the table with this too, I mean, that is what is different. It's this commitment to changing the practices and having these outcomes that we want to see what it is. We want to hold you accountable, and you want to be able to show us. That is what's different about this. And I want to applaud Dr. Asplin and our staff, all of you here, for making it a part. I mean, we've had so many distractions the last 2 years, and that you've just quietly worked behind the scenes and are doing all of this. And I applaud you for, shutting out all the noise and working for our students and our staff. Thank you so much.
Tom Edwards.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to go quickly. I know we're running out of time. I did get to see some Character Strong yesterday. It was awesome. What I saw really was incredible in terms of value training, really exposing values, and also critical thinking. There was a lot of amazing questions that were asked, and the teachers were brilliant. I just want to give you that as feedback. From my perspective, I'd be curious to see what the rest of the program looks like through 12th grade. My only question, and we don't have to answer it today, but I'm looking to see, I loved what Dr. Moore said about the restorative practices, and in there were coping skills, and that's what I'm looking for from K through 12, is somehow those kinds of things are woven in, not just in restorative practices, but in daily conversations. Let's see, I'm trying to go. And in those, let me go here. We're talking about the suicide risk assessment and the tier 2 and 3 behavioral incidents on the rise. Can you give me a benchmark? What is on the rise look like? Double? That's what I'm trying to ascertain. And because the other part of this is, I go to visit schools and talk to principals and teachers all the time, and one of the questions that I ask is, how's the mental health temperature here at your school? And I hear, not good, not good. And I just want to try and, for the point of all of us, I love this work, as you know, but are we at crisis level? Are we at sound the alarm? Where are we?
First of all, thank you always for your support. Thank you so much for making time to visit our classrooms and see some of the work that we have going on that is making a difference. There's two components to your question, and the first one I want Mandy to address to kind of tell you what our suicide risk assessments, our gatekeepers look like, and then Dawn could kind of talk with you about how our discipline data is tracking and what those numbers really look like. So Mandy, would you mind starting?
Sure, and I'm happy to send the actual like real-time data numbers to all of you because we have access to that each and every day. I will say the last time I had pulled the data for our suicide risk assessment, so that's when we're talking about any student who has demonstrated any type of self-harm or suicidal ideation. They work with what's called one of our gatekeepers who are trained annually in working with the student to de-escalate from a crisis situation and put whatever supports in place are necessary so that student is able to get back to class and access their education and be supported. At last glance, when I pulled the data, we were over 580 suicide risk assessments. Now, in that data, and I can break it down for you when I send it, some of those were unfounded. Some of those were students who may have just said something or somebody thought they heard something. But looking at last year's data, by the end of the school year, I think we were about 800 total. So this year going into probably at this point over 600 that we've had, it will be an increase compared to last year. The behavioral threat assessments are on the rise this year for sure, with over 300. So when I'd say a behavioral threat assessment, what I'm talking is any student that has made a threat towards another student, staff member, or school. And so when we look at these, again, some of these may have been unfounded as the team investigates, but when we look at a behavioral threat assessment, this involves a team. There are 4 key members that must, per statutory requirement, be on this team: an administrator, an instructional staff member, somebody with a mental health background, so that could be a counselor, a school psychologist, and an SRO. So when we're talking about a behavioral threat assessment occurring at a school-based team, at a school, at least these 4 members must be a part of that. And we're looking at hours upon hours of time investigating, because when a threat occurs, safety is our top priority. So when we're looking at the amount of time that's being spent with over 300 of these assessments that's occurring, in my personal opinion, yes, we are at a crisis level of needing to intervene with these students, because when a student verbalizes a threat, more often than not, it's because they're lagging the skills to express themselves appropriately. And so that's really a big target of our goal, is being preventative and being able to teach the students a strategy, the coping skills that they need so they can be in school and learning and are able to appropriately express themselves. But I will get you all the real-time data as well as comparing to the last few years what that's looked like.
Thanks, Mandy. Dr. Clayton?
Good morning. Can you hear me? Yes. All right, good. So as you can imagine, with those increases that we're seeing in things like the behavioral threat assessments, as well as the increases that we're seeing with the mental health assessments, that leads to increases in discipline data. Because as you can imagine, just taking the example that Mandy shared, if there's a threat towards a school, of course, the first intervention is going to be to see what can we do as a school and to provide those assessments and to do those pieces and to stabilize the situation. But at some point, as you're all aware, with the assessor framework that we have throughout the state, which has been increased or looked at after the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas event, it has to be documented, and it has to contribute to what looks like assessor event or discipline data, and then that also leads to other things as well. So we have seen increases with discipline across the year as well. Deb did a wonderful job of kind of sharing what that looks like. We look at it in a number of different ways. Our schools look at that probably daily. They certainly look at it, at the individual student level. They look at it at the trend level for that particular school. They look at teams and teachers and things like that to provide the resources and support. At the district level, we provide our school support as well because we're looking at trends across maybe, say, look at elementary school. What's the number one thing that happens? Okay, Deb mentioned it earlier, physical aggression. We look at it at middle school, at our secondary schools, the number one things that are occurring, which are going to be inappropriate activities or, out of assigned area for our high schools, and disruptive behavior for our middle schools. And the reason why we look at that is we want to be able to say, okay, what's the disciplinary response that could lead to things that are not going to be those high event activities that are removing kids from our environment. Sometimes there is a need to do that, but then we want to also bring in those things that Rex Ingrick shared, those restorative pieces, those pieces that where we can identify what's the root cause of the behavior, those things where we can identify what can we put in place to avoid that from happening again. So discipline and behavior, as you can imagine, go hand in hand, and these resources are all tied together. So yes, our discipline data is showing an increase because this is a response to the many things that are happening in our community. But I'm thankful that I'm a part of this team, tangentially, to be able to provide the support to our schools so we can do something about this.
Thank you.
I'm going to wrap up. I just had a
you've got
couple, just a couple more. And it's feedback more than anything else. Susie, I just want to thank you for throwing out some hard statistics. I think it's important that everybody hear that 67% number of burnout and 55% of our instructional staff nationwide, I understand nationwide, are considering leaving. I think that's important for all of us, and I think it's connected to what you said also. Again, not things that we all want to hear, but senior level involvement. And to piggyback on Ms. Rose talking about surveys, I think we should, as a school board, get evaluated from our staff or get feedback from those folks about what we can be doing more of or what we're doing well, all those kinds of things. We certainly do it with the superintendent. I'd love to hear that feedback. Continuous improvement. Lastly, I just want to tell you, just in my travels, I happened to observe a training from an SRO about social media. It was with an elementary class, and they were doing a great job. And lastly, I saw a discipline problem in another elementary school where the SRO went and took the young man from class. And the SRO had him by the hand and was walking him to the principal's office, and they were engaged in a really constructive conversation. So great feedback, and this stuff is working. So I just wanted to share with you, those are some of my observations, and thanks for the presentation.
Thank you, Tom. Bridget?
Well, I don't have much of a voice, so you guys handled a lot of the questions that I had. And Dr. Clayton, I just want to let you know that when I go out to schools or talk to various people, I hear great, wonderful things about the work you do because it's a lot and it's all encompassing. So I want to thank you for that. And one of my questions was because data is, when we look at our role, it's more the aggregate. So we look at those trends, but there are so many various pieces which you highlighted really well. But when we look at where we're trying to move things, and yes, they may be increasing, but we understand what the external variables are, and then what are we doing, and then budgetary wise, how do we support the staff going to the mental health component, wrapping around and also finding it, the outcomes change. But one of the questions I had was, I think everyone touched on, I'd love to see those surveys. Again, just a window in, and some of the data that you mentioned, it's a great place to start. It doesn't tell every story, but it certainly helps us figure out where we're going and where we've been. But included in that are the second chance agreements, because when we look, and I know that when we talk about restorative strategies, and again, you had touched on this, and I'm glad you did, because yes, we want to focus and keep our students in class, but then there are certain infractions that we have to go to the next level because, to Mrs. Rose's point, making sure we balance the reality of what's happening and keeping everyone safe with the least disruption, but that balancing act, because that's the real world that we live in. So if there's a way that you could give us some insight into where we're at from a second chance agreement trend, and then there was the discipline suspensions. I've looked at that data recently, but where are we at for suspension? It's really rare, correct, if at all, or is it increasing? Because I think I heard 2 years ago we had 0, and then this recent year. And again, I understand the external variables, but I think those are helpful for us to get a window in.
Thank you. Very good question. So with the second chance agreement and also with the settlement agreement information, that is definitely in our world of alternative education. We do have an alternative education PLC where we meet weekly, and we're talking about those restorative pieces, but of course, that discipline piece, and we share that data back out to our secondary schools every other week. And we look at it, and we look at it disaggregated. Mrs. Goodwin mentioned earlier the equity piece. We look at it disaggregated by those groups that have historically been overrepresented in that area, which are Black students and ESC students, so as well as the whole. So I do have that information. The next, we're slated to share that out the 21st, the day we come back from our spring break. So I will definitely share that with you as well. Out of school suspension, I will just say this: we have made gains over the years, and of course the pandemic hit. And then we saw things that were hard to compare. We've never been to a place where we had it as non-existent, but we have had it, and we've made some gains. I will definitely say that. What we saw with the first year of the pandemic, it was hard to compare the 1920 school year to anything else because the fourth quarter of the year, we never came back, and all of our students were excluded from school because of the challenges and the reality of the pandemic. And then what we saw at any given point during the 2020 to 2021 school year, about 20% of our students district-wide weren't in our buildings. That led to really kind of a false sense of what was happening when it comes to out-of-school suspension. This year, we have the year to really compare back to the 18-19 school year, because this will be our first full year where our students are, for the most part, back. There are situations where students are still in virtual school, for instance, but we can say that this year will be the year to compare to the 18-19 school year. So that's kind of where we're at. We are trending up across the board, because when we have things like, for instance, I'll just use the behavioral threat assessment. What we see are those events, and sometimes you will get that information in the community. Sometimes we'll contact you, so I know you're aware of it. Well, we have those things where a threat is made against the school. Mm-hmm. We, of course, engage with law enforcement. Of course, there's stability that has to happen to ensure that everyone in that building, every adult, every child, every parent is feeling safe. But then we also have to get to the level of the student to make sure that that student is stabilized as well. That's going to lead to an out-of-school suspension. It's going to lead generally to some type of an exclusionary practice. But the good news is that even in this era of what we've been facing and the challenges that we have with COVID, is that there's always a restorative component. There's always a mental health component in our schools, when we collaborate over the event, over the discipline that has happened. The conversation is probably 5% on what happened, and then the 95% of that conversation is on what are we going to do to reach this child, to reach this family, to reach this community. So that's where we generally go for every single thing that we do, and that's why the collaboration between our districts and all of these departments are so important.
Well, and I'm glad you pointed that out, and I'll wrap up. I know we're short on time, but because I know when we did the initial strategic plan, there was a very ambitious goal of, but cutting discipline to 85%. I don't know the specific number. And my concern is that, we can't look at it that way, because even though things are trending up yes, of course, we don't want to see a rise in out-of-school suspensions because we understand the impact of it. But the aspect is we have to respond for the safety and for for our responsibility in that role. So that, for me, a metric standpoint, you don't want to have unforeseen consequences of having this goal and then things not be handled the right way. So again, kudos to everything you're doing. I really appreciate it. I will put this last pitch, I'm going to keep doing it, because we talk about social media. I know I brought this up a long time ago. I'm very glad that we're doing teaching, training of our students about the appropriate use of it. But I really do, and there's more data to back it up now than before when Jane and I were pushing this, but I really would like us to look at being restrictive on our cell phones in school. And I know it's not popular, but I'm going to keep pushing it because I think there's a correlation to mental health. We know that's a fact. And if we can do something about that, I feel like we're talking out of both sides of our mouth. So I will continue to champion.
Dr. Asplin saw something, I think, in Atlanta that would help. And I think he'd like to say something.
Yes, just to speak to that, it was interesting. In Atlanta, we were there for one day, basically saw 5 or 6 classrooms in different schools. And the students had their cell phones, but throughout the district, they were able to jam the I guess the frequencies or whatever it was. So, if you had to call home, you could, just down to the front office, and it was everything was available. And then through the resource officers with the walkie-talkies that we have that do go district-wide in case of emergency and things like that to connect, they had that. But the students really weren't able to use them in their classrooms because it was jammed. And I think if they had to use them for a class, for a lesson, they could unjam it to make sure that could happen. But it looked to me like, and at least what I found out was it was jammed, and the students just don't even try to use them because they can't. Yeah. So that was interesting. I just, if I can, I just wanted to say thank you to this group. You do such a great job, and I really appreciate all your hard work on a daily basis and everything you're doing behind the scenes. As Mr. Edwards said, the data, like knowing the data and that we have things to work on, very important. And we need to make sure that we're sharing that and let everyone know that we do have challenges and we do have issues that we're working on. And you all are working on that. And we have a plan of action. And then one of the good pieces of data that you don't even see is the data that never happens because of all the great work you're doing behind the scenes and being proactive. And so, when we talk about over 500 suicidal instances, right, and the fact that our teams have worked through those, and then that results in 0 suicides, let's say, that means that you all are doing a really, really good job behind the scenes and showing. Not being able to show data is the best thing in your area, and so I really appreciate that. And I also want to say I appreciate the crisis teams that you all drop everything and run out to a school when we have a student death or an employee death, and you're able to work with the counselors and everyone there to help them. And you do such a great job with that. And it's at the drop of a hat. 1 o'clock in the morning, we'll be calling you, and you're putting a team together to be ready to go at 6 o'clock in the morning before school starts. And I really appreciate that. And then our new chief, thank you for what you're doing and building those relationships with our students and our employees. That's very, very important. But anyway, thank you all so much for what you do. You do a fantastic job.
Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you. Have a great spring break. You are taking spring break, right?
Yes. Amen.
Next up, we have Dawn Clayton and Steve Canties to come forward to talk to us about Project 10 and my favorite, graduation rates.
Oh, and if I may, can I say one other thing while we're in transition? Yeah. Yes. And back to what Ms. Ziegler was saying about the making sure that our incidences aren't just reducing, because that's our goal. And I agree with you 100%. When we have issues that occur, we need to make sure we are completely disciplining our students and then, deploying that restorative practice after they get back so they, re-enter in a good way. But we definitely want to make sure that we are providing the discipline that we need to provide for everything. I agree with you 100%.
So, good morning. How's everybody doing? Exciting to be here after our big referendum win, and a lot of positives around the board for that. So congratulations to all of you on that.
Well, thank you.
I know you all worked hard on that. And big for our school district. Just to follow up, Deb, I know she's going to be up here, I think, for a portion of this, and I want to just say that, one of the big things right now is I think we're getting better and better at, and you all bring that conversation to the table too, and I think you're seeing it's the coordination of all of our departments to support different situations with students and scenarios with students, and whether it's crisis management for an individual student or we're working across the board to reduce those. I think it's important that we continue to find ways to collaborate and work together on that. You think about Denise keeps the data front and center. We share that discipline. We were talking about discipline. We share that discipline data every 2 weeks with principals. We talk about it at principal meetings. And it's really important. You can't beat them over the head with the discipline, especially in the environment we're in right now. I think, Ms. Rose, you mentioned that. You have to be careful about pushing down on those numbers sometimes. And during the pandemic, we're definitely seeing the impacts on that, primarily with our most at-risk population, which is unfortunate. But from our perspective, that's where we are tasked with finding supports and resources, whether it's ESSER funds or whether it's other ways to find ways to support our students. I will say that, student services, working with that team and the kind of the expansion of the role that they've taken on has definitely had a positive impact. So, I do feel like I say this all the time. There's a lot of, I've never been through anything like this, as an educator. I've been in this business, it seems like 100 years. But at the end of the day, to see the impact of the pandemic and then to coordinate activities and coordinate supports for families and students, it's been probably the most challenging thing, maybe one of the most rewarding things that we've had the opportunity to do. So we appreciate the support that you all provide. I appreciate the work that all of our departments are doing, coming together and coordinating. Dawn meets with the discipline committee, as she said, weekly. We have come light years in the last 5 or 6 years with the way we manage and handle discipline, trying to keep it consistent and coordinated across the district. So, it is that balancing act of making sure that we're restorative, making sure we're supportive, making sure that we keep order in the classroom being number one, and people can teach, teachers can teach, and students can learn. So I think we're learning something new every day. But a lot of credit to the people that are sitting up here at the dais. I appreciate all the work that they're doing. So we're here today to talk about graduation rate. And so I think, when I think about, where we've been over the last several years, again, it's a data point that we watch carefully. I think the first thing I'd like to share is what I tell principals. I tell principals, when I talk about data and I talk about graduation rate, I talk about reading score, I talk whatever we talk about. Every time, it comes in percentages and you don't want it to appear impersonal. So the way we approach that is every time you increase a data point 1%, it's impacting a number of kids, right? 1% could translate at Booker High School to 7 students, 8 students. Across the district, 1% could translate it like graduation rate is typically somewhere around 35 students. So every time we increase that graduation rate 1 point, that's a number of students whose lives have been impacted positively and heading in the right direction. So the data may be a little impersonal, but you have to get it down to the student level. And I think when we talk about graduation rate, that's what we do a really good job of getting it down to the individual student level. As I said, pandemic impacted our at-risk population. We saw a drop after a large increase the year before. We saw a slight drop. I don't think it was like a stock market correction or anything like that, but I think we were faced with some additional challenges last year and we're again, we're facing those additional challenges this year, but we're working through them and we're going to continue to plug along. But when you think of our at-risk populations, many of our high school students are tasked with when parents have to go to work during a pandemic and students are home, whether it's you have an elementary age student who has been quarantined or, a number, how we dealt with that at the beginning of the year and mid-year. Typically, the high school students can be tasked with taking care of those children. Many of the students were put to work during the pandemic, and again, it was and I know Dr. Shelley, we talked about that with our Hispanic population in North County. We picked up on that trend somewhere during the process, and it was like, wow, we've got to figure out how we can help and support these students. So, process-wise. We're going to be sharing that today. Just agenda-wise, I would like to say that today we're going to talk about historical data. Denise is going to share some historical data. It's been really on a great trajectory over the last 5, 6, 7 years, and then we had a little blip last year. But again, we're going to get back in a good place with that. We're going to talk about. I think it's really good that everybody understands all the graduation options we now have at our disposal and how we support our students to get that diploma in their hands. We're going to talk about, that'll be Ms. Parziali over here. We'll be here with that. Dr. Clayton's going to talk about Project 10 support and how we manage different programs for our dropout prevention. And then, to personalize it a little bit, we actually thought we were going to have Kia Davis here today. And Kia is an at-risk, we call it an at-risk coordinator, which we've assigned to 2 of our schools. And they provide supports for students, just what it says, who are at risk, and many of those students are at risk for graduation. So certainly we all know Dr. Shelley, and I definitely wanted to bring somebody, a principal here to talk about what it looks like at the school level. We can talk about it all day long, but it's where the rubber meets the road, where it's most important. So I'm going to go ahead and turn this over to Denise, and we'll take it away.
Good morning, everybody. Dr. Asplin, school board members. Oop. Can you hear me now? Okay. So I have this one slide, which will pop up in a second. And just looking at historical graduation rate, and I love the way they presented this, because you can't do this graph if we flip and we go under the state, which we don't do. As you can notice that over time, since 15 and 16, we're constantly on the rise. You have little bits ups and downs, but as Steve said, every one of these points is a few children or a number of children, approximately 35. And if you look, we're constantly going up. But I want to stop for just a second and go back, because when I was preparing for this, I went back, and when you're as old as I am, you remember all the changes in the graduation rate. You don't remember what year they were, but you remember them. And it's important to know that every year, or every couple of years, the graduation rate calculation changes. And next month, when I talk about accountability, I'll go through that again, because you just can't see things the same over the past 20 years. So when you look, we've been the same. This is the hardest rate we've ever had. It's the federal graduation rate, the uniform graduation rate. So within that rate, we're not counting anything like certificate of completion, GEDs, special diplomas, all of which were included prior to this. But what you'll note, and when you look at the data over the past 20 years, you'll see we were up, and then when we went to federal rate, we went down, the whole state. But then over time, you can see how high we've become. And I say that for another reason, that each time you look at this, and especially in 1920 and 2021, we went up. We consistently went up. You see the state jumped quite a bit, and we went a little bit less, but we were already so high. So we had in 20 and 21, due to the pandemic, the assessments weren't counted in the graduation rate. So as time goes on, we have to remember that, because they will be counted in starting this year again. So every time you look, you have to go back and kind of examine, and thanks to Dawn, team, and Rodney, who couldn't be here today, they have to keep abreast of all these tiny little nuances in it and make sure we share that, because papers don't share that. They just say, this is what it is, and they have a big kind of a judgment on that, but they never get down to the fine print of the calculation, and of course, that's where I spend my life, so you have to be able to understand and explain that. So I just want to give a big kudos to this whole team. Steve said it wonderfully. He said that, it's a percentage, and so you have to explain that percentage, but really what this district did in the past 7 years is go one by one. And that's what you have to do. You can't look at it, it's all the same, which Stephanie will talk about in a minute. And my friend over here, I know she goes one by one with every child, and that's how it's done here. And that's why I think they're able to keep these rates as high. But remember, when you're that high, could fluctuate a little bit, bleeping the screen there. So that's my portion. And I'd like to introduce Stephanie, program specialist from academic intervention, makes big impact with Dr. Clayton through Project 10, and she'll explain how we do it.
Thank you very much. So to help students...
Mike, light on and close.
I apologize.
There you go. Thank you.
To help students achieve their goals of earning a high school diploma, we do utilize several different programs. So we offer all 5 of the graduation options that the state provides. We have the 24-credit diploma, which is the most popular. We also offer the 18-credit diploma and the CTE option, which allows students to graduate with a few less credits as far as electives go. And then we also have our IB and ACE curriculum. In addition to that, we have performance-based credit recovery options at each of our comprehensive high schools. We were fortunate in the last 2 years to have been able to graduate students with a WCO diploma, which was our COVID diploma. It waived the testing requirements for students, so they didn't have to meet that piece of the graduation requirements. Unfortunately, that is not an option this year. It was just announced that concordance scores for testing requirements this year would remain the same as they were pre-pandemic, and they also brought back the PERT as an option so that students can get a concordance score on that as well. It's important to note that although those are an option this year, there's no indication that those will be an option for future years. Concordance scores could possibly go up, and we don't have that information yet. So to monitor graduation rate, we utilize Project 10. This includes the spreadsheets for the district and for each individual school. They are updated from SIS on a weekly basis. We also have a OneNote that we utilize that is shared with all of the necessary stakeholders from each school and the district. And then we also have biweekly and as-needed meetings with each of our comprehensive high schools. Through this framework, we monitor groups of students and individual students for things like GPA, the number of credits, attendance, testing requirements, and other pertinent information. So we are drilling down to the individual student level and making sure that we are, getting as many of those kids as possible. All right, so I also have the privilege of going over some of our areas of points of pride as well as areas of growth when it comes to our Project 10 and graduation rates. So our district as a whole increased its graduation rate for Hispanic students almost 10% in the last 4 years. We started at 78.8% in 2017 and jumped to 88.5% in 2021. Last year, many of our comprehensive high schools contributed to that rate, including Booker High School, who increased over 14% from 73% to 87.6%. Riverview High School increased over 14% as well, from 78% to 92.5%. And Sarasota High School increased over 15% from 72.1% to 87.3% in that same time frame. We have also, as a district, increased our graduation rate for Black students by almost 9% during the same time frame, again with individual schools significantly contributing to that increase. Northport High School increased over 16% during that time frame, from 71.7% to 87.9%.
I don't exactly understand these numbers. How can Sarasota, Booker, and Riverview have increased their Hispanic population, by 14%, but the overall is only 10%? I mean, did another school drop that much?
Unfortunately, that is the case for some schools that did drop. And so overall as a district, we increased over almost 10% with, like I said, those schools contributing significantly to that rate. But with the decrease in some other schools, it wasn't quite as high as those schools were overall district-wide.
And now I'll just fill in the blanks and which schools dropped.
I don't have that information in front of me, but I can get it for you.
Yeah.
As far as our Black students go, Northport High School increased their graduation rate for that group of students by over 16%, and again, Riverview by over 17%. So those are definitely some points of pride that I wanted to point out. Those schools did an amazing job working at increasing those rates. While we are still below the state average for Hispanic students, we continue to close those gaps annually. In 2017, we were below the state average by 2.5% for that subgroup. By 2020, we had managed to reduce that difference to less than 1%. We managed to exceed the state graduation rate for Black students in 2020. Unfortunately, the COVID pandemic hit, and that group got hit a little bit hard. It had a greater impact on that population. We fell below the state average again in 2021, but we are dedicated to making sure that we continue to increase the graduation rate for students, not only just across the board, but with specific focus on our minority student groups. I am going to turn it over to Dr. Clayton. She is our Director for Academic Interventions.
Thank you, Stephanie. And thank you, Mrs. Brown, for that question as well. One of the things I just want to mention for that last slide, with the glows and grows, the glows and grows are actually the same. As a district, we've met some growth, which is great, and there were individual schools that met some growth, but the area of growth that our schools have a laser-like focus on as we move through the pandemic and beyond is increasing the graduation rate for those two groups of students, three that have historically been underrepresented or lower with the graduation rate. We have to close that achievement gap for African American students, Hispanic students, but also ESC students as well. So that's why the glows and grows were kind of the same. So thank you so much for that question, Mrs. Brown. So I am so excited to talk to you about something that's just near and dear to my heart, and I think just everybody who's up here at the podium, and certainly you all as well, which is our Project 10 supports. It's the point of our day, it's the point of our week where we know we're doing the right thing for kids. I just want to also say that Deb Jackalone is here as well, and Dr. Shelley's coming up in just a moment, but also Dr. Moore as a part of the Project 10 team. One of the things about Project 10 is that it is a process where there are no silos in the district or throughout our schools. We are working together as a team to put everything in place that we can to make sure every student makes it across that finish line, which is a graduation rate or a graduation diploma in their hand at the end of 4 years. So Project 10, what is Project 10? Project 10 is a system of collective responsibility to build strong, data-driven teams with an embedded system of supports to support every student and every learner to graduation within their year of graduation or their cohort. Specifically, our teams are examining trends as it relates to graduation requirements, and Denise did a wonderful job earlier explaining how that has changed over the years. So being aware of that and what to do about that is very critical and important. So testing requirements, course completion are things that our teams are looking at. School teams are also looking at other factors that research tells us makes an impact on graduation rate. And this is where Deb and Dr. Moore come into place, because we're looking at things like attendance, discipline, access to accelerated coursework, motivation, right? And other data elements are analyzed. So specifically, our Project 10 teams meet weekly, oftentimes, even right now at this point in the school year. I think Dr. Shelley will tell you that they're looking at that certainly even more so on a weekly basis to make sure that they examine district and school trends right down to the level of each and every learner. Every child and every cohort is monitored. Our school teams then go a step further. These amazing educators and administrators devise data-driven, individualized interventions to meet the needs of the learner. This school year, in response to the challenges presented by this pandemic, we have instituted an additional layer of school and district supports to reach every learner. Thank you, Mr. Cantis. Our graduation coach model has been instituted with a district grad coach, as well as our high schools have a school-based graduation coach. This is a model that hasn't existed in our district till now, and we're seeing great results early on. However, it is important to note that the grad coach at the schools and even our district coach, they are existing teachers and workers on our campus. They are not just doing graduation coaches. This is an additional layer of a job responsibility, and they are being paid a stipend to do this work outside of the normal duty day. As part of the Project 10 systems of supports, schools also provide every opportunity for students to take standardized assessments that are part of the graduation requirements. So as you can imagine, the pandemic complicated the ability for some of our students to just even be able to sit and take an ACT assessment or an SAT assessment. You know, parents on the weekends are thinking about a lot of things. And sometimes, you know, going across town to take that, you know, assessment at a testing site is not something that is the first thing that they're thinking about. However, in response, our schools all offer at the present time SAT, ACT, and PERT testing to support our students during the school day. I'm so proud of that. All of our comprehensive high schools have developed freshman transition programs as well to support our newly entered freshman students in our high schools. Other examples of school supports are the check-in, check-out. You heard about that earlier from Mrs. Velakis and Deb's team earlier, where the student develops a relationship with the staff member to help them overcome a unique challenge that's individual to that child. Our Student Services Division has been instrumental in helping schools develop this framework. There are so many great school and community supports that are in place. Our schools also, I want to mention, obtain parental consent to partner with community agencies that make a difference to support the learner. Examples of community partnerships are vast, but several examples are Teen Court of Sarasota, Drug Free Youth, a motivational club that's all voluntary and with parental consent, First Step of Sarasota, mentoring programs such as Big Brothers, Big Sisters, Faces of Accomplishment, Kearney's Conditioning, and Brotherhood of Men. Finally, I want to mention that the great collaboration that happens at our comprehensive high schools and our college and career centers has been supported extensively by our foundations and our community support. So I just want to mention a few, the ones that have just been instrumental: the Education Foundation, Rotary Futures, Barancic, Gulf Coast Community Foundation, and the Community Foundation of Sarasota County.
Before you go on, Don, I did want to mention the graduation coach model is a model that other districts have used in the past, and whether it's a separate position or we chose to implement it mid-year because we just, as a strategy to support our schools. But I typically, every week, they meet. And they meet by Zoom, and you bring all the high schools together, and you have these incredible conversations by another person that is typically not part of the Project 10 teams. And Project 10 teams can range anywhere from 5 to 8 to 10 folks at a school, guidance counselors and social workers and psychologists, whatever you need at the table to have the conversation. But today, as I was sitting in with a graduation coach, one of them was talking about that she and the assistant principal of administration, the APA position at the high school, had visited 7 students at their homes, talked to the parents, bring them back, get them back into school. They had 15 days in excess on their attendance. So, that layer has proven to be a good strategy that we want to continue to explore and refine and make it better and a stronger piece of this. But I think what we're seeing with that position is we're even taking it down to a deeper level with individual students. So it's been good so far, really good strategy so far.
Thank you, Mr. Canties. So on this next slide, I just want to talk to you briefly about some of the other specific graduation supports that we put in place to help out with dropout prevention and graduation success. So in terms of dropout prevention, our department, along with Stephanie Parziali and her great support, includes monitoring of not just our general ed students, but of course our students with disabilities. So we monitor our ESE dropout rate. We work with our partners at the state level as well to provide those effective responses. And we also provide effective alternative education programs where needed. We also have at all of our comprehensive high schools a performance-based program, which is a credit retrieval program, and the curriculum that we utilize for that primarily is APEX, and there's just amazing teachers in those rooms that are making amazing gains for our kids and developing those relationships with those kiddos as well who need that credit retrieval option so they can make that graduation success or increase that grade point average. I also want to mention SCS, our teen parent program. As you know, we have teen parents at all of our high schools, but our children, many of them who choose to go to either Riverview High School in the North County or Northwood High School in the South County, and we have an amazing partnership there with Children's First as well, and amazing. It's just a pleasure to just be able to see the things that are happening to help our teen parents as well. As you know, we instituted Acceleration Academy 4 years ago now. Acceleration Academy is a drop-back-in academy, and it is specifically for that segment of our community that has dropped out or they were non-grads. They didn't obtain that high school diploma in the 4 years, and this is a service to the community, really, for students up until their 21st birthday who choose to come back in and drop back in to Acceleration Academy. And to date, in 4 years, Acceleration Academy has graduated 118 students. Really proud of that. Triad is our alternative center for our middle schools and our high school students. And one of the things that I do want to say is that we talked earlier today about discipline and some of the things that are happening. And there are opportunities where our students have to attend a alternative center, which is Triad. I'm so proud of the work that Melanie Ritter and her team do to make sure that the honor and the dignity of every student is upheld, but also to provide the resources and support so that Triad is not just a placement. Triad is a beautifully functioning school as well. And then also Mrs. Parziali, in addition, she wears many hats, like I think all of us at the table. She is our DJJ liaison, and as such, she is sitting in the courtroom interfacing with our court officials, judges, bailiffs, attorneys, all kinds of things, where we are coordinating the support for our students who are navigating the judicial cycle. So as you can imagine, we want to make sure that we're providing educational services for students who are navigating this cycle. In spite of what may have happened, our charge and our task is to make sure that we're educating the students as well. So she does an amazing job in that role. So at this point, I am so excited. I'm going to sit back and I'm going to listen. I'm going to learn, because I always learn when I have the opportunity to learn from this wonderful, wonderful individual. I want to introduce Dr. Shelley. I mean, she really doesn't require much of an introduction. I think everybody knows her. And she's just an amazing leader. So I'm so excited because she is going to be able to talk to you about what she's leading at her school. It has led at her school for so many years. That has led to the amazing increases at Booker High School. One of the things that I also just want to say is that she is a magnet for very, very talented people. You know, you just have a moment, when you're at her campus, you just see that, you know, her passion is just something that's infectious, obviously, around her campus. And I also want to say thank you to one of her talented individuals, Mr. Rumpf, who helped us with the graphic design for this particular PowerPoint.
I appreciate that. Good morning, everyone. It is a pleasure to be here. Can you hear me okay? First and foremost, thank you. Thank you for allowing me this space to talk a little bit about Booker High School's Hispanic data and how we were able to receive the results that you are hearing about today. Please understand, it was indeed a team effort. And let me tell you how it started. In 2016-17, 89 Hispanic students were in the cohort at Booker High School. 65 graduated, giving us a rate of just a measly 73%. 2017 and 18. 2017-18, 102 were in the cohort. Unfortunately, only 81 graduated, and that was 79.4%. Why am I saying unfortunately, and you're hearing growth? Because our goal was 100%. That is why. Constantly on that trajectory for improvement. 2018-19, 111, 90 graduated, 81%. And we know what happened in the 19-20 year. We heard Denise say earlier that during that year, the testing requirement was waived. So we were looking at the grade point average and making sure our students had either that 24 or 18 credit option. And with that, we had 145. I'm sorry, for 2019 to 107, 79 graduated, and we dropped down to 73.8%. And that's when I realized that we had some difficulties ahead. We formed an amazing task force that consists of teachers, administrators, ESE liaisons, counselors, and students. We put our heads together and say, what do we need to do? What's going on? Well, we're in the middle of a pandemic. I had some of my Hispanic students that stopped coming to school or either working with us online. Why? Because they were working in various areas in the community, from construction to whatever, because they became the breadwinners of their families. Because their adult families, for a variety of reasons, were not able to maintain their positions. And we said, what are we going to do? We just cannot sit back. So we decided we're going to look at 3 initiatives. Number 1, we're going to form a community partnership. Number 2, we're going to look at family engagement. And then finally, number 3, we're going to look at our instructional support. Let me tell you about one of our students named Ryan. Brian was on track to graduate as a senior. Now remember, testing requirement was no longer expected for that particular group of students. He was working as a pizza delivery, earning resources for his family. Brian was on track at the beginning of that year with a GPA first quarter of a 2.8. Second quarter, he went all the way up to a 3.0. Third quarter, he had a 3.2. That's when we went home. That particular student started to work more hours. We were concerned. We went to the restaurant where he worked and spoke to the manager. We came up with a plan academically to make sure that he had wraparound services. We made sure that our ESOL liaison was working with him. We reached out to the district for the district support because at that time there was also someone, she's still working with the district, Ms. Twining. She also pulled him in and worked with him. And then he ran into high school issues that we hear about all the time, boyfriend, girlfriend issues. And that particular student, GPA dropped drastically. With all the wraparound services we provided, he made it up to that 2.0. In fact, he finished with a 2.18. And we're very proud that he graduated from high school. When it comes to our family engagement, we decided that we wanted to form a wonderful Hispanic initiative group with just Hispanic parents. For the first time, I, Rachel Shelley, felt like an outsider. I was going to community churches where the entire service was not in English. I was attending parent meetings on Zooms weekly, bi-monthly, that were not in English. Why? We were building trust and relationships with those families. We were able to reach out to Sarasota Community Foundations and others to provide financial support for some of these families. Why? Because they did not feel comfortable coming to the schools for whatever reason. And it worked. And it worked. For 2020 and 2021, we went to 145 Hispanic students in the cohort, 127 graduated, with a graduation rate of 87.6%. That's where you see that 14%. But if you really pull out that 1 year, you'll see that we're still on track for that regular trajectory that we always have with our Hispanic groups. But because I am limited in time, like always, Mr. Cantis, I want to make sure that I provided you with a detailed packet of everything that we did with that particular group of students. Everything that includes our purpose, our aim, who's responsible for what. We had the objectives, expected outcome, and the budget, and every member of the team that worked collectively to make this happen. We focus on attendance, credit deficiencies, and testing. We talked a little bit about some extra student support. I continue to provide that support with our students and our families as well. With our students and that student support, we were able to then provide bilingual services and ACT, SAT preparatory services, and we'll continue to do that. We understand that it was not a requirement, but we still wanted our kids to finish with that level of expectation. With our families, we have our own private phone line where someone will answer. If you call, they answer in dialogue in Spanish for our students. And why are we doing all of this for this particular group of students? That's because when I first started Booker High School in 2011, Bridget, our school was a third. Over the past 5 years, things began to shift drastically. We are no longer a third. When we had this problem in 20, our Hispanic population was 32%. Today, it is 42%. We continue to shift by way of demographics, and I'm very happy that we are moving in the right direction. I heard so many connections today, and I wish I could come back and just speak to, and supplement everything I was hearing about Category 2. Because when you hear First Step and extra support, what I hear is I have 2 First Step counselors that are able to help with my school, but one of them is bilingual. So when I hear all those connections and it goes on and on, when I heard about the SRO, I think about my SRO, who's also a part of Big Brother's program, and he's being featured in the 100 Men because they're looking for more. So it goes on and on and on. Of course he's Spanish speaking. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely he is. All tied to Hispanic. Everything we're talking about goes back to that population today. So I wanted to stop for a moment and share this. So I'll leave you that packet of information so that you'll have that with you. But a couple other things that I want to share with you. That's where we are right now. But we continue to struggle. And we continue to struggle talking about making sure we're sharing some of our, and I'll use the term over here, we have grows and we have glows. And an area that we're continuing to grow in is this. Because you asked the question earlier, Karen, I want to go back to what you said earlier. When you're talking about academics and behavior and making sure that one was not going to be outweighing the other and they were somewhat balanced. One area we continue to support, we need some support, and we're working very closely with the district, is that this year we have 338 ninth grade students at Booker High School, 338. 30% of those ninth graders at Booker High School enter Booker High School, not necessarily behavior problems, but FSA level 1. Okay, 62% of those ninth graders are entering Booker High School now. There are level 1s and 2s, not behavior problems. I am so grateful that we continue to get the academic support that we need from the central office because we have the instructional facilitator there to support our students. So our goal is that we're going to continue to work on our graduation rate for all of our population. But let me tell you one other thing that we are doing thanks to our at-risk coordinator, Kia Davis, who's not here with us today. And I want to share something with you and show you something as well. Kia Davis' #1 responsibility, when you hear Project 10, you think Project 10, what I think, may I please? What I think and what I see is a huge, huge data sheet like this, an Excel file. Every single student who's scheduled to graduate in the class of 2022, whether they are at risk or not, is on that sheet. The same thing for every single class of 9th, 10th, and 11th grade. That's why it's so important with Project 10 that we're monitoring and tracking those kids so we can see if they're on track for graduation. If not, what are we going to do about it? How we're going to meet with those particular students. She wasn't here today, but you know what she was responsible for before she left and she had a family emergency? Her #1 responsibility is to meet with all of our 10th graders that may not have a concordant score or their GPA is a little low, and she did. But when she met with them, she had a one-on-one meeting where she provided all the opportunities for them to meet with our ACT and what we call him, and Mr. Bobby, he provides extra support and making sure they're getting the extra skills that need on top of what's going on in their classroom. She gave them a sheet with all the testing dates that were available. And then she decided that she was going to give them a very unique pass. And this pass supports all of our progress monitoring. This is USA Test Prep. And this particular area, she went in, she pulled their most recent FSA report. I know you like this, Karen. She pulled their most recent FSA, yeah, I can see your thumbs. She pulled that report, and then she looked at their skill deficits and talked about how far they were from proficiency. And then she decided that with USA Test Prep, she was going to go in and set up the system that would allow them when they log in, they can practice in their area that was of most concern. And then, after she did that with our students, we provided all the detailed information, and this is actually one from a student. So I'm just not talking, I'm sharing you what's required when we talk about one-on-one students and getting with them individually to help them make sure they're on track for college and career graduation or a post-secondary plan or something simple as graduation. So that is something that we do continuously. I thought I was going to be late this morning because as I was driving to this school, driving here from school, I was on a conference call doing a restorative meeting because one of my students made poor choices and I agreed that I would meet with them and I had to talk through whatever was going on. Lots of creative and wonderful interventions, but those are the things that's required. Prior to that, I walk in this morning, 7 o'clock, there's another student in my office, contrast, in my office, Miss Lee. Hi, Dr. Shelley, I have a meeting with you this morning. Miss Lee, what are we gonna be talking about today? Well, she said to me, remember when we were talking about a program that if I start at Suncoast Technical College, I can maybe finish at no cost? I said, well, I'm not sure about that. No, Dr. Shelley, you said it. I said, okay, and I did, and I was teasing with her. So we're going to make sure that she's on track. She's on track to finish, and I think she's gonna finish the program in August of next year, but she needs summer financial support. One-on-one. Is she at risk? No. But Dr. Asplin, do we wanna make sure she graduates the college and career plan? Absolutely. So we have this nice balance that we continue to work in, and I want to leave you with some additional information on Booker High School's data that I think you'll find interesting. Test, 42% of Booker High School students are Hispanic. I shared that with you earlier. 24% of Booker High School students are Black. 26% of Booker High School students are white. And to put them in numbers for you, we're looking at 525 of Booker High School students are Hispanic. 326 of Booker High School students are white. 306 of students are 24% are Black, and then you have 76 are mixed, And then you have 19 that are Asian and 3 that are Island Pacific. Why do I say that? Because sometimes in order to level the playing field, you need to meet the students where they are, have individual conversations with them, and move them forward. Notice I did not say the percent of kids that's economically deprived, because those numbers are somewhat skewed now because of all the extra resources from COVID. But we do and will continue to work on at graduation trajectory rate. Do not, okay. So in closing, if you look at our graduation rate over time, and I presented that to you the last time you were here, in every category since 2011, we have been moving in this direction. Are we as high as the district? Not yet. But this one over here told me before he retires, we're going to be at 95%, and my goal is 100%. So we're working towards that. But with your ongoing support and everyone that's here, I believe that we are moving in that direction. There's 2 other groups that were not mentioned earlier that I must compliment because I believe they contribute to Booker High School's overall success, and that is the Community Foundation of Sarasota, as well as Take Stock in Children. Any questions for me about my data, and I'll give you our detailed plan for our HCAN group.
So that was 4 minutes right on the dot. So good
She
job.
can have a full day. I'm with you.
Oh, gosh. So I will say that Dr. Shelley, you'll have an opportunity to ask questions, absolutely. Dr. Shelley, we go back a long way. Dr. Shelley, the first time we met in this district, we were called up here on a Friday night.
I
Remember
remember.
that?
I do.
A Friday night by the superintendent, and we were asked to take over the Sarasota County's first and only F school in Sarasota County. We did that together, and we've been like brother and sister ever since, I think, in many ways. So you'll see a very unique relationship between us. But anyway, so she has that passion, but all of our principals do have that passion.
I agree.
And when you hear what she's doing, whether it's elementary, middle, or high school, those individual conversations are getting deeper and more intentional and more often, more frequent. We do a lot of work with graduation rate. We do a lot of work with supporting our students, and we're going to continue to do that and even do better. So we find something new every year, and we're going to implement it. And thanks for being here. I appreciate
Absolutely.
it. So questions?
Well, I just want to say thank you. And of course, Dr. Shelley knows that she's one of my favorite people. But thank you for all you're doing for those students at Booker, because it shows.
Thank
you. Walk down the hall and I know. And if you walk with me, they know you're with me, and they know they're held accountable.
Thank you.
But thank you all for the good work that you're doing, because, this is really what it's all about, isn't it?
It is.
Success in life and success after school, and what they decide to do with their lives, and making sure that they have those opportunities. So thank you all for this presentation.
You're welcome.
Karen Rose?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And you are doing a lot of work, and that work and those interventions and supports have increased over the years, and that is clear. I have a few questions and then just a couple statements. Out of the percent that are not graduating, which is very small in comparison to other districts in the state, so it's not the reason I'm asking. I look at our largest, weakest population being exceptional student education, and I'm not referencing students that are have below average IQs, because the majority of our ESE special ed that are graduating are capable of doing so with the appropriate instruction in interventions. What percent of those students are special ed, and what percent? And then I look at our second group, not necessarily our largest, but that our performance is the weakest after ESE is our Black, our African American students. What percent of the students are Black or special education?
I do have that. I knew you were going to ask, so let me grab my binder.
And overall, in those two, I think are front and center for me in where I'm willing to go.
Yeah.
In my individual vote of where our budget and our resources go.
So I think those are good questions, and certainly those are our two, most challenging populations. And as you heard from the data, we have made some great progress in our work with our Black population. And then, we hit a during the pandemic, it dropped a bit. But anyway, I think we don't have that data in front of us here today, but we can share that.
But Dr. Shelley has it.
I just have just Booker High, just Booker High School data, please.
Sure.
Just Booker High School. And for the 2020, the same group that we're speaking about, the graduation rate for Booker High School's Black students at that time was 92%. 92%. For the white, 86%, Hispanic, 74%, and 94% for our mix. And then I have the other three subgroups that was 70%, it was 82% for free and reduced lunch, 77 for our ESE students, and then for ELL, 71. Now, that was for 2020. And so we'll have to pull the 21 data, and I'll be more than happy to share that with you as well. And so we've talked about this often. We are always looking at our overall district. In individual schools, as Mr. Canty says, we have individual populations of kids that come to the table. We have to give them different resources. And it's not always apples and oranges or apples and apples either, Karen. It's more like apples and oranges or apples and pears.
Correct.
Because when students come, certain Black students that may come to Booker High School may not enter proficient like they may at another school. So we've got to catch up, and it takes time to do that. So I'm sure she's going to pull up the 2020 data, 2021 data, which is comparable to what I talked about earlier. She's looking for it by district. But that's what I have for Booker High School, and we continue to work on that. Our goal is 100%. Okay?
Of course.
Now,
and you know
I'm sorry.
the ESE population, we have the waivers, the testing waivers for those students. So it's all about getting the GPA there and then making sure that they are through a portfolio process are proficient. So
Can I comment on
Correct.
that
I was
too?
just looking to see if we had the percentages. I'm looking to make a point in where we place our resources and what we're doing kindergarten through 12th grade. And I understand you've got layers and layers, Mr. Canties, and I'm not doubting that whatsoever. And you have built those layers over your career, and I commend you. But I'm trying to make a different point of where we go and what our focus is. So it's not to put anybody on the defense because you
absolutely
have
not.
grown what you're doing
Absolutely.
significantly. And I have another question, please, so that I can give my peers time. At what age or grade does a student become part of the graduation cohort percentage? Is that entering ninth grade? Is that becoming 16? At what age or grade do they become part of that cohort?
Very good question, and I'll take that one if you don't mind. Whenever the student begins their ninth grade year, so when they begin their ninth grade year, their date of enrollment at any given point in that year, that is the year,
Thank
full
you.
year for graduation.
Thank you. With that being said, what I would like as an individual board member, and I know the state does not do that, but for me as a board member and having been a middle school administrator for 14 years, I would like to know, as a board member, as we go forward starting in this year, how many students are turning 16, in 8th grade that we are losing and we are not capturing them in our accountability. That's a real important number for me because that is all students that we're professing to be addressing. And then I'd just like to make a statement, please, and that is the data focus that Dr. Shelley has, and similarly to Dr. Moore, use that same data focus in aligning resources to taking Macintosh from a C to an A. And the reason that I'm pointing it out is I'm asking for that same data focus in each one of our strategic goals. And to have that focus over the years, because there's been statements made in the community, and I want to give my very clear, confident perspective on those of Dr. Shelley's challenge that she faces and the statistics that she's brought to us, and she knows those inside out, and there's no one that's going to align her resources that we give her to those statistics better than you do. I know that beyond my level of confidence is so high. I would like that same database to be in all of our academic endeavors so that we can see it and we can appropriately align our budget, at least myself individually, my own accountability as a board member. I know we're looking at adding positions. I feel like it's the carriage before the horse. we're looking at our budget for 22-23. And before I'm willing to, and I'm just speaking for myself, to look at any additional administrators, I want to hear from the Dr. Shelleys. I want to hear from the Dr. Moores that took a school from a C to an A. And I know in no uncertain terms that you're perfectly capable, and there's no one tighter ship than you of aligning resources to students and needs from emotional to behavioral to academic. I want to know what our schools need before we add anything at the top. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Oh, sure. Thank you.
Sorry, white graduation rate, and this is 2021, was 93.1. Black, 79.6, Hispanic, 88.5, Asian, 98.2. Two or more races, 89.1.
ESE?
Doesn't break it down by ESC. This was only the race chart I had. We could
Thank
get
you.
that for you, though.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you very much from the data expert.
May I speak to just something that you mentioned also, which was the students who are in our middle schools who we know, even when they enter us in the 6th grade, if they continue on their current trajectory, they'll be 16 prior to entering their 9th grade year. One of the beautiful things that we've developed over the last 3-4 years is we actually have Project 10, this process of looking at students on an individualized basis at the middle school level. And all of the research tells us the biggest predictors of not graduating from high school. We know that by looking at middle school students, and even in some cases elementary students, because they have lots of absences, because of the discipline piece, and because of the failing grades. So to your point, we do monitor at our middle schools, and we have those students identified before their 8th grade year. We're actually looking at them as 6th graders, putting in pieces, putting in interventions, because we know if they continue on the same trajectory with no intervention, they'll be potentially a dropout later on in high school. So I'm really excited about the work that's gone on with that. And now we have a common language across middle schools and high schools related to Project 10, which translates into growth for students. So thank you for mentioning that.
Data. I'd like that data, those numbers. Is it
And that's the beautiful
3?
thing.
Is it 30?
I don't
in
have
the
it in front of
future?
me, but
No,
I
in the
will
future.
definitely. I can
For
certainly share it with
for
you.
my own accountability. Thank you.
Absolutely. Mhm.
Wonderful, all the things that you've built up. Thank you.
Shirley Brown.
It was interesting watching the interchange, Dr. Shelley, as you were speaking. And I know he asked you to be brief, and there was a smile on his face, and you didn't take a breath. Let someone interrupt and stop you. I believe you said that 50% of your 9th graders come in at level 1 or 2?
No, I did not. I said that for this coming, and every year is different, but for this year, because of the Project 10 and having the data that we have, my current 9th graders, I have 338 of them. 30% of them entered Booker High School FSA level 1. A total of 62% is below proficiency. That means level 1 or 2. So I have
62%?
Yes, ma'am. 62%. And I have the numbers for that as well. Those students are in our ILA classes or in our intensive reading level 2 classes. And that's why it's really important that people understand, especially our community, that when they enter us, we have a what am I doing? Okay, my mic. It's that when they enter Booker High School, we have a lot of work to do. So we have to play catch up. And then once we play catch up, then we need to get them on grade level and then prepare for college and career readiness. So when I compare that data, when they start with us as a 9th grader below proficiency like that, and then I look at our acceleration data, and I have that too, Karen, and I can see where they end up at acceleration 4 years later. We may not be the A school that we strive to be because of the work that is required in 9th and 10th grade, but I get really excited about the graduation rate and that acceleration rate and the percentage of kids that we do have taking those, yes, then at that time, honor level classes, ACE classes, AP classes, or in some cases, dual enrollment. We have many, many different scenarios, board members, where we have students who enter with Booker High School, students in 9th grade below proficiency, and by the time they become juniors, they're taking college level classes and passing.
Well, that's where these tests and these rates, bother me somewhat. I mean, are 62% of them below level in ninth grade, and then they're taking college level courses in their junior year? Was there something wrong with those tests that they were given? And what does that do to their self-worth if they're told you're below level?
And I would say, students are being supported and if it's a reading deficiency, they're getting a ton of additional reading support as they go through elementary, middle, and high school. And it's just one test. I mean, there's other avenues to assess students. It's one test when you think of that. And certainly, I think strategy-wise, at elementary school, middle school, and high school, they're all working to get those students back to where they need to be supported. You talk about reading on third grade level. I mean, that's a national trend. That's a national conversation that's taking place, and that's where we want our students to be. But once we get them there, we have to keep them there, and that can be a challenge too. So it's one data point. I understand what your question is. I ask that a lot myself, but ultimately it's going beyond that data point and moving them as far as we can move each and every student.
Well, I appreciate not only Dr. Shelley's efforts to get those graduations and yours, but all of our principals.
Absolutely.
And I think it's also important to point out that Sarasota has the highest graduation requirements in the state and in the nation. There's 26 credits. But it's that extra half hour that we have that allows us to do this, and it's these extra programs that allow us to do this, like the IB and the ACE programs. So when we graduate those kids, they're graduating with something that's truly worth more than what they get at other schools in this state and other schools in this country, because our graduation rate requirements are higher.
Well, they are, but we also, students can graduate with 18, 24, or 26, right? So we have students that we have to, state of California is 18 for everybody. So, but ultimately.
I'm just saying that we are able to do that, and I think, it's that referendum that our community passed.
That we just.
And so I thank that community, and I thank you for putting that out there, that we have higher requirements.
Yep.
And I think our diplomas mean a little more than most.
Bridget?
I would love a whole day with you because and I mean that genuinely, because there, as Mrs. Rose said, when you walk on Mrs. Goodwin also, when you walk on your campus, you just demand, there's no excuses. We're going to get it done. And I appreciate that. And I think everyone respects that so much. And I could go on and on. You just really bring the passion, and it makes me so excited and so grateful for you being here. And the things that you touched on, I think, are so important. And it's similarly to Mrs. Rose's point, and this is some meetings and discussions I've had with some principals, which we will have, I know, and I apologize. I'm sorry to hear what had happened, but we will get there. But you hit right on it, was that one thing I know about you, and you talk about, Dr. Bobby and the USA Test Prep and all those things, those are initiatives you've put together. You fundraise for yourself to do it because you know that will make the difference. When you talk about the changing population in the third, and then now you're seeing the 40-60, but there were 40% rise in Hispanic population in the midst of the pandemic, and your creativity of there's no boundary as to what you will stop to do. And I think that is what it is all about, and I can't say enough good things about that. But when it comes to the budget and what we do up here, those are where and to Mrs. Rose's point, those are the conversations I've been having. When we look, and I've said this a number of times, is when we're looking about where we deploy our resources, it's things like that. And you have been, bold and brave and execute upon it, and have demonstrated true achievement with it. Those are where we need to say, we already have a model. We don't need someone to run a pilot. Dr. Shelley already did it. Where can we invest those resources, because it's delivering results? And where and I know we're doing additional, and I love that each principal is able to identify one position, because each school is going to be different. But the elements, the data that you just pointed out, when you have 30% at level one, that is a very different responsibility or task that you have ahead of you, and you still deliver. You still do it. And that's why, again, I have it here, it's like no excuses. There's never one time that it's, oh, woe is me. It's now we got to get it done, and your standard doesn't change. And I love you for that. And when I think about what we need to do is drill into that way and be able to say, okay, we now know, okay, we're using Booker High School as an example, where they're entering in, okay, we need to put more supports there because the bar is higher to get them to where they need to be. And I'm hoping those are conversations that we are being tuned into, because when we do the budget, that is exactly where I think those priorities. And I think when we balance out things, whether, because it may not be on pay, but it's additional supports, or it's additional people, or it's outside contracted services, whatever it takes. No one knows it better than our school-based administrators. And I hope that you have the freedom to do that. But when we go into the budget, it isn't just one position. It's going to be different. And I've talked to some of the other principals about whether it's going to be retaining, what it takes to retain our teachers. Sometimes it's not pay. A lot of times it's the support that they have in the classroom. So where we see that deficit, we up here have to deploy that from a budget standpoint. So Mrs. Rose, thank you for saying that, because that is exactly where I would like to see us go to. And thank you, Dr. Shelley.
I'd like to comment on that. I will say, Dr. Shelley, certainly based on needs, I think as a district, we've identified some of those needs and we provide those supports, but the same would apply to the other schools too. If they have a very specific need, we try to provide the supports that they need. And I'll say this, this last year, all of the schools, elementary, middle, and high school, I can promise you, we have said no to anything. We have had the opportunity over this year and the past year to provide supports, whether we're paying for ACT and SAT testing, whether we are providing additional supports in the form of an at-risk coordinator or an instructional facilitator, or all those things that when we too identify some challenges that we see at school sites, we make sure that we do everything we can to push those resources down into the school. That would be all three levels.
Well, the only one thing I would add on the Jump Start, for example, because that's to your point of that no one's saying no, and I've heard from many principals that it was a game changer and there's a lot of flexibility there. Is that something, Dr. Asplin, that we are going to be able to continue to offer, Dr. Asplin?
Yes, we're going to continue to be able to do that. And, as you have mentioned, one of the things that we do going into budget season each year is talk to the principals. What do you need? Because on Dr. Shelley's campus, it might be different than what we have at Riverview's campus. What do you need to continue to help your students be successful based on what you have and the data that you have? And so part of that is Jumpstart. We're going to continue that. I know that our principals found that very, very helpful going into this year.
Right, so Jumpstart's going to be kind of separate, and then we talk about the staffing allocation, which I know you guys are, what is it, due already? Is it done? You guys are, or next, after spring break? No. I just heard lots about that. So, I think that maintaining that flexibility of the Jumpstart, again, we have the evidence that it really helped. I mean, the feedback we got from principals was phenomenal. So if we can budget into that moving into the next year, but then separately, the resources. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. My pleasure.
Tom Edwards.
Okay, I will tell you what I've heard and what I've observed. What Dr. Shelley does, to piggyback on what you said earlier, is breaking down silos. And what she has created is a web of services and a web of ideas. And I use the word web because no student falls anywhere between those cracks, whether it's ESE, whether it's the VPA, whether it's they need special coaching. There are a web of services that principal has created that not one student falls through those cracks. And that is what we're trying to recreate as a district, which goes back to the conversations that Dr. Asplin and I have had about our Hispanic population. The overall district Hispanic population is over 20%. And we have to start providing services to those students and their families in their language in a bigger, better way. And that is an example of what we have to do just in that one piece of the web. College and career centers, which I've been talking about also for well over a year, and we have to, the pandemic certainly interrupted a lot of that research and need and getting things set up. We all had great ideas. Academies, getting people to understand that they have an opportunity for career. And if I look at Kia Davis and Lem Andrews, that is the nucleus of a service center. Those two people are looking at all of the different kinds. So I am thrilled that you were here. I know that some people are thinking that translates to a budget conversation, but for me, the budget conversation is how do I afford that web for the whole school district?
Did you know there were more spiders this year? I just heard that this morning. Well, I want to thank you all for being here, but what I want to say is, again, to Denise, who I mentioned this before, we have kids coming out of grammar school that shouldn't go to middle school. We have kids that are not prepared to go to middle school. And so what happens is they bring that problem with them, and we send them to middle school, and then those teachers have to work that out. We have kids in middle school that are leaving middle school and going to high school, and they're not ready for high school. So I don't know what to do about that. Denise and I have talked about, where are our students coming from? I know we've had some challenges with students coming to our district from other places, other countries, other states, other schools. Charter schools is a problem. And I'm not going to say it's not, because it is. And we know at McIntosh, for an example, we've seen a number of kids coming into that middle school from a charter school, and they've had problems. So I don't know what the answer is. I don't know the analytics that we use to look at any of this, but, you all have a large job to do. I remember when our graduation rate was 78%, and we thought that was really good. You remember? It wasn't that long ago, because you have 4 years, and you don't count any kid comes in the 10th grade, and it's a cohort of 4 years and a snapshot. And I remember it going up drastically because we started changing the way we were doing this, as we do with our standards and tests. But I guess what I'm really concerned about is tests. I'm concerned that we're going to have a new accountability system that doesn't seem to be cooked in the legislature too well. I know that they're looking at who's going to get the money for that assessment piece and who's going to do that. But I'm worried that we're going to, again, because of the richness of our own assessments, I'm afraid our kids are going to be doing too much testing. And, yesterday I was listening to the Senate and hearing a lot of the things that you all are going to now have to implement, which is not really great things, but, I just think that, the devil's in the detail, and these things make things more complicated. But here's the crux of what's important to me, being the short timer that I am here on the board. The general population student is what I'm worried about. That general population student that doesn't know what they want to do. They haven't been connected in any of their schooling. They kind of just are there and really hate it or kind of ignore it. And how do we handle that, and what do we do with those students? And how do we connect? What is the connective tissue we need for those kids? And I know that is a greater problem when we have language barriers and we have difference in normalities of families to deal with, and then the hardship and economics of a pandemic and so forth. So I applaud you all.
So that's goal 1, strategy 5.
Yeah,
Goal
and
1, strategy
I
5.
applaud you all, because this work is hard. And just as we know that 50 or 60% of teachers are thinking of leaving the profession, I want to tell you that 50 or 60% of the superintendents and school board members are also thinking of leaving, except for Dr. Asplin. He loves this. But they're thinking of leaving the profession as well. So it's hard work. You're doing a great job, but thank you so much. This is
And
really,
thank you for all
really-
your support. You guys are integral to the work that everybody's doing here, so thank you.
But I think we
Thank you.
brought up some really good points. Mr. Edwards, did you have something else to add that I just didn't take you off the?
Thank you all. Great job. Fantastic.
Thank you.
One thing I did want to mention about that, besides all the work that we do with all of our students and a lot of things that you heard Dr. Shelley say, part of that graduation rate piece is, 9 through 12, as Ms. Rose said, that cohort group, throughout their years, some of them will withdraw and they'll leave and they'll go to Wisconsin or California or wherever they go. And if we're not able to track them and know that they have successfully enrolled in another school, that gets counted against us on our graduation rate. So if you're just looking at the percentage, there's certain things that are really kind of out of our hands unless we were able to somehow track down some of the students. So I know that they still do that. They try to track them down. They try to keep in touch with the families, but there's some that you just never hear from again. And over a 4-year period, you always have to be looking at every single grade level to make sure you know where they are.
Our certified media specialist at every school, maybe they can work in that arena as well. I don't think we have those, do we? Okay, up next is, we're behind a little bit. Jody, you got 3 minutes. K-8 schools, and we have Jane Dreger and Jody Dumas and others. Please come forward. Hi, Diane.
Well, thank you very much. Certainly, you never want to be the presenter that follows Dr. Shelley, but we'll certainly do the best we can. So, our team here, Jane and Dreger and Diane Caminati, Director of Planning and Director of Construction Services, prepared the read ahead that you had. We just wanted to give you an update on our K-8 planning. In my mind, we've transitioned from kind of planning phase to execution phase, and so we are super excited about planning our first K-8 and executing on our first K-8. So, with that, let me turn it over quickly to let Jane kind of kick it off with, where we are in the process.
Well, thank you for having us here. It is really tough to follow Dr. Shelley, so thank you for having us here. It's really hard to follow.
This mics don't pick up very well.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Got it. Sounds great.
All right, thanks for having us here. It's always hard to follow Dr. Shelley. But we'll go quickly because I know that you all are very familiar with this project and we've presented a couple times before, but just wanted to brief you on where we are. We've been meeting with a dedicated group of our staff since August. It's been really tough to get Chris Renoff and Brandon to our meetings because they are always somewhere else, but we've come up with some creative ways to meet with them and update them and brief them. They've been an integral part of this process and understanding the instructional needs. We are in the advertisement phase and selection phase. So we have shortlisted 3 architecture firms who have many, many, many prototypes throughout the state of Florida, some of which we have gone to see and understand how they work and lessons that those school districts learned with those prototypes. And we have shortlisted 3 construction firms that are local participants in our building campaigns and are capable of building a project of this nature. So that said, I'll answer any questions that you have, but pretty much everything is in the read ahead. The only other thing that I would like to point out is sometimes operations struggles with how we connect to everything that's going on in the district. And we have the fortune, and Chris actually helped us with this, of identifying the strategies that building a new school, the goals and strategies. We have strategies and goals 1, 2, 4, and 5, and we're really excited about that being the connection to our students and our staff and our community.
So thank you, Jane. The other thing we want to talk about is as we move forward, obviously, we'll be talking about redistricting and things of that nature. And I drove down the other day, actually, Mr. Cantis and I were meeting with Ray Wilson regarding traffic issues at Laurel and Nokomis. And as I drove, it had been a long time since I've been on that area of Laurel Road. And if you haven't been there in a while, the development out there is mind-blowing. And so with that, let me have Diane just talk a few minutes about some of the schools that will be affected by the new K-8 and kind of our timeline on that piece of the planning.
Good morning, everyone. I was actually going to start.
Is your microphone on?
It is.
Green light.
It's on. Can you hear me?
Yeah. That's better.
Okay. So I was actually going to start with that as far as growth in this area. If you've driven around Sarasota County at all lately, you've seen cleared lots, you've seen houses going up. We are growing. And to meet that, we have this new K-8 school in Central County. It is south of Clark along Lorraine Road. It is the adjacent schools that we're going to be looking at to this property are Ashton Elementary, Lakeview Elementary, Laurel Nokomis, and Sarasota Middle. So we have some data here that you can look at as far as the permanent fish capacities for those schools and looking at their 40-day count, which is our benchmark number for enrollment, and then their available capacities. We know Ashton is well over permanent capacity. Lakeview is over capacity as well. We do have portables on those campuses to meet that over capacity. So there's 36 portables on Ashton, 15 on Lakeview. We have 18 at Laurel Nokomis currently. We've added an additional 4. We are citing for an additional 3. Where Laurel Nokomis looks like they do have capacity because of the programs there, being a gifted and ESE cluster site, they have smaller class sizes, which don't reflect in that capacity. And then along with this, we have a redistricting timeline where I just spoke with some of these principals, Ashton, Lakeview, Laurel, and Sarasota Middle. I gave them a call, let them know what's going on. In June, we'll establish some redistricting boundaries. And then in September, we will establish the Boundary Advisory Committee with representatives from each of these schools, teachers, parents. We'll get the directors of food and nutrition and transportation and research assessment and evaluation involved. And that's it, if you have any questions for me.
So there are a lot of growth going on in the county, right? And so I would like you to know that we are on top of that growth. And the other thing that we are doing, not only with this CADE, obviously we're also in the process of going out for selections with a new high school in Welland Park. We'll be following with a CADE right after that. And then in terms of meeting needs year to year, your CPT team is actually meeting with some of these high growth principals very often to talk about what are you seeing for next year, what does a portable need, what else do we need to do on campus. For example, Taylor Ranch, we met with them recently, and we're going to be modifying the entrance so that we can get more stacking on the campus to be able to take care of that and get the problem off 41. So we're on it. We're working very closely with principals. And so with that, if there are any questions, we'll be happy to answer.
Bridget Ziegler?
Thank you. Well, thank you. I know like we talked earlier, and this is quite a time for planning and construction and development in general, Florida, but in Sarasota. And one of the things, so thank you for highlighting the redistricting timeline. It only pertains to Ashton, Lakeview, Laurel, Nokomis, Sarasota Middle School, right? So because anyone hears that, just make sure. And so, and that's being communicated to families already?
Not families quite yet, but we're in talks with the principals.
Okay. So is it when just so it's on people's radar and I know again how it's communicated makes all the difference in the world, but so that it's on their radar, what's that timeline? Doesn't mean that final decisions have been made and you don't want to cause an uproar, but because I foresee people, not that there's anywhere to move, but if they were to relocate or anything like that, those just being on their radar before final decisions. I know you're doing the advisory committee, but kind of talk me through the communication plan.
So we're talking with principals now. From there, we'll start getting together their communities, working one-on-one with the principals and getting their communities involved. So within the next few months, we'll start getting communities involved as well.
And then just a reminder, all of the schools that are affected by the redistricting will have a voice in what the new district looks like too. So that's then follows after that. So this is kind of the calm before the storm in terms of communication to principals, communication to staff, communication to obviously parents and students and everybody who attend those current schools that will be affected by that. Yes.
Okay, and so and the advisory committee includes a cadre, and then at that time we do public discussion similar to when we build a new school or anything like that. Is that right? Okay, yes. And that communication plan will be executed with fidelity. The other question I have just with growth is I know we have so many people moving to the state of Florida and day by day, and so it's not just new units in Sarasota County, but it's true, and a lot of which are families from up north. I know we also at the same time have other students leaving our district going somewhere else, but we're also getting a lot. So who monitors that within your team? Because that makes a big difference on capacity.
So actually that is Diane and her team who kind of monitor that.
Fun job.
Yeah.
So we do monitor residential growth as far as new development. We do sit on each of the municipal development review committees. So we see all new residential developments that are coming in. As far as resales and things like that, those are a little harder for us to monitor. We do work with some of our local governments just to see some of that. What are the population changes? Who's coming in? Who's taking over new homes? We are hearing a lot of families coming in. With COVID and people being able to work remotely, they can basically choose where they want to live.
Right.
And a lot of those people are choosing Sarasota County. We have great schools, we have good weather, so we have a lot more people coming in.
I think here's what we know too recently, and our student generation rate is a district-wide generation rate, and what we know as a planning team is that that doesn't apply in many cases, and so you really have to look at the development, what's that development made up of, and the demographics of the families that are coming here have changed. They're families.
Right, that's my point.
They're coming
It
as
used to be
families.
retired when we have new units, so now it's a completely different dynamic. And so whatever calculation we've used in the past to kind of predict that growth and capacity, I just wonder how we're adjusting that, because it is a different demographic, and what resources we're using for that, whether it be new. I mean, I think we focus more on new construction or new build, but can you talk me through that? Just because.
Well, we have to use our adopted student generation rate that's within our impact fee study. So that's what we have to use. We kind of are adjusting that a little bit just in how we monitor things. We're knowing now that our student generation rate for multifamilies is a little low. We're seeing more and more, especially with housing prices and not the unavailable. There aren't many single family homes available sometimes because people get outbid, or so they're choosing to live in multifamily complexes. So we're seeing more students out of these multifamilies than our student generation rate applies. So we're taking that into account.
Okay. Because that makes a big difference on our planning and capacity, right? So that's where I was going.
Yeah, we almost have to look development by development. And in past, where we have said, these are houses are kind of out of the price range of most families, we're not seeing that anymore, right? So we just had a great conversation with a couple of developers from Lakewood Ranch and Wallen Park. And really, when they shared their numbers with us, it's kind of astonishing that most of their homes, I mean, the average price of their homes is pretty high, but most of their homes are selling for cash. The cash buyers, like 50% of their homes are selling for cash, and most of those buyers are coming with families.
Yep.
So traditionally, how we've looked at developments is changing, and so we've got to adapt to that, absolutely.
Okay, I just want to make sure that was part of the conversation. Thank you.
I think the last time that we did a study was when 2016, and it was a 0.2 per child in new house. I mean, it was like negligible. We know that's changed. Are you going to be recommending doing another study, another survey with a company in the next year?
That's a perfect question, and that study is actually completed. We'll be bringing that back to you. If you remember, way back when the board
we
had
talked about it, but I didn't remember where we were with it.
Yeah, the board had requested we go out and do an impact fee study.
Right.
That study has been completed. Diane and team are working with that group to kind of complete things up, but we'll be bringing that back to you to review within the next month or so. So that it has been done, and we'll see some of those changes hopefully in that study.
And these schools will be shelters.
So yes, so the county has reached out to us. So not only will this school be a normal shelter, they've actually got some funding to expand what we normally do under federal, state regulations. So it will be an enhanced shelter with more capacity for sheltering than kind of a normal shelter would be. So we're working closely with the county on what that looks like, but it will be a shelter out on Lorraine Road, correct?
Good to know. But these schools are really overcrowded. And it's really the middle part of the county right now. Northport has expanded, but they have their plats so pre-described that a lot of the new construction. So that's where I was this morning when I ran into this accident. Was trying to find my way around that Laurel Road area. Was really where I was trying to find my way. But I just think this is exciting. And working with the family starting next fall, I would think, and probably, having more of a community events and so forth to make sure that everybody's ready for this. People don't like change. When we talk about transportation a little later today, people do not like change. So don't take me away from my school is, a mantra that a lot of people will sing. Thank you. Mrs. Brown.
I would assume there are definite benefits to having this. Would all the K-8, would they be transporting on the same buses? You wouldn't have different buses for elementary and middle, would you?
No, we would bring them in all on the same buses. Yeah, we just don't have the ability to run that separate. So it would be same open and close time. We're going to talk about open and close line.
Well, and I
times
can
later
see how
today.
that would be more convenient for parents. I don't see a breakdown on what Laurel Nokomis is for elementary and middle. But I see on the new school, you're looking at, 875 elementary and 655 middle schools. And that's about half of what we have in our middle schools now. So I would imagine there will be some trade-offs, that there won't be some, I don't want extra electives or something that we might not be able to offer. But I guess we can look at our charter schools and what do they offer versus what's there. And I'm not sure if this question might go directly to Dr. Asplin. What are some of those trade-offs? The students maybe not be able to have this, but then they'll be able to have that. And I know that St. John's had a lot of the K-8 schools. So what are the trade-offs and the benefits for going to a K-8 school?
Yeah, so first of all, the benefits are having, parents and students, families in a school for 9 years and being able to build those relationships, understand the policies, the procedures. The teachers know who they are. They collaborate with each other about the students. Research shows every time a student moves to a different location or a different school, that's an interruption that negatively impacts achievement. And so keeping them in one place and they can just go all the way through the 8th grade is very good. When you're looking at a K-8, you're looking at, obviously elementary and middle. Having around 800 students in an elementary school is good. That's what we have in most of our elementary schools. Middle schools where possibly the challenge could be, and that's because you might only have 300 students in the middle school, or 200 students in the middle school when you start the K-8. Most middle schools are around 1,000, maybe over 1,000. And what happens there is you're not able to offer as many programs, okay, because you don't have enough students to offer that many programs. And so you're definitely looking at, art, music, PE, those are your regular electives. So
Well, what does it look like at Laurel Nokomis?
so Laurel Nokomis has now grown enough to where are we, around 1,700 students, 1,800, 1,400.
1471.
And I'm not sure exactly how many are in the middle school now. Yeah. And so, Steve, do you know what other electives they are offering besides the three big ones?
Elective-wise, for the middle school?
Yes.
Well, I guess maybe, are the parents happy with this? Are the students happy, or are they transferring out to another alternative?
No, so
They love it.
So they're happy especially when you open up a new school. A lot of people like going to the new school. Number two, when you are at let's say a student at a middle school and there's, let's say 300 students in the middle school and you're in 8th grade and you're, kind of the top dog, I guess you'd say. There's a lot of things that go along with that. However, what you need is you build a great relationship with the parents as well to say, okay, we want to offer some other things. It might be an after-school program, might be a club, might be something until you can get it going. The Marines. So if you want to have a band, for instance, that's something that might gradually grow. It might start with a small group, and you might have to do a little bit until it grows and the dollars are there and the teachers are able to be hired for those for that position. So I think if there's a way to start the K-8 with as many middle schoolers as you can, that only helps that situation.
Thank you. I think I was in a K-8 school when I was in first grade, because my oldest brother, was in school with me. But I changed school almost every year, so I'm not quite sure where they all ended up.
Well, I know a lot of people that use Laurel Nokomis, and they love it. They really love it for elementary and middle school. I think it's quite a successful school. The principal's very musical. They have some great specials, and the kids really are happy there, I think. I don't know what the ratio is of elementary to middle school in that 1,500 kids. But we would hope that our children would stay there the whole time. And it, like you said, it makes a lot of sense because kids really do better if they're not moved. I mean, I really think that's a big plus. Karen Rose?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to start by commending our planning team Well done. Not only are you using previous data points, but you're looking at all the current trends and into the future, and I thank you for that. Dr. Asplin, I couldn't be in more agreement with you on the K-8 model. I've been a strong advocate of it from the beginning of time. And although it is a more expensive model, I feel like that we actually cost even in the end, the performance in the research is better. The positive behaviors, the family relationships, community relationships, all are optimal. I want to tell our families that I'm extraordinarily confident, having been elementary for over a decade in middle school, that they're in a win-win situation. I know when we talk about redistricting, everybody starts vibrating. I'm not vibrating. It's a win-win. We're taking our very sought-after schools and offering a alternative that is extraordinarily sought after as well. I'm thrilled that our new school is a K-8. Thank you.
Bridget?
I forgot. I was just going to respond to Shirley's point, and Karen just said it. I think there's statistically K-8, you have better outcomes, you see continuity, you see retention of staff, you see retention of families. So I'm very excited to see that. I think it's a model that I want to see more of. Not that we need to build that many more schools, but I love it. So I was just responding to that.
Tom Edwards?
I'm glad to hear the impact fee study is over, and I know that we're stressed to get workshop topics onto workshops. I'm looking at my cohorts here on the left about getting that topic on as quickly as we can. The second piece of this is still connected to finance, which as you know, our gas prices are starting to go up, which means that everything else is going to go up. And we all talked a couple weeks ago or a couple months ago about all the alternatives we would have in place in terms of building materials and costs of and all those kinds of things. So I'm confident that you all are continuing to move in that direction, but I'm just wondering it's tough times for everybody. Can we look at cost overages caps? Can they be put in somehow as we begin to cost out? Because I'm so afraid that cost overages are just going to put us out of business, and that's what I'm concerned about. So
We can certainly look into that. I know it's a tough market right now. I think probably we'll be bringing back to you all some creative options for purchasing early and locking in those prices, which would, I think, address your concern, Mr. Edwards. So yeah, we're going to have to be flexible and agile and get as much pre-ordered as we absolutely can.
Well, with that, I want to thank you. Thank you, Jody. You kept it to 3 minutes. Does anybody want to stretch? It's almost noon. Take a 5-minute stretch. I think we should do that because comfort break. Is that what we call it? And we'll start convening again at around noontime.
that's going to speed it up? The meeting?
Please take your seats. That means you, Shirley. That loud enough? I'd like to call this workshop back in order, please. And before us, we have some distinguished members of our staff talking about transportation. Or is this the student ID? This is student ID, isn't it? I skipped over it. So let's speed it up a little bit. We have Jody Dumas, Jason Harris, other wonderful people. Joe Binswanger. Take it away.
Okay, well, thank you. We appreciate the opportunity. We just wanted to take a few minutes, very quick, to kind of update you on our student ID project going on across the district. A team of, we talk about cross-functional teams. There's been really a big cross-functional team working on this project. And so we've got a short presentation we'll take you through here. But we've got Joe Binswanger, got our team from transportation, Jason Overbay. But then we've got Stephen French, our principal from Fruitville Elementary. He has been doing wonderful things with student IDs on campus for a number of years, so he was included as part of our pilot and has really been our guiding force in terms of what we could do, what's the potential with student IDs. And I will just say before we move forward, if you want to look at how operationally a school functions at a very high level, from student drop-off to pickup to operations during the day as well as academics, Stephen French is the best of the best, so we appreciate him being on the team. So with that, let's talk a little bit about why are we doing a student ID project? What's the big deal? Why should we focus? Why should we spend some time on this? Well, a couple of things. Obviously, enhance safety and security for all students across the district. We do it with employees. Everybody has an employee ID. We want to make sure we have a student ID that's standardized across the district. Provide seamless point of access service for students. So throughout the day, in terms of operations, making sure that ID, that barcode, can do multiple things for that student across their day, integrated in the culture of the school. And Stephen will talk a lot about that, how that goes on at Fruitville Elementary. Provide the ability, again, to extend off campus, to provide the ability to be able to really track students on and off the bus. That to us has been really one of the things from a safety and security standpoint we wanted to get a hold of. And so we're excited about being able to extend that so that we can see where we picked up and where we dropped off students. It kind of extends the capabilities of what transportation is now doing with their GPS. And then hopefully, and Charlotte Price is our supervisor of routing and in charge of survey and all of that in transportation, really trying to maximize revenue because of the archaic way we have to run survey in transportation. We're hoping that this will help us in that survey process and be able to maximize our revenue throughout the year. So with that, I'm actually changing, aren't I? Okay. As we were, so we've been talking about this project for a little while, and as the strategic plan came together, there were a couple things that put a real big smile on my face. And I wanted to highlight that for you here today, because as we talk about Goal 5, Strategy 1, this is a quote right out of the strategic plan. The integrated information systems will reduce silos in operations, labor time, duplicate efforts, and paperwork. And you can read the rest for yourself. But as we looked at what was already going on in the district, we were so excited to see we were doing the right things because it tied right into strategic plan. So this is one of those projects that put a smile on my face. It rolled right into our strategic plan, and so we're excited to keep that moving forward as part of that strategic plan. So with that, our pilot schools this year were Fruitville Elementary, Laurel Nokomis, Toledo Blade, and Riverview High. And the next slide, we'll kind of let Mr. French take it away and talk about what's going on Fruitville's campus.
Thanks, Jody. I think I need you to have follow me around and be a hype man for me, so I appreciate that. We were honored kind of to do that, and thank you guys for hearing us out. I think it's important to know that Fruitvale Elementary, being an elementary school, because I think some of the things that we talk about when we talk about student badges are that our young students can't function with them, and I'm here to tell you that they can and how they can. Year 2 here, it's really been kind of a year 3. We bought our own machine out of our own because we wanted to be out front of this, and I appreciate everybody here letting us do that and kind of start a year early before the pilot to kind of test it out. And so it's a great program for us, so it was wonderful as far as that goes. Every student has a badge, and they just look like this, and they're unique to our students. They have their picture on there. They have their barcode on there. They carry it around like a lanyard. They think they're big, just like their middle school and high school brothers and sisters and cousins. They do think that they're part of it. It really becomes part of their school uniform. And we make adjustments for some of our younger students. Those badges don't typically go home in K1, 2 at this time. So they come in and they grab it and they put it immediately on, and we'll talk about that, how that looks in just a few minutes. But it does become part of their uniform that they're used to doing, and it doesn't become a nuisance or a hassle for them at any time. So right now we're using it for our breakfast cards. So we have breakfast in the classroom. So we have different carts around the campus every morning. We use it in the cafeteria. We use it at lunch, and we use it at media. And what it does is when you have a school my size, we're about 768 kids right now, and we have to be pretty efficient in what we do and getting them through the breakfast line and just so we can get to what our duties are, which is instruction, and kind of getting through that and making that as efficient as possible is one way we do it. A nice unique that we do at our school is we have a dismissal system that uses cards as well. So it looks a little bit different, but we print out a barcode, and it's just blank with a white barcode on it, and we give it to each one of our families, and as our families come through, they get scanned on it. It's a unique code that has the student name on there. There are no names attached to it here. That's for safety purposes. And so the parents come through, they scan it in, it goes up to a OneNote, which flashes in our classrooms, and then that child comes out, and that way I can monitor where that child leaves every day. So I can say that child left at zone 1, here's where they got into the car, and we can kind of monitor it from there. So it's a great program where we can find out, and it's kind of worked kind of wonders for us in the past, because when we do get those questions of how did Dusty leave for the day, I know that Dusty left through zone 2. I can pull it up on the camera if I have to, and I can track that kid all the way from the classroom to the car, and I know they've gotten in the car. And that's great. Sometimes we have custody issues where you have mom and dad, and they have those, and it might work. And then lastly, before we watch just a small video, is in the bus capacity. I know we've talked with Jason in the past about doing this, and I'll give a prime example of using it in buses where we can actually track our kids on and off the bus. The Where the Bus app is a wonderful app, and we know about it at the school level, and I track it. We do need to get that out to parents more, and that's not from a lack of effort from Jason or anybody up here. It's just parents like to come to us when they know, just like we talked about that K-8, that school, that they count on us to know things, so they will call us, and we track that, Where's the Bus app. But even more important is, I want to know, where's the kid? Where's the kid? When did they get on? Did they get on that bus? We have monitors on there that make sure they get on there, but where are they? Where do they get off? Perfect example, had a brand new student probably about 2 weeks ago, brand new to country from Brazil, spoke 0 English, only Portuguese. Uncle calls and says, through an interpreter. So we have Sandra, the interpreter, calling the uncle, and so this is just how it works in the school community. So the interpreter's calling, the uncle has called her, he can't find the child. She's a fifth grade child. Well, I can monitor knowing that she got on the bus. Me doing this long enough know that she probably went home with somebody from the bus. But the uncle is frantic. He wasn't at the bus stop when the bus was there. I couldn't 100% guarantee that she got off the bus. It turns out she did. She went to a friend's house. But with the badge and the going on and off, I could easily track and say, yes, she got off at that bus stop at that time, and here's where she got off. And then I know it's narrowed down to families. We're already making phone calls to families and things like that, but that it just took a lot longer, and it put a lot of anxiety into that family that didn't have to be, where if we could track those through that, well, we could get to that at any time. So I think it's great, and we're ready to pilot it, like I said, at elementary. If we can do it, I know the middle and high schools can do it, and I feel confident that our kids are already doing it. And so I will take a quick look on how they're doing it. Maybe.
I love your logo.
Oh,
I
thank
think
you.
that is just adorable, isn't it, though? It's just great.
When I go to the library, I check out my books using this. It also feels cool to wear them.
So you'll see there, that's one of our kindergarten students just going through. We have those scanners in the breakfast line, and then they'll get the breakfast. That's within the cafeteria there. And then real quick and easy, hands-free, kind of through the library system. We can do it, and it takes, 10 seconds, and then we're through.
Pancakes or muffins? There we go. Pancakes or muffins, guys. Oh, great job, brother. There we go, dear. Thank you.
So that's just a real quick example of how it works. And like I said, I could show you how our families use it as well, but it's a great system for that. And we've just added on the family part of it, but I don't know if there's questions or follow-up with Jody.
All right, so now the challenge is extending that off to the bus. And so, Jason Harris, you want to talk a little bit about what that looks like?
Yes, sir. So thank you for allowing us to speak today. So to elaborate a little bit more on what Fruitville is doing, this will allow us to track the student on and off the bus at any given time. So if a student does become lost, that will allow us to pull that information in real time to find out exactly where that student got on or where the student got off, and allow that communication to the parent as well. It also helps at the beginning of the school year. We have a lot of students that are unfamiliar with the buses, and they may get on the wrong bus. First graders, kindergartners may get on the bus as well, and they may not have a parent available at the stop to do that. This also, when the child scans on, it also has, if you can see the monitor, it also alerts the driver of the student's age and their grade. So if a parent is not available for at the stop to receive the kindergarten or first grader, then that will allow the bus driver to wait until the proper parent or guardian is there. And also it really helps Charlotte, and it'll really help our district in receiving our FTE funding. One of the stories that we talk about is that there are some school districts that recently implemented this service, and they found over 1,500 records. And so on average, for just regular students, that's about $400 per student. So you're looking at about $500,000 that were saved and recovered by not doing it by hand. And that's how we're doing it right now. So we're excited about that, and maybe discovering some of the funds that we'll receive from that.
Jason, you want to just mention status? Where are you with implementation and installation?
Right now we're close to 95% totally installed on all of our entire fleet. We still have a few at the Osprey compound that we're updating, but the 17th Street compounds and the Northport Street compounds are all fully operational.
All right, thank you, Jason. So where do we go from here? I'm going to turn it over to Jason Overbay and Joe Binswanger to talk about kind of behind the scenes, what still has to happen.
Thank you all for. I'm on. There we go. A slight delay. So one of the things that as we're going through this that we recognize is critical in this process is making sure that pictures are up to date and accurate. Because part of what we want to do is make sure that there's data transmission of the pictures. So when kind of you think of a student's life cycle through the day, when they get on the bus in the morning and they scan their badge, their picture pops up on the display for the bus driver to see to validate who they are, or the car line in the morning. And then when they get into class that day and the teacher goes to take attendance, the picture showing up in the teacher's grade book, or if they're up at the front office, the same picture showing up in the student information system. To include then, if they go to the media center before lunch and they check out a book, that same picture pops up for the media center, along with when they go through the lunch line, and then kind of finishing the day, going home on the bus. One of the things that we've been talking a lot about as a district is the importance of relationships with staff and students, and by kind of making that personal connection with the picture is critically important, and that's where the partnership amongst all of these departments comes really to the forefront, and working with safety and security as they help to implement pictures at the school level, where we're not solely reliant on the once-a-year school pictures from our school photographers, because sometimes that's not always the picture that the student wants that's there. And so allowing some flexibility there for students to have a picture that they're proud of that's there. And I know Safety and Security's worked with opportunities for students to work with their parents to be able to upload pictures as well. Jason, anything else you want to add on that regard?
Thank you very much for giving us this opportunity. We're very excited about this ID program. It has been extremely successful. As Mr. Benswinger was saying, the software that we were able to get does write, because IT wrote the program for us, directly to SIS to keep the programs up to date. The schools, we provided printers with cameras on there so they can update the picture as needed. And if there's a kid that comes in, a student, a freshman or kindergartner, we're able to get them an ID that day. So the very first day that they're in, they can get on the bus and we can be aware of them. So it's been a very good program. Another plus is Senate Bill 590. It passed last year kind of at the tail end of the session, where they added the requirements that we put the suicide hotline text number and phone number on the back of all district IDs. And because we had a district program, we were able to do that really quickly and make sure that the district was in compliance with that law. So it's been a very successful process.
Jody, if I could add one other piece that I think is important that we've been also looking at is a hall pass system, especially at the secondary level, for students to be able to check in and out of classrooms, to be able to track data of how many times is a student excusing themselves for class for whatever reason, and how much time are they ending up spending out. So kind of bringing this conversation full circle to the conversation about Project 10 and earlier, it's an additional data element as part of that conversation about what's happening with those individual students, that's either helping them to find success or maybe holding them back in some areas. So it's, I think this is one of these special projects that's really touches so many areas in such a positive way. And just can't speak enough to the collaboration amongst the teams.
Okay, so with that, any questions about our student ID project?
Well, I just want to say I think this is terrific. Charlotte, I know you and Jason are having my very sincere best wishes this year, because I know how difficult your jobs have been. But 10 years ago, I was talking to Lori White about why we didn't have a student ID system, and there were some issues there, territorial issues. But I just think this is a no-brainer. I think it's wonderful. Ms. Brown?
I just put it up front, because we're probably going to get this question. What is the danger of that chip dislodging and going somewhere else in the body?
Well, fortunately, we're not going in that direction, right? And so that was a lot of conversation up front of what does the student ID badge look like and what's the technology on it. And so we've got a couple things going on the student ID badge, basically a simple barcode, which is
so we're not putting chips in bodies.
Correct. So it's a simple
Okay.
barcode going on the ID, which has to be scanned for all that to happen, and it's not a chip.
Well, I think seriously it could also help with teachers taking attendance. I was talking to someone who said he was, as a substitute teacher, taking attendance took 15 minutes in the class that day. And, so I would think if they have these IDs that, they'll be able to have attendance in classes, which might save 5 minutes especially in the beginning of the years.
Yeah, part of our team is person on our team is Erin Del Castillo from Riverview High School, and certainly she's looking at how does this apply across the board at the high school level. So I think you're going to see a lot of that innovation in trying to integrate it as much as possible.
I could see it being helpful in bathrooms. We'll leave it at that. Bridget?
That's how rumors get started when you start talking about chipping students. I don't know where that, has anyone said that? I
we're chipping
know what you're talking about.
Early April Fools.
Okay. Got me. What was I going to ask? Oh, so the bus aspect of it, we have rosters, we know which students are on which bus, and would it trigger if someone were to actually get on the wrong bus? Very cool. All right. Well, I love it, and I think to Joe's point, I think there's a lot of opportunities with this. What happens when they lose them? I mean, the cost aspect, because, those are going to happen. I will own that Kathy knows I've had to have mine replaced. So what does that look like from a cost standpoint?
So in terms of next steps, that's actually what we're trying to figure out right now is what is that standard operating procedure? So what happens when it gets lost, and how do we handle all of that moving forward? So Dusty, do you want to talk about what you're currently doing?
Yeah, and so especially with the parent badge, not student badge as much, we haven't had that problems because we put that in. It has been kind of more the parent issue with our or they want more because grandma wants it. So we've just really said, hey, you have two, and if we give them a nominal fee if they can, and it really hasn't been a problem as far as that goes. And the district's been great about getting us what we need and kind of making it. Right now, we're not seeing that as a huge cost factor as far as that goes. So.
Good. Well, I'm excited. Thank you for the work.
Tom Edwards.
I just want to say thank you for being here. I couldn't figure out why Dusty was sitting back there for an hour and a half, and I know you all have real jobs, and you're like anxious to get back to them, so I appreciate you just giving up your time and being here today.
Thank you. Wonderful.
Hey, I'm always happy to be here and be part of Rachel Shelley's Purple Passion Project. And I also thank Steve for thinking for all of our schools, too. So thank you, Steve. So, no, it's great to be here.
Well, I hope to get out to Fruitville soon and visit with you and see this in action. I apologize for not getting there for the Laura Kingsley event the other day, but I live way south and had some issues that came up that I didn't expect down that way.
Welcome anytime. Our doors are open.
I'm going to call you. Okay, so next up.
Thank you.
We have more transportation, opening and closing times. And I noticed we had a favorite charter school of mine that just walked in the door. Just came at just the perfect time, Jonathan. Welcome.
All right. Well, thank you very much. We appreciate the opportunity to talk a little bit about transportation. And so I'm going to just set the stage, and I'm going to turn it over to our experts, Jason Harris and Charlotte Price, to talk a little bit more in depth about what you have in front of you here. But let me just give you a little bit of, you've experienced it with us, but let me just talk for the community a little bit about what we've had in the last few years at transportation, really what I would consider a perfect storm. In the entire operations division, really what we've experienced is staffing shortages that I think school districts nationwide are seeing across the board. We have seen that here in Sarasota County. And then COVID on top of that obviously made staffing challenges even even greater across the board in operations. And so, one of the things that we have in terms of working together, all of our department directors work very, very closely together. And so what that looks like in custodial and food services, where we've seen massive shortages also, is an ability for other departments to jump in. And so there's been many times where we've got custodians help serve lunch in the morning. We've got people coming from the landings to get on lunch lines. We've got people across the district working from multiple departments on custodial at night. And so we have had a lot of shortages in all of those departments, but we're able to cover. The unique piece about transportation is when it comes to drivers is we don't have that flexibility. And so obviously a driver has to have a CDL with a passenger and a school bus endorsement. And so we can't just take from custodial services and sub a bus driver. That's a set of skills that we have to have in certain people. And so that's just not as easy to cover. So when you see the shortages in transportation over the last couple of years, they have been very, very difficult to find a way to cover those. And so what have we done? Certainly, I want to thank the board, and I want to thank the SCTA recently for the increase in wages, the $2 increase to classified staff, specifically aimed at bus drivers and bus attendants to raise that wage across the community. So when we're looking at recruitment, we're attracting more people from other places, not school district employees, but other places into our team here at the school district, specifically, hopefully, into transportation has been key for us. And I'd like to highlight also the work that Dr. Foster and her team of recruiters have been doing. We talked about this the other day. They've gone from doing a lot of recruitment on the instructional side to really having to focus heavily on the operations side and really try to focus on bus drivers. And so that's looked like a lot of local job fairs. That team has come up, I think it was brilliant with going to actually every school that they can get to and just doing a local job fair at the school as parents come in to get the word out. What are we looking for? So that's been very, very good. They've done a few job fairs right at transportation where we give them an opportunity to see what the operation's like, what's it like to be a bus driver. So we're trying to be very, very creative about how we get the word out that being a bus driver is a great thing. Come work for us, we're a great team, and so trying to recruit as much as we can. Going forward, I would also like to highlight our communications team. Craig and his team have done a really great job of putting some, I would say, commercials together. You're going to start to see on TV advertisements on Channel 7, advertising the need for bus drivers in the district, and so the focus there is really about not only the salary and benefits, but also the intrinsic value of being a bus driver and having an impact on students. And so we're excited about that going forward. The other thing we've done is reached out, what are the other options, right? So we've reached out, we've got charter school buses that contract with us. So we've reached out there to say, hey, can we employ some of your drivers during the day if you don't have them on runs? Can we get them into our system and use our buses? So unfortunately, they're short too and don't have the staff to do that. So we've talked with SCAD, we've really reached out everywhere we possibly can to try and say, how can we get more resources into the system to be able to cover these runs as they currently have. The other piece of all that is kind of behind the scenes is what Charlotte and her team have done with routing, and that's breaking routes up and cutting routes down to every extent possible and looking at every bus and saying, what can we possibly put on that bus to eliminate an additional route? And so the team behind the scenes is constantly looking at that. They've driven those routes down so low to the point that we've got every kid on a bus that we can possibly get on to eliminate routes and eliminate the need for drivers. So why do I say all this? It's to look at the things that we've done over the last couple of years, and I can't say we, really Jason and his team and Charlotte, to try and be able to handle the shortage of bus drivers with all of our tools in the toolkit. And so we've done all of that, and we continue to do those things. But as we move forward and we talk about next year, we can't keep doing in transportation what we're currently doing. I would call it a crisis level. As we're sitting in the background today, Charlotte and Jason are looking at their watches and seeing if they're going to get a call for a bus run this afternoon. They are daily on runs in the district. That has never happened in this district before. When you have a director of transportation and a routing supervisor and Jason's operations supervisor and every route supervisor running runs in the district, that department cannot survive at that for any length of time. So why are we here today? They've done this for 2 years. And so we cannot go into year 3 trying to stress a department like that and trying to continue to run on a wing and a prayer. They're holding it together. I actually don't know how they're holding it together. So As we talk about tools in the toolkit and we look to next year, knowing we can't continue to run with Jason on a bus and Charlotte on a bus every day, what else do we have left? Two things. And they both have to do with routing, driving the number of drivers we need down. One is bell times. And so that's what we're going to talk a little bit about today. So what we did we challenged actually Charlotte and Jason to say, okay, what could we do strategically in routing that aren't the normal daily tweaks that you've already done? What else could we do as you look at how we route and what we do in the district to save some buses? And so those are the bell time issues we're going to talk about today. Some tweaking of bell times that allows you to use a bus as many times on the road as possible. And so when we talk about that, typically if we have a nice clean schedule, 7:30 start for high school, 8:30 start for an elementary school, and then a 9:30 start for a middle school, we can turn that same bus around within a districted school site they'll run a high school run, an elementary run, and they'll run a middle school run. Same bus, same driver. That's the most effective way to run transportation. Where we get bell schedules that are a little off that clean piece of an hour transition time, we can't bring that first bus to hit that second school because the bell time's not right for us. So then what happens is that bus can't run 3 runs. We put a second bus in there to hit that school that the bell time's not exactly right. And then when you look at schools that are not just districted transportation, you're traveling farther for magnet like Oak Park and Pineview. You're running district-wide for those runs. Obviously, you can't use those buses 3 times either. So it's really like this big puzzle coming together from routing perspective on how we can most effectively use our buses. So 2 things we have left in the toolkit as we look at next year. One is bell times. Some minor tweaks here and there with some school bell times will allow us to use a few more buses multiple times during the day, which will save some drivers as we look to next year. The other piece that's still in the toolkit is you look at eliminating some of the transportation you do. You look at some of those runs that you're doing district-wide and you say, we can't do that anymore. So as we look at tools in the toolkit, bell times, those minor tweaks on bell times are kind of our next thing, our next layer of what can we do to ensure next year we're not running as tight and as short as we are, coupled with all the things we're already doing for driver recruitment and things of that nature. So with that, that's a long-winded introduction to paint the picture of where we are in transportation. I want to turn it over to kind of Jason and Charlotte to take us through our presentation.
All right, good afternoon again. First, I'd like to start by saying I like to take a moment to really thank my transportation family. They have come together and they are doing the best that they can every day. Everybody from Teresa to Charlotte to all of my route supervisors to bus drivers taking on additional routes. Everyone, the office team, everyone is out pitching in to make sure that our students are getting the best education as possible. So that was part of our initial goal, was to increase the on-time arrival for next year. It's to ensure that the students are in the seat to maximize their learning possibilities and to make sure that they are not, that our impact in transportation is minimal. So kind of here, we like to paint a little picture here of what we face on a daily basis. This is our daily driver shortage report for January. The last column is an average of all the days for transportation for the month of January. So on a normal day, we have 17 drivers that call in sick. And this could be because of COVID, it could be for various reasons, but those are just call-ins. Then we have 8 attendants that call in. Attendants are required by the ESC and part of their IEP program, so they are a must. So those routes are a little bit harder to break up, and so that normally requires an office staff or a supervisor to go on that route. Then we look at some of the other operational leaves. We have FMLA, medical leaves, and for the month of January, that was at 33. And then we, on average, have 1 or 2 workers' comp issues. So on a daily basis, that's 60. So if you take that number 60 and you break it down just between the bus drivers and attendants, you have 43 bus drivers, you have 17 attendants on a daily basis. Then on top of that, you have 57 vacancies in transportation. So every day we're covering 117 routes. We kind of talked about the impact of late buses and how we can put in some and make some tweaks to the schedule to kind of maybe increase these numbers. So again, the last column is an average for the whole entire month of February. In the morning, we're at about 65% on-time arrival. Now, this is based and calibrated on a 15 minutes before the bell time. That allows a student to grab breakfast and also be in their seat ready to learn. So that is calibrated at 15 minutes before bell. So in the morning, 65%. In the afternoon, 37%. Some of the questions of why does it drop drastically? Well, when we operate in the morning, there's not a lot of traffic. I-75 is not shut down. There's a lot of issues in the afternoon that we face that we don't face in the morning. So it's compounded in the afternoon, which you combine the two, and that's an overall 51% on-time performance. So we talked about some of the tiers. In the bell times in the AM. But this is the high school tier. As you see, a majority of the bell times are at 7:30. And I want to bring, Jody had alluded to this. If you look at Ashton, for instance, Ashton is at 8 o'clock. And if you look at all the other high schools, they're at 7:30. So those 7 buses that operate for Ashton are designated to Ashton. We cannot put 3 schools on those type of routes. There's not enough gap time between the 7:30 and 8 o'clock. So an adjustment there would allow that to happen. And because of the team's compression and breaking up of routes, we've got it down to 160 buses that are needed to operate the high school tier. Now we're looking at the elementary tier. We have 2 times. It's an 8:15 and an 8:30 time. Right now we've compressed the schedule down to a need of 146 buses. We took a look at the middle school tier, and as you can see, there's a 9 o'clock, 9:05, 10:15, and then the rest are 9:15 and 9:30. So we were looking for some consistency in that gap time in between the high school and elementary tier, and then the elementary and the middle school tier. And that requires 125 buses to operate. And then we looked at some of the charter school resources as well, to get a full picture of where we can find some kind of tweaks that will benefit and we can maximize our resources. So our recommendations are these schools. Ashton, we're asking for a 15-minute adjustment to an 8:15 start time. And the impact and the enhancement will be 4 buses in the AM and 7 buses saved in the PM. Bayhaven is a kind of almost like a district-wide school. Their territory is from University all the way down to Clark Road. All the way east to I-75. So the buses have a lot of area to cover on a daily basis. And so the buses are late. So a 15-minute adjustment will allow those buses to be on time. Garden Elementary, a 15-minute adjustment will put their bell time at 8:30, and it will also improve the on-time performance. Lakeview has 4 buses. 15-minute adjustment will save 2 buses in the AM and 1 bus in the PM. Oak Park is a district-wide school. We have routes that come from Northport up to Oak Park, and then we also have on the entire North County. And a 15-minute adjustment there will also improve the on-time performance because we do have buses that are late, especially in the afternoon. Again, I-75 is shut down, and our drivers are either stuck or we're looking for alternate routes along with everybody else. Pineview, we're asking for a 15-minute adjustment to 9:30. That will also help us with on-time performance in the afternoon. Then we have Sarasota Academy of the Arts. We're asking for a 30-minute adjustment there from 8 o'clock to 8:30 bell time. That will save us one bus in the AM and one bus in the PM. Sarasota School of the Arts and Science, we're asking for a 30-minute adjustment from 9 o'clock to 9:30. Again, we're trying to maximize that gap time to address on-time performance. But with Sarasota School of the Arts and Sciences, we're able to save 5 buses in the AM and 5 buses in the PM. Student Leadership Academy has the biggest impact. We're basically taking them off of the high school tier at 7:30 and moving them to 9:30. They ride on all of the Venice High buses into Venice High, and then there's transfer buses from Venice High to SLA. The reason there is such an impact is because the buses are overcrowded now. So if we get a new Venice High student, then we have to add a whole nother resource. And those are bus drivers that we just don't have. So this would resolve some of the overcrowding, the on-time performance, and the resource, and maximize our resources by doing so. And then we have Sarasota Military Prep that we're asking for a 25-minute adjustment to put them consistently on the 9:30 middle school tier. And this will improve on-time performance. Thank you. We're happy to answer any questions.
Well.
So let me just add a couple of things. So in terms of communication, we've reached out to each one of these principals to talk through. I met with Mr. Renoff and Brandon and Steve Cantis, and talked with them as a team. Reached out to their principals and kind of talked with them a little bit to make sure they understood what was being proposed, what that impact would be. They have also, I believe, in all cases, talked with staff, because remember, when we're talking about bell times, we're not only talking about students in and out, we're talking about teacher duty day, classified duty day. So those would tweak and move a little bit too. So we wanted to make sure staffs were aware of what we were talking about prior to this workshop, so they didn't hear it from us being the first time. So that's where we are at that point. I believe a few have also had some conversations with PTOs and things of that nature, so some parents are aware. Obviously, you've been getting some emails, so some parents are aware of some of the changes that are being requested. So that's kind of where we are with communication, just trying to get a feeling for the board in terms of, do you want us to move forward with some of this stuff at this time? If the answer is yes, then obviously the communication would really ramp up. Remember, we are talking about these changes for next school year, so this is not anything tomorrow. It would be something we would put in place to help them route and save buses for next school year. And the other piece, as we look at our charter schools, well, let me go back a second. As principals talk to staff and as they talk to parents, obviously you're aware that there are impacts, and we are aware of that too. And so as you make the decision to do this or not, understand that this does not come lightly from transportation. We don't like to come to the board and request bell time changes, right? Because we know this is a major impact on everybody at the school, lives of parents and students who have their schedules in place and are used to those schedules, and this is going to impact that one way or another. Even if we're only talking about 15 minutes, that's still an impact, and in some cases that impact is larger. So with every tweak of time, bell time, understand that there are impacts in terms of before care, after care, traffic flow between schools. Ashton and Sarah Middle, the times are getting tighter. We got to look at traffic over there. So there are all these issues out there that if we do move forward, obviously we're going to have to work with principals, we're going to have to work with staffs at school, and we're going to have to work with parents to try and work through those issues. Just want to make sure on the table up front we understand that there is an impact beyond transportation when you make these changes. Important for you to consider, I think, moving forward. So that's the big one in terms of impact. But the other thing, as we talk to some charter schools about moving bell times, the other thing that we've been considering in transportation is, we have we have buses. We have buses available. What we don't have is drivers to drive those buses. And so, as we look at charter schools, as that time gets moved, if that's something a charter school would like to explore, we are open to the conversation about how do we get them buses. If they can put their drivers on them, they can run at their own bell time. They don't have to run at our bell schedule to accommodate some of the things that we're trying to do in transportation. So we want to partner with charter schools and with district schools across the board to make sure this implements with the least impact as possible, but want to make sure as you make your decisions, those are things we're talking about also and are on the table. So with that, that's our kind of our presentation, and just open it up for questions and answers.
I'm going to get questions from everybody, but just one quick clarification. I had a couple of calls from parents who were concerned about athletic start times and that sort of thing, that they played sports at certain schools. So let's say they're a Pineview student and they play a sport at Riverview, or they play a sport at Venice. Do we drop them off at those schools, or do they have to go home and then mom and dad take them to those schools?
Pineview has multiple schedules. For the high school, they have the early bell schedule. We do not bus the early bell schedule. However, we do provide a shuttle to the high schools for those students that are participating in the sports programs.
But many of them don't use them, do they?
Not a lot of them.
I mean,
no.
I know a lot of them at Pineview. So,
right.
Yeah.
Some of them do, some of them don't.
Well, I'm just curious because that was one question from a parent. First up, we have Karen Rose.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That was my question as well. The bottom line, I look at Suncoast Polytech, for example, as Chair Goodwin had just mentioned, of the sports programs. Are we impacting the high school students at Pineview? Is their schedule changing to impede them participating in other high school sports programs?
We would continue to keep those shuttles to the high schools for Pineview. It is only the late bell schedule that we are looking to tweak a little bit.
So no one that is on that early schedule right now, I guess I don't know how that is done from a transportation standpoint. The bottom line, are we assuring Pineview parents that have high schoolers that their schedule won't change based on busing?
No, so
Your
let me.
busing recommendation, because you've got to change here, but you don't differentiate middle or elementary or
Right.
early or late, and
Right. So let me if I could tag in Mr. Cantis, because in the conversations with Dr. Covert, that we will have to move high school bell schedules a little bit because of teacher duty and things of that. So let me turn it over to Mr. Cantis.
So the high school schedule would have to change also at Pineview, because they use teachers across multiple levels. You know, if you have a high school teacher, they could be teaching middle school, and so it'd be 15 minutes. Everything would be moved up 15 minutes. Their high school schedule, 99% of their high school kids start at 7 a.m., and they'll move that to 7:15. They do their lunch at the end of the day, which typically means the students are leaving. They'll be leaving at 1:15. So they have 6 55-minute periods during the day, 6 60-minute periods without bell schedules. So they're still getting out at 1:15. You think about transporting those students. We're providing shuttles. Athletics doesn't start until, a high school gets out at 2:15. Practice is going to start at 2:30, 2:45. So they have plenty of time to get to the schools to participate. You know, we've been doing this at SPHS, which has a similar bell schedule as all the high schools. Those students still participate, and they have to obviously rush to get to the schools that they're playing athletics in, because they can play at any of the schools just as SPHS, and it would include any of the athletic teams at any of the high schools. So, you know, you don't want to do it. Obviously, you don't want to do it. But I think impact-wise, as far as athletics goes, I guess the other thing, Jane, you're totally aware of this, is a lot of those students at Pineview participate in rowing, and they participate in swimming, and
Yes.
those are club events.
Right.
And so I would assume, because if you think of the number of students at Riverview that row, and Sarasota High that swim and row, I would think that they would also be able to make, I don't know what those schedules look like, but I would have to believe they could make those schedules too.
So are you saying that Pineview High School schedule is only changed by 15 minutes? It's not starting, this 9:15 that's on this paper does
No.
not
No.
pertain to high school.
There's some high school students, because they need the transportation, they will accommodate a late schedule.
I understand that, but it's
yeah.
not going to force anybody to
No.
change
No.
their 7 o'clock schedule any more than 15 minutes,
Correct.
which will not impact sports.
Correct.
And which will not impact, shouldn't impact a job after school because they're getting
Correct.
out at the same time. Is what I hear you saying.
Correct. And they're still getting out an hour to hour and 15 minutes, hour and 30 minutes earlier than the other high schools.
Thank you.
Shirley Brown.
My understanding is we don't transport high school students for Pineview. But I think that, I know some of the calls that I received were from parents who weren't talking about high school sports. They were talking about these after-school clubs, and it's just not rowing and swimming. You've got soccer for middle school and all these other things where it's going to be a problem. One thing I'm looking at is you've got 35 drivers on leave. Are they going to be still on leave next school year? I mean, when are those drivers who are on leave coming back?
Well, from an HR perspective, we have a bunch of people come back this time of the year, right? So normally leaves are 1 year, so we've got a bunch coming back. That's across the board. I don't know how many drivers that is, but drivers are no different than teachers and every other classified employee out there, and instructional employee. They have the chance to take leaves, and they're on leave. So we'll see what we get back. Hopefully we bring some back this year, but that's just something that every department's got to deal with. You've got a certain number on leave every year. What that translates into, it's not that those tie a position up. Jason can overfill in those jobs, but you can't hire, you can't fill them. So it becomes a vacancy you carry all year long.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to, Pineview parents are often more vocal than some of the others, but before we make some of these changes, I mean, I'd like to know how many of those drivers on leave are coming back. I mean, are we still having those empty spots? Because you say we've got the buses, we just don't have the drivers. And I would think that, I don't know how Imagine gets their kids back and forth, and Dreamers Academy, do they have their own buses, or do they hire out other transportation? And you say that we would lease the buses to because I look at some of the changes we're making to the charter schools, maybe because, like Suncoast School of Arts and Science, I mean, that's 7 buses. I mean, if we didn't have to move, if we had those 7 buses, would we still need to make all these other changes? So I would like to have more discussions that you have with these charter schools and with those drivers who are out on leave. Are they coming back? Are they not coming back, or what? And I would think things might change after we've increased the pay. And I know another issue that we had with substitutes was, that they have to pay for their background checks. Do bus drivers have to pay for their background checks too?
Yeah, there's no difference in a driver at transportation from a worker at food service, from a substitute teacher in a classroom.
And what do those background checks cost? And we do them, don't we? I mean, how much do they cost us? I mean, do we give it to them at cost?
Yeah, I think we mark it up a hair just because to cover our costs. I believe is it 90?
There's several tests that are involved. I think it's more like $200.
I can't hear what she's saying, so if you could repeat what she said.
So it's over $90. So they're paying for a drug test, they're paying for a background screening, and so it's over $90 to get hired into the district. That's a conversation cabinet's had for a number of years about, in terms of recruiting, what do we want to waive some of these costs? We have not. Again, when you start, we're short across the board. So when you start doing something for drivers, not for food service, that's a difficult conversation. So, Allison, I don't know if you want to add to that.
Yeah, I can share.
Oh. So the cost is about $120 to do the drug test and then the fingerprints. And then the physical is required prior to that. So we actually just had another conversation
Why do we require physicals of all of our employees?
So we've had a lot of conversations about that. Some districts have moved to go away from the physical, and that's something that we can definitely explore. One of the reasons for doing it is if we don't do a physical and we end up with an employee in a position, then they can't fulfill the basic requirements of the position. It could potentially lead to some problems down the road legally. If they, for example, are in a position they can't carry, can't lift 15 pounds, things like that, that then we have them in a position and then we're trying to accommodate them at that point because we placed them into a position that they were not able to do. But we can definitely explore that. A lot of districts have moved away from that because that is an expense. We have been working with outside organizations, for example, the Community Foundation and our 2-gen approach to try to get some of our parents to come and work for our school system. Community Foundation is paying for some of our applicants. They're paying the application fee so that is not an obstacle for some of our applicants. So we're continuing to explore different things, but we can definitely look at the physical component.
If we're looking at giving bonuses to high need or hard to fill teaching positions. I mean, if we're looking at, bonuses for those positions, I mean, I don't know why we might not look at something for these hard to fill positions. I hope you continue to look at it at the level, because I could see how a bus driver making, $15, $17 an hour, it's going to be harder for them to come up with the $200 to maybe get hired.
Well, the other thing we do allow is if when people get hired, they can take it out of their first 3 paychecks. So instead of coming out of pocket initially, because first they get hired by the cost center before doing the fingerprints and drug test, it can come out of the first 3 paychecks. So that's another thing we offer as an option. But we can continue to explore. Yes, we're competing in a very competitive labor market right now, and so we're having to kind of stay on the cutting edge with what other businesses are doing out there to attract applicants.
Yeah, well, I still have a lot of questions. I'm not ready to say this is a good idea or bad yet. I know you need to do something, but I think there's some other things, especially contracting with these charter schools or allowing them to lease the buses or something. Look at some other avenues.
And I wanted to share too, March 1st is a deadline to notify Human Resources if you plan to return from leave. We have 1 bus driver returning from that group, so.
Yeah, so I wouldn't anticipate the trend in vacancies in transportation to drastically change quickly, and so that's why we're here today, right? I don't think we're gonna, even though we're doing a lot of recruitment and we're doing the advertisement and we've got 1 driver coming off for leave, I would assume the last 2 years.
So there's 35 on leave and 1 coming back. How long can they stay on leave before we say they're gone?
Well, it doesn't really. At the end of the day, that's an HR question, right? But at the end of the day, for transportation, it doesn't matter because we can fill those jobs, right? It's not like we can't. We're going to say, Jason, you got 35 vacancies you can never fill because people are on leave. Jason can overfill those jobs. The problem is there's nobody to overfill those jobs. Does that make sense?
You don't have anybody to do it.
Correct.
We've had 4 ask for an extension. 1 is returning, and then the other bus drivers will no longer be employed by the district.
Thank you.
Well, this is an excellent opportunity for you, Mrs. Brown, to do something in your retirement years. Bus driving is, you're a good driver.
Ron Turner used to say riding with me was like, going to Disney on Mrs. Toad's Wild Ride. So I don't know that it would be, and when back before you had car seats, I mean, I used to take the kids to preschool and I'd have them stand up in the back seat of my car and we'd go over a bump and see how many hit their head on the ceiling. So I probably wouldn't make the best bus driver.
Okay. Bridget?
Okay, sorry. First, I want to thank, I have Mr. Harris and Mrs. Price. Thank you so much for what Jody mentioned I should say Mr. Dumas, since I keep consistent, but this past 2 years have been incredibly challenging, and then add to it, we were already seeing the trends of these were hard to fill positions to Mr. Dumas's point. So that's why the vacancies probably, I don't expect that trend to change. I would hope it would. But what you guys have done, and I was talking to Jody earlier this week, and when you talk about the level of service that we expect and that you guys expect, and I really appreciate you guys being as transparent and highlighting this is not going anywhere and it's not for lack of trying, but we need to try something different. And I think what was when he mentioned the numbers, I thought it was interesting. I said, wow, we haven't really gotten that many calls from that. And so my hat is off to you and your team and our school-based administrators who have undoubtedly communicated very thoroughly with our parents because when we would hear back from them, I believe, if they were very upset. So with managing this, I really want to applaud you guys for that. As it goes to this, I replied to a lot of the emails, and I see it as two ways. I know other counties have done this. I know Pinellas County did it, and they did it within a 2-week notification period for the families. So I know that, as Jody mentioned, there's going to be additional initiatives moving forward to try to recruit. And to Mrs. Brown's point, I think those are worthwhile conversations to see. So just to clarify, I'm going to stop. We do require not subs, but regular applicants to pay for their drug test and their application fee and their background check.
Background check, correct.
So it's like 300 something,
So
something.
what's the number?
So, okay, subs and applicants. Okay,
Yeah.
we'll sidebar that because that's worthwhile to look at that. But the way I see it is from a safety standpoint, and even hinging off the conversation we had earlier today, is that it's unpredictable. And so you guys are doing as much as you can. And again, I'm applaud you guys for being able to do what you've been able to manage up to this point. But at that same time, I understand trust me, I get the inconvenience 15 minutes can make. I know the traffic, and I know this wasn't taken lightly, but I believe when you're in an extraordinary moment, you have to evaluate different options. And what I think the benefit of this is we're putting it out there in advance so it's next school year so that people can make those accommodations. And to me, I think that's the key and the benefit of what we're doing right now publicly in advance. If we can pivot, my question is, in the event we find a solution that we're able to really recruit a lot more drivers, would we pivot back to what we did before? Because change, and then when you make the change, do we go back or not? So what is this temporary, or is this where we're foreseeing this as more of a permanent?
So I think we would see this as a permanent change as we move forward. It would require less drivers overall, which at the end of the day reduces the cost in transportation, which puts more money in classrooms. So anytime we can get more efficient on the transportation side or any side on operations, we want to continue to do that. The other thing, bell time changes. Once you get used to a bell schedule, going back is as difficult as going where you went the other way. So I think we would see it as a permanent move if we went in this direction, and that would decrease the need for drivers overall in transportation as we move forward.
Okay, and then my final thing is, and again, like I said, this is kind of how I've articulated to families, and I get the challenge, and I appreciate the way you guys have outlined it. What's the impact? 15 minutes. I do think Sarasota, Sarasota County of the Arts and SLA. I am concerned about that. That's when you look at that, it jumps out at you. And I know, and I don't want it to be like we are trying to put them at a lower priority, because I know we believe and care about those families just as much, whether you're contracted or not. You're still our students. And so I guess that's my only concern. Those are big those are big differences. And I'm just not sure. Are there any other tweaks that we can do? I know we're trying to limit numbers of human beings, the human capital side of it. So that one is just my concern. Outside of that, I don't know what other options we can think of, but when do we need to make a decision on this, I guess? As soon as possible.
So Charlotte, turn it over to you guys in terms of when you start routing for next year and when we kind of need to know exactly what we're doing.
So summer school and next year's routing kind of all happens at the same time. We start getting in the ESE information for summer and, usually in April. And we have our routes ready to go to bid in May. And towards the end of May, we start hot and heavy routing for next school year. So really and truly, we would need to know sooner rather than later if this is, the direction we're going to go. It makes a huge impact for us. In routing, we're a very small little group, and the bulk of our work during the year is done in the summer. And sometimes summer, we're working 10, 12 hours a day. sometimes 6-7 days a week, to be perfectly honest, to get it all done. So when we're making these changes, these are not changes that we ask for lightly.
Right,
These
right.
are, this is going to cause a serious impact to our situation over the summer as well. So the sooner we know, the very much
No,
better it
thank you
is.
for that. So, and I guess that's where I find it land as far as with the two charter schools again, because I'm looking at the differential, the 15 minutes versus an hour and a half and 2.5 hours, and how that impacts their families. And we always talk about continuity, and we talk about it here. We talk about, so we don't want to see that disruption to the point where families they can't make that work. So I just don't know what communication has transpired there, because that's.
So an initial call with each of the, and I don't want to call him a principal or director, I'm not sure the exact title, but to the head of the school to talk about what this looks like. The other thing, and I guess I would ask Charlotte and Jason to give me a head nod, I mean, I guess this is not all or nothing.
Right.
And so if you said that's too much of a change, we can't pallet that, we'd go back to the drawing board and say, what could we do differently? Again, I would say that if we could partner with the charter school and say, hey, we can't give you drivers at that time, but we can give you buses at that time. Can you guys recruit from a parent group or something? We can train you. We'll train your drivers. We'll partner with you as much as we can. So if there are a few changes here that the board says, those we'd like you to relook at that, I think we could do that as a team. And again, I don't think it's an all or nothing proposal. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, it absolutely does. And thank you for clarifying the previous with the Pineview. I know we talked about that earlier because that was one of my same questions. My preference is, again, not realizing there really aren't a myriad of other alternative options, but the disruption for those, an hour and a half and 2.5 hours, and even SMA with 25 minutes, I mean, if there are other options, I think that is worth looking into, just because I don't want to leave anyone high and dry. And I know you guys don't want to either, so that's where I stand.
I'm going to jump in here for a minute because I have some ideas. L.A. Anger and Lemon Bay High School. Now, I know we always are helping Charlotte County out. We help them out in hurricanes. They come and stay in our shelters instead of having them in their own county because it's so low and wet and mushy and all that. Why can't they come and pick up, or at least help us meet us halfway, or do something with that busing contract? First of all, you know me, I want everybody that's in Sarasota County to go to schools in Sarasota County, but I understand where we are on the line there. How many buses are we talking about, and how much of an impact is that?
Well, previously, we used to have in the past 5 buses for each school. Ooh. We have whittled that down. We have 1 bus for Lemon Bay, and we have 2 buses for L.A. Anger. We are looking at, for next year, cutting the L.A. Anger down to just 1 bus and making it a longer route. I think I just have to look at the survey numbers again to make sure they'll all fit on one. But that has kind of been the trend, that more and more students are choosing to come to Sarasota County schools rather than go to L.A. Anger and Lemon Bay, even though it's districted down there for those 2 schools.
Charlotte, I've been happy with that and helped them.
Yes, and Charlotte County actually does have a bus that they use to service Inglewood Elementary. They bring in some kids from the Charlotte County side of that school's district.
But that doesn't equate to what we're doing.
No.
And they get the FEFP for these kids, right?
Well, we get the transportation funding for the L.A. Anger and Lemon Bay students that we transport. They get the transportation funding for the Inglewood Elementary School students that they transport.
I don't know. We have to look at that contract when we, I really think we need to look at this again.
Yeah, we certainly can. And a reminder, the other conversation that we've had is that as we bring on new capacity at the high school level in Welland Park, that was part of the conversation in terms of what the 2 new districts would look like, is to bring the Charlotte County, the students in Sarasota County that go into Charlotte County schools, bring them back into the fold and bring them into one of our high schools.
Yeah, I've worked with a number of parents in that inset area that do not want to go to school in Charlotte, and have lots of friends in Charlotte, love them and all that. But that's one of the issues for me, are those buses going to Charlotte County. The other issue for me is, Jason, what about your perfect attendance bonus that you attempted to put into effect for bus drivers? Is there something we can do to incentivize these people to work? what I would call soft skills, being present, being on time, and being there every day.
Yes, ma'am. We could definitely revisit that and take a look and see if we.
Well, something that would incentivize them, to be there. I just find that their problem. Never mind the fact that they're good employees. They're not here all the time.
Right, and there's pluses and minuses. You try to leverage that where the employee that is calling in sick with an incentive program might think twice about doing that because there's a nominal fee that they stand to gain. But one of the things that the other counter to that is that it really, some of those programs only reward those who do come to work every day, which is fine. However, it's geared towards getting those individuals that are on the line or thinking about taking off to come to work, to think twice.
Well, I don't know, but I've always, at my age, been so concerned when I'm out that they'll replace me with someone else at my tender age. So I don't believe in being out at all, but I just wonder about things like that. The traffic does affect busing in the afternoons. I live in Venice. I come here, and so I'm seeing it. And right now, this is the peak of our season, so it's on and on and on. I don't have a problem with anything on this recommended guide, except I do have problems with expecting a school to change an hour and 30 minutes or 2 hours and 30 minutes. So I want to give you a little background on SLA, because everybody knows that Jonathan is at SLA, and before Jonathan there was Vicki Marble, who has always been a very close personal friend and still is a close personal friend of mine. But there was a day when Vicki was the head of SLA, and Lori White really encouraged her to make that additional change so that school started at a very early age to complement Venice High School. And as you all well know, the kids are picked up on the bus. Many of them go to Venice High School, stand out there in the front, and they get on a different bus, and they share that bus with Venice High School, and they go to wherever they go in the district. So that school's been doing that for a long, long time, and it works out well for parents, and it works out well for students. So that one really gives me pause. We need to do better than that. I know it's overcrowded. The Venice buses are overcrowded. All of our buses, I think, are overcrowded, from what I gather. And I do care about buses, and I have gone to out to bus stops and looked and saw what was happening, and our parents are just so grateful for everything that we've done, and they understand the hard work. But I do have a problem with student leadership, and I do have a problem with Sarasota Academy of the Arts. So if we can work something out, if we can do something to make it better for those students and for that school, I would greatly appreciate it. But the LA Anger and the Lemon Bay, I still have a problem with. Tom Edwards.
I'll be brief. I know that you guys aren't here because you were looking forward to this conversation and woke up this morning and said, you know what we're going to do? We're going to really fix this. So I know you've really turned over every stone, and I appreciate that. The only two things, I'm still not clear. I get the high school part of Venice leaves earlier, or I'm sorry, the high school part of Pineview leaves earlier, and the rowing clubs they could skip there. That's how close they are. So I don't think that's really the issue. I did get complaints from parents about after-school activities, not athletics, but after-school activities. Is that more middle school? is my first question. And the second question is, I know that through my Newtown Rowing Initiative that some of the middle schools make accommodations for the Newtown Rowing Initiative kids to get out a little earlier so that they could make that practice. So is there some accommodation that these Pineview parents who are concerned about after-school activities, can we address those on an individual basis? Because I didn't get overwhelmingly, I can't live with this. I got a handful of people saying this doesn't work.
So I think to your first question, as I saw the emails come in, I agree. I think that was middle school athletics where they're going back to, say, Sarasota Middle to be able to be on a soccer team or something like that. That was the way I interpreted that. And I don't want to make a decision that's going to put Pineview in a bad spot. So I'd ask Mr. Cantis to see if that is something you think we could work through with Dr. Covert and the team.
So I think it'd be difficult to ask a school to release a student 15 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes every day, especially coming out of a Pineview class that any school for that matter. I don't want to say just Pineview specifically. I think the challenge, because the middle school's going to 4:30, which is a typical time for middle schools to get out in Sarasota County. So they're just moving them to line up with the other schools. I guess the problem would be then getting to a school. If you're at Pineview and you're going to Woodland Middle School, which is all the way far south, or Booker Middle School, which is far north, that there could be a challenge getting to practice on time. I would think the more logical thing might be that maybe we could have them delay practice just 15 minutes or something. It's a 15-minute change, right? So if you had them delay practice 15 minutes, maybe we could do something like that. Middle school athletics typically is a 6 to 8 week season. It's not like a high school season. It goes for 16 weeks or 20 weeks or whatever. I don't know. I think we could work through it, though. We just have to sit down and kind of brainstorm it up.
Okay, so that would be something that I think we should explore in that group, because into Mrs. Goodwin's other point, I really only heard from Student Leadership Academy. I like Mr. Cooley. He's a terrific principal. I love the school. I'm friendly with some of the board members there, and we just really need to sit down and figure out how we can talk through that, and I think there's an opportunity to do that. Those are the two that I got the most pushback. I didn't hear anything else from really anyone else, including the other couple hours from Academy of the Arts. So I haven't heard anything. If you've talked to that principal and you haven't gotten pushback, I think it's those two areas that need tweaking.
I think the answer is a double-decker bus. Do we have any of those? Only in London, right? Mrs. Brown.
As another issue that brought up is that some schools have really long routes, like Bayhaven. I guess my question would be is why Bayhaven's still a magnet school? I mean, why isn't it a choice school like some of our other schools? Because, like Philippi Shores as an IB program, if anything, that should be a magnet program. I think all of the other schools have adopted rewards programs and some of these other things. So that might be something that we look at, or, I know we did some pocket pickups. Are there some more of those types of things that we could do? Why are we having Bayhaven a different category of schools? Is it a magnet school anymore?
Well, certainly that's as we talked about.
That's not your question, though.
Right, no, I know, but that's certainly as we talked to start the presentation, right? We got two tools left in the toolkit. One's bell times and one is program. And that conversation about Bayhaven is certainly beyond us, but that would be the other way to affect the number of buses, is to not do so much district-wide or half a district-wide busing.
Are there some of those district-wide busing that we do that we might want to, pull back on, or could we pull back on? I don't know.
Karen Rose.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to concur with my fellow board members with the charter schools. It's too much time. And having had the challenge, I call it a riddle, of middle school scheduling for 14 years of up to 1,400 students, there's always another way to answer the riddle. So I think we're challenging you to look at those charter schools that have that broad time, and as we've all mentioned, making sure that, and I think you've had some great ideas, that we're not impacting or taking away options from the Pineview students of accessing other schools.
Dr. Asplin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I know this is a big riddle, as you would say, Ms. Rose, and there's always different ways to do this. And you know, I was thinking maybe we should, you know, speaking of Pineview, they have that mathematics team over there. They might be able to figure this out. However, I know that Jason and his team really spend a lot of time on this and try to work this out. And you've been doing this a long time, I know. You know, everything is connected as well. Like, you know, if you really get in deep into routing and all that, everything is connected. So, you know, just by changing one school, you could affect 2 or 3 other schools. And so then I know that's why, you know, you just look at the 10 schools that it affects, you're trying to find the minimum number of schools to affect, but get the most out of the routing, where you could go about a different way and pick 10 other schools and redo those, but it's going to affect some other schools in the same fashion. And so, you know, what's the least disruptive, but also getting done what we need to get done. The other thing that I just want to throw out there is, you know, with 117 routes on any given day, where we are not meeting our time frame and students are getting to school late, how late are they getting there? How much instruction are they losing every day? I mean, we talk about all these reasons why we can or we need to move around, but at the end of the day, we have kids that are missing out on some serious instruction time, right?
Yes, we do.
And have you figured that out as far as, you know, what are we talking about here as far as, you know, are they 20 minutes late? Are they 30 minutes late? It's the same students every time at certain schools. How's that affecting them?
We can definitely dig into that information and get that for you and supply that to you. It varies. There are, unfortunately, just using the traffic example, any given day, I-75, there could be an accident on Clark Road, there could be an accident on Bee Ridge, and what that does is that will shut down the road, which then the driver would have to find an alternate, and they're working with dispatch to find alternate routes, and which could delay it 10 minutes, it could delay it 30 minutes.
Right.
If there are times, and in this slide that showed the number of drivers off per day, there are times when we don't have those drivers, and so we have to do what we call in transportation a double back.
Right.
That means that we'll go and we'll pick up the students, and then we'll take the students, and then they'll go back on the same route and pick up the rest of the students and come back. And those routes are at least 30 minutes.
Yeah.
You know, we had talked about one of the things we worked with IT, and they were able to provide us bus-specific Connect Ed ability. So that is something recent. So that's something that we're trying to, even though we're going through this as a department, we're also trying to keep that communication alive with the parents as well and let them know.
Yeah, so that's, you know, that's a very important point, you know, and besides being in crisis mode, not even being able to do what we need to do in the transportation department, that's one thing, but then missing a lot of instructional time, I mean, that's very concerning to me as well, and I know that our students really need that. So we need to absolutely do something. It's not like we can just say, okay, we'll just try to make it through another year and hopefully the bus drivers will come back. But we have to do something. It's just, what is it that's going to be the least least negative impact on other schools, but we need to get these kids in school on time. And so moving the times, that's one way, you know, just what we were talking about. So I know there's a lot to look at there, but the other thing I wanted to just bring up was, just so everyone knows, and this is not, I'm not saying anything about, trust me, I believe in our charter schools, just like our traditional schools, they're all our kids. What I want to know is what, and Jody, I think you've maybe looked into this a little bit, what does the law say that we have to do for kids who are in our traditional schools versus charter schools? Are we meeting the law with instruction and what we're supposed to do? Because they send us dollars for transportation to make sure we can transport our kids. And I want to make sure we're doing what we're supposed to do at the end of the day.
Yeah, so since charter schools came into Sarasota County Schools, we have in transportation food service, we've gone into annual contracts with them to provide those services where we could. And so that's the majority of our charter schools that do contract with us. It's an annual contract. In terms of state law, basically transportation falls upon the charter school to be able to provide that transportation. We are an option for them to be able to contract. As part of that, we can set the bell times so they fit within our transportation schedule. So that's kind of the, we've partnered with them over the years, and we want to continue to do that. But transportation and the ability to provide it really is the responsibilities on the charter school. We're an option for them, and that's why you see some charter schools run all their own buses. Some it's a combination. They run a couple buses. We do some of their busing, and then for others we do all the busing. So it's really kind of we're an option for them on an annual basis if they would like to contract with us. And they get their transportation funding, and then we actually in our contracts we bill them for a certain amount every year, and so that's how we get the transportation revenue from that.
And then the last thing would be, Mr. Harris, what about regions? Have we ever done regions within our school district? Have runs, everybody's around the same time in a certain sector, break up the district into thirds, maybe run that one, then run the next one, run the next one. Everybody's on the same, close to the same bell schedule, but it's in regions.
That's something we can look at, but I don't believe that that's ever been done here.
Okay.
Yeah, my career started in transportation. I would say we've never done that, but that's certainly something that if you want to explore that opportunity to run, so North County at one time, Mid County another time, and South County another time, they can run all those scenarios in terms of how that would look for transportation. I would say. I'm not sure what that would look like, but then you're going to have a lot of bell time changes to make that work. But something we could absolutely consider.
But you're running all 200 buses in one area at the same time, so you're getting it done. Whatever we say we're going to do versus we say we're going to do it, and then we end up being 30 minutes late every single day, right? So just another option, something else to look at. All right, thanks.
Dr. Aspen, are students marked tardy when the bus is late, or how is that handled?
No, we don't mark them tardy. They lose, but they lose their instruction.
Mrs. Rose?
Thank you. Just real quick, I think when we talk about accidents, they're going to be late regardless of whether we have a bus driver shortage. I just want to make sure, which I'm sure must be the case, that when all this planning is occurring, you're partnering with human resources, because I really see it's as much of a scheduling issue as it is a personnel issue. And I know that after so long on leave, if you don't return, you do lose that position, or at least it gives us the opportunity to hire. And it sounds like there's a monetary budget that already exists to reinforce people. I think that, there's more than one way to drive this, because money in the end ends up usually being a large variable in today's world. Thank you.
Okay, well, I want to say thank you. Thank you to transportation. Charlotte, Jason, I know how hard you work, both of you, and all the other people in that department. Send them our very best regards, and we've got to figure this out.
So if Ms. Goodwin, if I may recap, so just make sure we're headed in the right direction. So I think what we've heard from the board is most of the tweaking in some of the bell times makes sense to be able to capture those resources. There are a few, specifically with the charters, where there are large time changes. Yes, you'd like us to go back and revisit with the school and revisit kind of our plan and what can we do to fix that, so that's either, number one, not such a large impact, or there's some other way to gain those resources back. So I think that's the direction we'll move in. Remember that you guys approve bell time changes. So what we'll do is we'll take this back as a team. We'll work with those schools to see what we can do. It would come forward on a board agenda for you to approve the board time bell time changes going into next year. So you will see this back again one way or another for you to vote on officially. Does that make sense?
Yes, and if we have a problem, we will let you know.
I'm sure you will.
We always do, right? Okay, but thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Have a wonderful spring break. Next up, we have only 2 presentations left. Next up, we have our charter application review process with Dr. Denise Cantalupo and Millie Wheeler. Welcome.
Hello again. I do want to take the opportunity to introduce Millie. I'm not sure if everybody knows Miss Millie Wheeler. We were fortunate enough to hire Millie right after Katrina retired, and it was big shoes to fill. But I can't
She's
say
doing
that
a great job.
unbelievable job.
A great job.
And I have to say that I really wanted her very badly. She used to work for Dawn, so when this came up, I was hoping that she would apply. And she did, and I'm very, very grateful. Ron probably doesn't like me so much, but, but it was a very, very good hire. So today we're here to talk about the charter application review process, and it's timely because we do have an applicant in the queue. So we're going to first start off by talking about things that, I don't know if it's the most happy conversation always, but to review statute and why that's important. And I chose 3 out of all the charter statutes we have because they're very pertinent to the conversation today. And because there are often I receive questions about these 3. So first, I'm going to talk about the role of a charter as a sponsor or an authorizer. Then we're going to talk a little bit about high-performing charters and delve into, just talk briefly about the application that we have before us. And then Millie is going to walk us through the charter application process. So when I talk about the role of a sponsor, I often get this question, well, you know, they are public schools, but yet they have their own governing boards. So what is our role versus the governing boards? And it's very clearly outlined in statute. Oh, I forgot about that part. I can't even work the remote on my TV sometimes. Okay. Never seems to work. Okay, so just really briefly, and believe me, I chose very carefully because there's a lot of this, but just to give you the gist, when somebody asks me and they say, well, what is the role of a charter sponsor? My first thought is significant. You know, we don't get as, we get some funding for charter schools. That isn't, Mitzi will say that, you know, definitely not enough, but we do get some. And for a highly performing charter, we get less. But within that, we have to have a lot of responsibility. We have a lot of monitoring to do. So a sponsor has to monitor and review the charter school and its progress to the goals that they set in the charter. The sponsor will monitor revenues, expenditures of the charter, and make sure that they're performing the duties as provided in law. When we approve a charter before the applicant, we can approve them. We must approve them and go through their process. But we can do that before they even have acquired a space, personnel, and so forth. So sometimes that becomes difficult. That has happened with some of our recent charters where they couldn't find space in the community, but we approved the charters. Dreamers is an example of that, which is sort of hard to do. We cannot apply our policies to a charter, however, unless that's mutually agreed upon. And in many cases, it is, frankly. Like, for example, I think all but very few use our evaluation system. When that statute came into the play, it was and I was very involved with it, it is a very difficult one to put into effect, and each charter didn't want to do that on their own, so they piggybacked on ours, which means that we do all their calculations with that, which is a difficult process because their schedules are different than ours. We should ensure, especially during the authorizing process, that the charter is innovative and consistent with the state educational goals. The sponsor shall ensure that the charter school participates in the state's accountability system and the assessment system. So we're responsible to making sure that we have given every charter all of the available testing opportunities that we give every other school, handling all their materials, transporting all their materials, training, lots of training, so we make sure that they understand the accountability process. We're not liable for any civil damages under state law for injury, property damage, et cetera, et cetera. We're also not liable for our civil damages under state law. The sponsor's duty is to monitor the charter school doesn't constitute a basis for private cause of action. We cannot impose additional reporting requirements on a charter. So I can't ask, even though we have all these monitoring pieces, we can't ask them to report more than we would ever ask from another school. and we have to submit annual reports to the Department of Education on the charter schools. So when I say it's significant, and I wanted to bring that across because when we talk about authorization, it's a rough process. You know, we are actually looking through every aspect of a school, and every department is involved, as you'll see in the timeline. And when we thank all of these folks from all the departments that are participating in this review. So we have folks from finance, but they work all year round with charter schools, from assessment, from the grants, every grant, even ESSER. When ESSER has come in, we have responsibilities in our finance department and in our grants department to make sure that the charter schools get their dollars and so forth, and we approve the expenditures in alignment with the grant. Our ELL, our ESE departments, all provide support services, pupil support services, and I'll tell you, pupil support even, and I think Deb is here, so I can give her kudos for 2 Friday nights ago. I was traveling up to Tallahassee, and Deb was at home, and we had a call on a charter school child at 9 o'clock at night that we had to resolve within that night and then over in the morning. So we are responsible when it comes to specific things like that. I think that the district has always done a very good job with this. We've always been a very good partner, but it is a lot. And I just don't know if others really know that. So I want to give kudos to these departments and to all these folks that are helping us with it. The other big piece of charter statute is the high-performing piece. A charter school can be designated as high-performing, and it has specific criteria to do so. And with those criteria, and they're around finance, and I've listed them out here for you, that they have to hold a relatively high standing with multiple A's during certain time periods, and then they have to have an unqualified opinion for their financial audits. And if they didn't receive any kind of a financial audit that revealed one or more of financial emergency situations, you can be designating as a high-performing charter school. And when that occurs, you are permitted other additional kind of more, I guess I'm looking for a good word to say this, privileges, sort of. You don't have to renew, but every 15 years, for example, and we have a few charters that do that today. You can, instead of doing monthly reports, you can do quarterly reports to finance. And there's other additional privileges they get, one of which is where brings me to high-performing charter schools. High-performing charter schools can submit an application in any school district in the state to establish and operate a new charter school that will substantially replicate its educational program. So basically, they can identify a school in the state that is a charter and then say that the operator of that charter system can say, well, we're going to open a charter school in your district, or we're going to apply. And with that, we have had that situation now. So the authorization process that we're going through now is a little bit different in that it's a highly replicating charter. And the charter entity that has proposed the application is from Charter School USA. We're in the middle of that, and you'll see the timeline of where we are. I'm sure you've heard of Charter School USA. They are operative in 14 counties in Florida. They're operative in 5 states. They have 56 schools in in the state. So though that entity, and in collaboration with the Charter School Foundation of Florida, has proposed a charter school for Sarasota County. The name of this school, because I constantly have to remember, is the College Preparatory Academy at Welland Park. It's the Welland Park area down in South County. We, as part of our review, we've looked at the site specifications of where it would be. It's not very far from where we have a proposed site. We are thankful to have the planning committee. Thank you, Jody and his team, for serving on this committee, because they have done tremendous work with the review of this application and what they're proposing in that area, and we'll have more about that. I just wanted to say a little bit about the proposal, and we're going to come back and do it at a different date. But right now, the high-performing charter is replicating a school, a K-8 school in Clay County, and they're proposing to bring basically the specifications of that school to our area at Welland Park.
You said Clay County?
Clay County. And I believe Clay County has 2 charters. This is one, and it's also K-8 there. Their main focus is written here, college and career type of model. It's a, and a lot of their work is based on Robert Marzano's research, et cetera. We'll bring that back, and we're reviewing all of the educational plans right now from this charter. Their anticipated opening date would be 23-24, and they're proposing about 615 students in year 1, 765 students by year 5. So with that, and it is, the Clay County School, of course, is a high-performing charter, which is why they would be attempting to replicate that here. So the application review, probably one of the biggest pieces of our sponsor responsibility is to go through the entire application. We've been meeting for several months now. The application was received on February 1st, and Millie's going to walk us through that process now.
Thank you, and nice to meet you all formally. So as Denise said, we have received 1 charter application. We do an annual orientation every year. We had a few interested parties, but at this point in the year, we have only received 1. I'm sure you all know, but there was, in recent history, a change to statute where charter applicants can actually submit it at any point in the year. But what we've seen from our friends across the state in this position is most of the applicants are sticking to that February timeline. So we're hopeful that this will be our only one because it is a lot of work. But before I even get into this, I have to tell you I have been more than impressed by our team of district staff and fellow employees and everything that they've been willing to give and offer their expertise in this process. So the first thing is that we have 90 days formally, according to statute, to review and give recommendations and make a decision on the application unless the applicant signs a waiver. And in our case, the board and Charter Schools USA did agree to that waiver, so we have additional time to work with. We're not stuck to that 90 days, and we are very thankful for that. So currently, we have, and this is very tiny, so I apologize. Get out your readers here. We are in box 3, which doesn't look like very far, but we have done a lot of work in those few boxes. So we've received the application. That we go through a little checklist when it comes in, and now we've formulated our team, and we are reviewing it. I believe that copies were delivered upstairs for y'all. I don't know if you've seen it, but it is quite large. It's over 500 pages long, so it just takes time to dig through it and really familiarize yourself with the application and make sure we're looking at it and asking the right questions and looking at it critically. The next piece, after we kind of do our initial review, is that the applicant will be here in front of you all, and they will have a chance to present their plan as well. From there, we will follow up with them on an interview process where we'll be able to ask them any additional clarifying questions. And then we'll continue to meet as a charter review team, finalize our notes, and come forward with ultimately a recommendation, and then you all will vote. Depending on the outcome of that vote determines whether or not if we approve, obviously they'll move forward and we'll start working on the contract and they'll move forward with construction. If we deny as a district, then they have an opportunity to appeal at the state level, and then there's a formal appeal process with the state. As I mentioned, this is just what happens. Our charter specialist, Kelly, who's with us today, is wonderful. She met with them at the time they turned this in, and just checking to make sure that they have all the things they need to start the process. And of course, they did. It's a very well organized, well written application. And then from here, we are lucky enough, there are 2 pieces that we work with when looking at charter applications. One is the state has provided models for us, so we're not flying blind. There is some standardization across the districts. They have provided us with a model application that most of the charter applicants utilize, and the standards are written into it. And then they have also provided us with this overall standards as authorizers, and there's a model evaluation tool as well. So within the model standards that they've provided us, there are 5 keys in there, but right now we're working directly in number 2, which is the application process and decision making. But as Dr. Cantalupo mentioned, all 5 of these is really where we do our day-to-day work, and all of our district departments have a hand in these pieces as we work with our charter partners. So this is just a overall of what the standard is for reviewing the application and making a decision, which is really just that we are looking at it as a comprehensive whole, and make sure that it's following what the state expects in the model application. Again, another tiny one. I hope you guys have your readers. Really, again, just about looking at the application critically, making sure it's in compliance with all statutes for not only for charters, but for any traditional school, and making sure that it's viable and that they're in compliance with all the things that they need to be. And that's why we need our whole team of district experts, because certainly our small charter school office can't know all of these things. So that's the next part. All right, so we do have this one application. The board is Florida Charter Educational Foundation, and the school is the educational service provider would be Charter Schools USA for a K-8 in Welland Park, with a proposed opening in 23-24. And that's what our team is currently looking at. We did have a quick training with all of our team members, our Charter Review Committee, to walk them through the statute, the model guidelines for approval, so that they know what they're looking at. And we've created a Microsoft Teams with all the resources in it. It's actually where we're doing our shared review and commenting. There's a lot of great collaboration going on electronically. And so they have access to all of those resources as they're doing the review. So they really have a guideline and a roadmap of what it is that they're looking for. So who is on this team and what are we looking at? There are 3 major sections of any charter application. There's the education piece, the org piece, and the business piece, not too different from how we operate. And our teams are looking at those appropriately aligned to those respective departments. So in the first piece is the educational plan, and you can see up here all the names, but we have representatives from the school choice department, curriculum, planning, CTE. We have our one and only wonderful K-8 principal, since this is a K-8 school, ESE department, ESOL departments, and student services working on reviewing the educational plan. And in the org plan, we have our charter rep principal from SCS. We have members from our HR team. We also are a part of the FACSA organization, which is Florida Association for, why am I blanking right now? For charter authorizers. And they have provided to us, part of our membership provides us with a consultant. So we have taken them up on that, and that has proven to be a wonderful resource. And also members of our IT team. And on the business plan, we have members from transportation, food and nutrition, safety, security, finance, and budget. And I have to tell you, the hive is always better than the individual. We have met several times as a team, as a whole team, and both broken out into smaller subsets to discuss and review this plan in detail. And I am just amazed at the expertise that our team members have been able to provide, and some of the wonderful questions and information they're bringing in as we work together on this. So I can't say enough wonderful things and be more thankful for them. This is the rubric we are utilizing. Again, this is provided to us by the state. It is in alignment with the standards that they have provided to us, and we are currently working through it to look at the strengths, the concerns, and the additional questions. And then our next step will be really looking at the individual components to see if the application partially meets, or does not meet the standards for each of those areas that we just looked at. And this is another tiny one. This is our tentative schedule, and we say tentative because we are waiting to hear back from the applicant on confirming a few of the dates, but we are pretty sure this is the timeline where we're going to stick to. So we have another charter review committee team tomorrow to continue to review the application, and then the next big step, we do have a smaller subset meeting with planning, particularly because of the location of the proposed school and its close proximity to our proposed K-8 school or our future K-8 school. So that's just a conversation we want to have with them. And then after that, the next big piece will be them coming in front of you. As Dr. Cantalupo mentioned, the application is an application for a high-performing school. And that does mean that we as a district don't have as many opportunities to deny the application because they are coming forth with a high performing. It's very specific in statute what we can look at as far as denial. And to sort of describe them as briefly as I can, one is just that it's not meeting basic requirements for a charter. And those are pretty basic. Two, they're not actually a replication as they are proposing that they want to be in the application. Three is any kind of misrepresentation or falsifying of information. And then finally would be as if it's just not financially viable or in any sort of non-compliance. And then we have resources for you all and any questions.
So at the moment, we're really digging pretty deep about and trying to understand what the charter school that they're replicating is all about. So we're studying that school. We had plans to go up there. They didn't think it was an appropriate time for us to come, but we still want to make that visit. So we're going to plan another so we can kind of see that school in action. We're also talking to the Clay County, their school board district offices to see what kind of relationship they have with that school, trying to bring as much information back to our review and then ultimately to you so we can make a really sound judgment about the implementation of the school. And as Millie said, it is somewhat a little bit, we want to always work well with our charters, but we want to make sure that this is a nice fit with our district, has the same type of in alignment with our strategic plan, our mission, our goals, because we are all in the same district and with our students. As you know, Jane mentioned it this morning, there's a lot of mobility between our schools and charter schools. So we want to make sure that we are meeting the same high standards that we have set for all of our other programs in schools. Is there any questions?
I will be checking with a school board member in Clay County.
Thank you, Jane.
I have
Appreciate
a friend who's
that.
there, so I'll
Thank you.
check that out. And I do think that, you all are doing a great job of putting this together. So welcome, Millie. We love you
Thank you.
being there.
Thank you.
Looks like you've got everything handled very well.
Well,
very
we'll
impressed.
keep you posted. I'm sure
I'm
we'll be
sure-
reaching out.
I'm sure you will. Shirley Brown.
Yeah, I too appreciate telling us who all is doing which part of it. A couple of quick questions. In previous charters, we had asked for, and we can't require it, but that they would have a local board rather than a out of state or out of county board overseeing it. We've got that, I think, with Imagine, and then all of our local charters do have the local boards. And then the referendum dollars, I think at one time they could only do their financial plan without including the referendum dollars, but now we have to give it to them, correct? But are they required to give us a plan on how they're going to use those referendum dollars for an enhancement, like when we go out there? I mean, or do we have to have them break down how they're going to use the referendum dollars?
I don't think so. No, I don't
think so.
I don't remember that, no.
Well, and then the other thing, I would like to know how, I guess I will be asking them how they will use the extra dollars we give them.
Wonderful.
Because,
Great question.
we have to tell the public how we use those dollars. The other thing is a college preparatory academy being in a K-8 school. What are they doing in kindergarten for college prep? I mean, it's got a nice name, but normally a college prep might be, 6 to 12 or and do we still have that one down in Venice? I mean, they were talking about having one at the college. I mean, did they ever open that?
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
We have the
But it's
SCS.
high school.
Yeah, it's a high school.
Correct.
And that doesn't show up on our list anywhere ever, but we're not the authorizers. But so, like, I would just like to know what is it that they're offering different than other schools that makes it a college prep?
And we have, for that reason, we have Tripp joining us on our team, and we're also, is probably what is really motivating us most to go visit the school, to find out what makes it unique and why is that in alignment.
Yeah, those are the things, and and have they looked at any of our schools? These are the questions I will be asking them when they present to us, and I would imagine they're watching today, so be forewarned. These are the things I have, I always ask about the charters applications. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bridget?
Thank you. Well, I appreciate the overview, even for all of us as a refresher, and even for our new board members or the public. I've always found, I remember in 2014, that year, I think we had 14 applications that one year. 14. So, and it's been a long time since, I know we had Dreamers, but yeah, we had, and not all of them obviously made it through, but to go through, there really was, I was blown away about the level of work that our staff does, and I'm glad you highlighted the responsibility as an authorizer, and we've had charter schools in front of us when they're not fulfilling their needs, whether it be financial or whether it be academics, because that is the responsibility of us, and that's why that approval process is so important, so that we have that stable continuity for our students. So I appreciate all the work that you guys are doing. I like the highlight. And like I said, it's been a while since we had, Dreamers we had, but I don't know how Natalie handled 11. That it was year over year. It was 11, and then 12, and then 7, and then they kind of
She retired shortly thereafter.
right. No kidding, right? But and it's very intense. So I appreciate the work that you guys are investing in it. And one thing when I talk to other board members or even members of the legislature, I'll say, I think Sarasota County has a really great reputation of being good partners. Certainly when they select it, they want it to be successful. They're not going to sugarcoat it at the end of the day. We don't want one to open that's not going to be successful, but once they do, that partnership is very strong, and I appreciate that work and collaboration. But thank you for the high level, and I look forward to the application big book that we get to read through. So thank you.
And that's a great lead-in to give a plug to one Steve Crump. Steve Crump is one of my very dear people in my life, and he's such a giving man. He runs Suncoast Charter School, and he has just taken in a new baby, a newborn, who was drug addicted mother, and he was at All Children's Hospital a couple of days this week having the baby's brain checked for irregularities and so forth. He's just got a big heart, he and his wife have such a big heart. They have children from adults all the way down to, this baby they may not keep, but they'll certainly love on him, and he'll be lucky. But I just have to shout out to Steve Crump for all the help that he gave Dan and I during the referendum. He goes above and beyond, and I could always call on him, and he's there for me. But his contract is up for renewal, and he'd like to bring it forward sooner rather than later, because we're going to lose him. He's going back. He's moving to Kentucky. He's retiring, and it will be a big loss for that school. But he'd like to move that forward just so he's around to help explain and to go over that before he leaves. So I just mention it to you now so that everybody knows that, because it will be a big loss. His son is at Sarasota High, plays baseball, and he's in a tournament in Tallahassee, and he's going there for spring break. He has a son who is at the Air Force Academy, and he plays baseball. He has a daughter who's a social worker in North Carolina, and he has an 8-year-old that he adopted, really fully adopted, that was a child that came to him very much like this latest child, who he just got a call. He called me in February one Saturday afternoon and said, I'm on my way to the hospital to pick up an 11-day-old baby. And so he's a great man. I just wanted you to make sure you take good care of Steve. But thank you very much. Welcome again, Millie. And last but not ever least, we have our budget discussion with Mitzi Corcoran and Krista Kurtner and everyone else. Come on down. I apologize for the delay, but you know, the nice thing about having this workshop on a separate day, I mean, how do you really know how long it's going to take? It's going to take as long as it takes. So, thank you all for your patience.
Of course. Good afternoon, everyone.
And thank you, Mitzi, because I'm sure you have lots and lots of important things to do, but thank you for being with us today.
No worries. I just got to rush back because we're running payroll today and we have, all
Is that
those
all?
raises to get done.
Is that all?
So I'm going to try to go through it as quickly as I can. So I know you all are aware that we are trying to implement our strategic plan and use the ESSER dollars that we can. So we have the document you were presented with initially that had the budget changes that are just part of the normal budget process that I'm going to go through really quickly, and then positions as a component of the strategic plan. So unless Dr. Asplin wants to do anything as far as a lead-in, or are we good?
The only thing I want to say with the lead-in is that it's we've talked about this quite a bit. We've bounced it around. We've changed it 100 times. Just trying to make sure that we, if we're going to hire positions, make sure that these positions will support our strategic plan and all of our goals moving forward. I mean, we have a great vision, a great plan to move forward. It's going to take us, a few years to get where we want to get to based on the plan that we created, but just trying to make sure that we fill positions that allows us to move forward with that plan. So there's been a lot of thought into this. Again, this is a workshop. We're not going to be voting on this until, I believe it's April the 5th, so we have a couple more weeks to think about it as well. But I do want to say that the finance department has done just an amazing job. They've worked so many hours, especially when we switch things around every couple of days after we have more conversations. So I apologize for that. But anyway, just trying to do the right thing. And I know everybody in this room is trying to do the right thing. And we just need to talk through it and come up with what we want to have. And so it's ready to be voted on April 5th. Thanks, Mitzi.
Sure. So as far as I guess we can just use the revised sheet that you just were handed. And if you go to page 2, it'll show the top half again is the budgetary changes. Some are just an in and an out. We needed some more registrar support at our 2 largest elementary schools, so there's a new job there. No change in dollars. We have some positions that are transferring between departments. And then we have, there's a position in facilities as was a trades apprentice. They have not implemented it. It's a vacant position, and they have found between the custodial overtime and the absences and everything that they need a person to do payroll full-time. There is a tremendous need because of custodial overtime to actually hire more custodians. We've added so much square footage over the years and have not, in conjunction, added the custodial staff that's needed. So I think we're at a tipping point now where we are spending maybe more on overtime than it would cost us to actually hire people, so we need to add some positions there. There's a background in fingerprinting specialist needed in safety and security. So right now, HR does fingerprinting, security does fingerprinting. We just need it to be in one place. It also needs to be monitored for the 5-year FBI checks and all of those things. So that's what this person's role will be. There's been a complete analysis done of the police department's leadership, where we have found that our officers are not in alignment with where they should be. So these are recommended reclassifications and a title change from lieutenant to captain. And then as we've had the conversation of the new K-8 schools, we need another project manager to handle that work because construction's already kind of overloaded with the workload that they have. So that's kind of the budget. Like, these are the things, if there wasn't an implementation of a strategic plan, we would have been bringing to you in our normal course of discussion. After that becomes the strategic plan positions. Part of the implementation of the strategic plan is between Goal 1 and Goal 2. We've asked each of our schools to select a position that they feel is best for their school to help support them. So that's a big component. Another initiative is pre-K. So we have a number of positions tied to pre-K. We've also are doing a big push for ESE and ESOL in terms of curriculum and instruction. So there are some program specialists there to help develop that. There was, at one time, the idea was to create an entire ESOL department around that, where there was a director position and a secretary that were going to oversee the program specialists and compliance. And we think that they can better work with the curriculum directors, underneath the curriculum directors, and we feel like we need to have, basically it's a budget neutral situation. We would eliminate the director and secretary. There would become an associate superintendent, not an assistant, an associate, so it's a little bit lower. It remains budget neutral, and this person would kind of guide student services. So they would have student discipline, they would have student services, guidance, social work, mental health. They would have ESE services. They would also be over school choice and charters and reassignments. It's encompassing the services outside of direct instruction and curriculum. So that was the hope, to kind of have that leadership over there. There was originally we had requested a administrative position for college career and life readiness that has been changed to an instructional program specialist to oversee that. And they will be working very closely with TRIP. We have a professional learning supervisor and secretary. This is a replacement for the H-level administrative position that was up above. I'm sorry, I didn't mention that deletion up there. And then we have a real need for training for our operational side of the house. We used to have someone who was dedicated to that, and then the recession hit, and the position's never been replaced. So unfortunately, the training programs we have for the development of career ladders for our food service and custodial and many of our other operational staff is just kind of non-existent, and we'd really like to re-implement that in Goal 5. There is a need for 2 strategic initiative project managers. If you look at our strategic plan, many of the resource requests are tied to technology and the implementation of new software products like an intranet. And they need a champion. They need someone who owns this and can herd the cats and keep things moving forward. So that's the request for that. There is an administrative assistant needed over the director of equity and the director of leadership. Right now, they have nobody to help support their areas. Deb has spoken about, and I guess she probably did that this morning, about their request to do the teams, North, Central, and South, 3 different individuals who can be deployed to the schools. And so these are the 9 positions. These would be behavior therapists, the RBTs, and school psychologists. So that's 9 different positions there. There's a tech support classified person over MTSS in the implementation of that. And then 6 career advisors to go into our 5 comprehensive high schools in Pineview to help support the college and career initiative and work really closely with that program manager. So I think those are all of the positions. On the back page, there's a summary of the additions of 23 positions by their funding source, by their classification, by their department, and then the strategic plan positions. At the very bottom, it's overall. So the request for the strategic plan, including the current year and the next year, is 113 instructional, 33 classified, and 6 administrative positions. On the very first page of the addendum that you received are all of the transfers and realignments that would occur with the implementation of this. And then the org charts that are behind it are the ones that changed since the last time we spoke about this. I think that's pretty much it. If anybody has any questions or if Dr. Estlin would like to add anything else.
Shirley Brown.
A lot of these are funded with the ARP grant. Is that the federal, the last COVID fund?
It's the ESSER 3 grant, yes.
So that new associate superintendent right now is a temporary position?
Potentially.
Thank you.
Yes. All those, anything that's paid out of ESSER is temporary. We have, 3 years, 2.5 years to utilize that money, and basically catch us up from COVID, I think, is why we received it. And so we're really putting all this in place, and with the strategic plan, what we decided to do was go ahead and use these dollars, so we're not using our own general fund dollars. And as you can see on the back side of the second page there, all of this is going to be a general fund of about $752,000, and then the ESSER fund covers around $7.4 million. I will say that with the referendum passing, I know there's around $3 million more than what we're spending right now, which all along we planned on utilizing that for our pre-K initiative, which will cover that as well. So that would possibly come out of the ESSER funds when that, either now or when the ESSER funds end, and then the referendum can pick that up. So in the meantime, we have 2.5 years to 3 years to figure out, or to put ourselves in a place where the positions that, if we had to have instructional positions go back to the classroom, we could do that, because we always have around 250 teacher slots open every year. And then those 6 administrative positions, try to absorb those over the next 2.5 years. So when the ESSER funds are over with, then we would pay for them that way, unless we find we don't need something, and then we just don't have it anymore.
And you worked with the schools, the administrators, to what their input was on these positions?
Yes, on the 40 position, or the positions there, I think it was 40. We talked to the principals, and like we've said before, each school has different needs. And so I didn't want to just say, look, everybody's getting a counselor. You tell me what you need. And then we also said, if you don't want it to be a person, it is worth $88,000, because every instructional position, teacher position, is worth around $88,000, because we go by the average, and that's what it is with benefits. But if you were to utilize those dollars for contract money, for instance, in case you wanted to hire maybe 5 or 6 different people to help with tutoring or other things that you might want as a contract situation, knowing that there's a possibility in 2.5 years that money will go away, you can certainly do that. But what are your needs, so we can fill your needs the best way possible?
Thank you.
And just to jump in on that, as far as the ESSER 3 funds go, these are just the positions tied to the ESSER 3 grant. There's, the Jumpstart funds and many other non-people type positions involved in the grant itself.
So in the 2.5 or 3 years, depending on how you count this, which I will not be here, I will read the paper, however. If we determine that we need these positions to continue, then we will have some flexibilities there. We have a referendum that, God willing, will continue to grow in funding and so forth, and we will appropriately look at our overall budget. Mitzi won't be here either, but at any rate, Bonnie will be, and we will make adjustments accordingly. We're not going to bring someone in for 2 years and then say, adios, if we really need them. But this will give us the opportunity of knowing how these permanently should be in place and what we really have as a need.
Yes, that's exactly right. It'll give us a couple of years to figure that out. The last thing you ever want to do with recurring dollars is pay for something that's non-recurring dollars, pay for something that's recurring, right? And so we do have a lot of training that we're going to have with all of our teachers and our employees throughout the next 3 years, especially within the strategic plan. So a lot of the dollars from the ESSER funds are being used for that, and for materials and things of that nature that are one-time costs. But yes, when you look at those positions, they are all going to be recurring type positions. So you have to either figure out at the end of the day, can they be absorbed into your general fund, or can you absorb them through attrition, or are there other ways? And then if you still have something that you don't need, what can we do with that person, or does that position actually go away? What I'm hoping is, my hope is that we can absorb through attrition and then also through our general fund. Because as I said, this year we normally, I don't know what it normally would have come to, but it wouldn't have been $750,000. It would have been more than that coming out of the general fund. But thank goodness that we have the ESSER fund to catch us up with COVID and the strategic plan, because it allows us to pay for this strategic plan with the scope and sequence that we have created. And I think if we didn't have the ESSER funds and we didn't have the general funds, we would have to back off some of our strategic plan or extend it even longer so that we could pay for it over more time. The ESSER funds are really kind of helping us do that quicker.
If I can just piggyback on what Dr. Asplund was saying is, when we were first having the conversations around the strategic plan, it was what did we think we could invest annually out of our general fund. We've become very fortunate to be able to receive these large amount of federal dollars that we have to use over a relatively short amount of time. But at that time, I felt like we could comfortably absorb about $5 million. So to me, I feel as if what we've been fortunate enough to be able to receive is a defray of general fund investments until they're actually going to be needed by using the federal one-time money. So I just wanted to kind of throw that out there too.
So you feel good about this?
I do.
Well, that's important to me.
I mean, I think a lot of the positions, hopefully some of the behavior positions that are being invested will have great payoffs and won't necessarily need to be continued. There's some others that may not need to be continued, and we know that these are great teachers who have probably come out of a classroom to do this work, and they can go back to a classroom if we need it, because we have a large number of vacancies every year, as Dr. Asplund mentioned.
Well, I feel really good about this. I know you worked on this, 27 revisions? 30 revisions, maybe? But I know that you took it seriously and you were really working and drilling down to get it to exactly represent what you were trying to do. The two things that excite me more is more things in Deb's area, because I really think we're not going to get anywhere unless we get this all straightened out, folks. You cannot learn if kids are frightened or scared or their mind is not on an education. So those kinds of interventions and things that we're looking at doing are really, really important. The ESE component, the special ed issues, as well as the mental issues of our students. And then the pre-K. Of course, that's a big thing to me. And I think we do need someone in charge of that. So I feel good about this. So I am supportive of it, even before April 5th? April 5th? Karen Rose.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a question of Dr. Asplund and then a few comments. With the 6 additional pre-K, how many do we currently have what would make our total? Is it 16 that we would have with the 6 additional?
So you're talking about 6 additional classrooms?
6 additional pre-K classrooms. What do we currently have? What is our total that we would end up with?
Yeah, we are currently at 38. We would end up at 42.
Excellent. Okay, thank you. And I just have a few comments. I do hesitate. I'm going to be very transparent with adding 6 administrators. And before I can feel comfortable with that, I would like to, line items of what we have in our schools. How many literacy coaches do we have in our schools? And I don't want you to verbally give them to me. I'd like it in print. How many behavior specialists? The chair did refer to that piece. I think reading is front and center to where we go and what we do and the whole future of our success and quality schools. Particularly in those early grades, if I look at the kindergarten through 3rd grade, and I know that Chair Goodwin said, how do we solve all of our issues and what do we look at into the future and what is the most important piece? Well, research is going to tell you that 3rd grade reading predicts where we go with academic success from that point on. And I was fortunate, and I want to thank you for giving me the reading data and looking at reading recovery. And we did start to implement that in 2015 as a pilot. And from 2015 to 2019, we did not gain anything from 70% of our students at grade level at third grade reading up until 2019. So I have some legitimate concerns here with reading being the greatest predictor. If we look at the 2020 reading data for third grade, which is what I'm focusing in on, and the students who had the reading recovery intervention, only 50% of those students tested out at grade level. Now, given that we've had COVID challenges, but I'm still looking overall that we're not making near the progress in reading that I'm holding myself accountable for. So before I can look at 6 additional administrators as one board member, one vote, I really want to dig deeper into transparency with our reading program, particularly when we look at our exceptional student education students. We've put that reading recovery or components of it into our reading pilot through the state of Florida. I have concerns with that, given the data that's at hand. And we also are fortunate enough, it's my understanding, to have a Strauss grant, which will address reading in exceptional student education, if I understood it correctly, through folks at the Community Foundation. And I would like upfront information. Are we looking at putting reading recovery in that? What is the research-based programs in reading for special education students? I really want more transparency with reading, where we're going, what kinds of tutorials we have, what are our gains and what are our expectations. And this isn't meant to be a negative or not a belief in any of the initiatives that are putting forth. This is me putting accountability on me and being data-driven. I want to be more data-driven in budget choices, and I want to focus for me on where we're going in reading, given where we have gone in reading since 2015 with our current plan. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. We will certainly do that. I think it's a great idea to create lists from every school and see, exactly who we have, what we have, and be able to show that to all the board members. And then, I agree that, the reading data, whatever the reading data is, it can always get better. And until we're all at 100%, right? And I know you agree with that. And so, certainly bringing that data forward is something that we can do. And then also, the strategic plan is designed to help us with that. And then these positions, just my way of thinking, just so that you know, was, okay, so how do we make the strategic plan to help us with our third graders to read? Well, we need certain positions to make that happen. And these are the positions that I think we need to make that happen. But getting that data together and making, the list from the schools and kind of showing, I think that's a great idea, and we'll certainly get that together.
And I'm not negating what a administrator can do.
Mm-hmm.
I am questioning what they're overseeing and what are those resources. I was very serious with what I see the Dr. Shelleys of the world do, and you said it very well, Mr. Edwards. They have a web of tracking every single student, and no one falls between the cracks.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to just make so sure that, particularly in the K-3, that we are providing every resource for every one of those students before we're having these discussions about top administrators. I know what an administrator can do. I'm very thrilled with what Mr. Renoff is doing. That isn't about this. It's assuring and that our public can see what is happening with resources in our schools.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Bridget?
Yes, thank you. So I know I've gone back and forth with Dr. Aspen on a lot of these, and I see this two ways. I think I always say, I want to protect our classroom, and I think that's used loosely. It's important. I don't mean it that way. I'm saying that it can be read into multiple ways. I want to see, and I do mean that when Dr. Shelley today was a perfect example, and that's why I underscored that of saying, when we talk about budgetary or opportunities, if you look at ESSER funds, we can utilize it, quite frankly, in a myriad of ways. And this is like this moment, okay, what are we going to do? What does that look like to really accelerate? You got 2.5, 3-year pilot programs with a lot of money. And we have some brilliant brains around this room as far as, or in this district, excuse me, that hopefully we can, be flexible and utilize that money to accelerate and find, and then and look back and say, we did this. And so with that, there could be some ambitious items that you put in there, but the expectation is that it will deliver that outcome. And that's where and that ownership has got to be owned. And that means whether or not it's in adding a high-level administrator or whether it's adding in multiple positions. Same with our school-based administrators. If, in that conversation I've had with them, but also even with the pick a position, there's an ownership there that they know their schools. They know where there's deficits, and it may be one position, maybe more. I know with the creative ways that they can do that. And then the way I think would happen, but I'm not managerial oversight. But what my expectation of you or the superintendent would be is that that those school-based administrators, they own that what they're going to deliver with that position, because they're assessing what the situation is and being honest with themselves, because that's what we expect of our students and so on and so forth. So the same would go for in this aspect is, so whatever this structure looks like, it is the ownership of what is going to be the outcome of it now, and really own that. And of course, you can't predict the future. If the last 2 years will tell you that, that's for sure. But one thing I think Dr. Shelley highlights so well is there's no excuses. She just gets it done. And I hate to go back to her, but she was perfect presenter today, because even with the change in her demographics, she went out and completely restructured, and it illustrated absolute outcomes that you could tie it right back to that. And so that is my mind is where I look at this of, I would like to make sure whatever we're doing, we're being strategic about those support positions. And if we can fund it that way, and if that's what you guys think works, is it more than one? I'm going to defer to you and your team for that. But that is where all of these positions, and I know we talked about this, particularly on the school-based administrators, superintendent, assistant superintendents, very department heads, that ownership. So if there are things not being done, and I know that's where we were talking about different positions and that are not, some are still here, some are not. It was, is that really going to make the difference? And that's just it's an open-ended question that I challenge you when we're putting these together. Is that going to make the difference? And if it's, I don't know, well, who's going to own that it will make the difference? And if it doesn't, if we're talking about that 3-year period, you got to be ready to remove that, because what happens with programs and what have you, sometimes they just end up in perpetuity, and we can't do that, right? So, and that's where, wherever we go, I want to make sure that that structure and ownership is very transparent, very clear, because we'll look at things at the aggregate when we're talking about various, outcomes. And I think I agree with Mrs. Rose on the, reading being paramount. What programs are we spending money on? So there's a lot of flexibility, and I see these opportunity with the ESSER money, which is, it's exciting, but it also calls for really difficult decisions. And I applaud bold decisions. I believe this is going to make the difference. And so wherever, if it is a high-level administrator, and I know we talked about this, because if you guys are so close but no cigar, because you guys are running around, and kudos to you guys, because I know how much work is on your plate, running around trying to put out this fire, and so there's a lack of ability to be proactive and get ahead of the instructional aspect, because it's almost a response to whatever else is happening, and that ends up being a detriment to our outcomes. If we can illustrate that, and then whatever position you're going to put in place, it'll plug that hole. If it does, it shows that outcomes. If that's what you believe is going to happen, I mean, you have to be very clear about it before we support it. But that's where I'm coming from. I think that giving that empowerment to you, and then you respectively giving that empowerment to your members of staff in their various roles, and that ownership being transparent, very clear, and if it doesn't happen, those are when the hard decisions have to be made. But those people made that very clear, that I will own this, I will deliver this, this is what I need. That's where I would be very open to a myriad of things if it's as transparent as that. Does that make sense?
Yes, that makes a lot of sense. I agree completely. We need to own it. It needs to be transparent. We need to make sure we have accountability. With this plan, 152 of these positions are instructional. there's 6 admin. So in order to hold people accountable, we have to have some people who are overseeing it to hold those folks accountable, like you said, which I agree 100%. And so you're right; those administrators will be holding people accountable. And I know you're right. You know, Mr. Renoff, for instance, he has a lot on his plate, and I think having the other associate superintendent who can oversee ESE, student service, and you heard today with student services how deep you get in student services and how much is associated with that. And Deb Jacqueline does a great job. Sonia does a great job. And they're in the woods all the time. They're in the forest with everybody, working through everything. And so to have a person, an associate superintendent, who can help them in those particular departments to be proactive. That's where we want to be proactive so we can make it happen. That's great. And then also that helps Mr. Renoff really concentrate on the academics and the curriculum side to make sure that we are reading by 3rd grade. And so I think that's critical, and it kind of trickles down from there. And then, again, holding people accountable, making sure people own it. I can tell you that, you know, Dr. Shelley is a phenomenal principal, and she does a great job at her school. And I can tell you, really, all of the principals are awesome, and they do a great job with the situations that they have at their schools and the demographics and what they're working on. And I know that just from going to some of the fidelity checks that we've had with principals and looking at the data with them, they are on top of it. They know what they're doing. And then these other projects that we're getting ready to start, training projects, especially, like I said before, professional learning communities, it's all about getting results. It's all about getting results and having our teachers understand, you know, what we need to do there. We have some of that now. We just need to really push on that. And so we're spending a lot of money on that, yes, but at the end of the day, it'll be a way of work. And so when we put all that together and we own that and we hold everyone accountable, I'm right there with you on all of that. And I think this is how we're going to make that happen.
Well, and I'm just going to follow up one more thing, and I can do some one-offs on anything in here, but I know we already talked about it. But going to the something that Mrs. Rose said, and I think that would be really helpful, particularly as we talk about some of these positions, like I think it was a project manager or what have you, looking at what, you know, positions by school and programs that we have per school, and then we can identify the outcomes with them. How long have they been there? Because those are because especially if you're going to have a project coordinator or initiative project manager. Yeah. But one of those things is certainly we're talking on the operational side that would make a difference. But we have implementation, or we have various programs that we'll adopt and we'll bring on board. And we have so many that I don't know that we have any sense of what's still there and what's really driving the outcome that we want. It's just there's a lot of them.
No, you're right.
And so, that probably is a lot of work to put that together, but we got to start somewhere. Otherwise, we're never going to evaluate what's working, what's not, and make those financial decisions. So is that something you believe you could do?
I agree 100%. I know Chris and I, and in Cabinet, we've talked about this. You know, we need to look at our programs that we have, see what kind of return on investment we're getting from the programs that we have, because you're right. You can go 20 years and you're kind of accumulating programs. Next thing you know, we can't even support all of them because we don't have the people to support all the different programs, and the people that support them don't even know what that program is because it was something from 20 years ago. So going through and making sure that that we delete the programs we need to delete, which will then save us money that we can add back to the coffers. That's another point. So that's definitely something that we're working on, and I know Mr. Renoff is working on that, especially in the curriculum area, all the different programs. Because all the schools, you know, they have had and they do have autonomy to pick up different programs, but we all need to really be looking at it more from the same page, especially when it comes to training. It's cheaper when you buy things in bulk, right, across many schools, but then also to be able to delete the ones that we don't really need anymore.
So when would be, and I know that we talk about it, so I know, and that's a big, that's why I want to be realistic as to how do we evaluate these, because I think some of these things are even, and I don't want to speak for Mrs. Rose and somebody I met, but as far as looking at making these decisions, it's before we make those decisions, getting a sense of what's working, what are these programs, what staffing positions do we have. When we're talking about programmatically, what's a time frame? And I don't know if this is a question for Mr. Renoff or you.
As far as programs are concerned, we can tell you what we really are doing right now with the, for instance, the new ELA curriculum that we have.
Mm-hmm.
Fantastic. It also, we utilize progress monitoring through it, which is the first time a curriculum or a textbook and the curriculum actually had progress monitoring in it. which is very good. So we're working through that. But I think the main thing here is for us to show you a list of what type of positions we have at the different schools. Because at the end of the day, whatever programs we have, it's about the people and our teachers. And no matter what they have in their hands, they either can teach or they can't. And our teachers are fantastic, and we need to teach the standards. We need to understand how to teach reading, regardless of the programs we have. Now, there are certain ones that help in certain areas. For instance, phonics, phonemic awareness, things like that, that are really gauged toward that. And we need to look at those. But in general, when you start looking around at different schools and different schools that have purchased different programs over the years, you'll find a whole lot of them. And their students are still doing well. It's because of their teachers.
Right.
It's not because of the program. So I want to start with the list of positions that we have at the schools. And what you'll see is there's a difference between Title I schools and other schools too, because we have spent money there. You know, at the beginning of this year, we purchased, or we spent money on how many behavior specialists?
Behavior specialist 20, I think 24.
24.
Oh.
And then
I thought you were back there. I'm like, how'd you do that?
yeah,
Sorry.
and then instructional facilitators, especially for our Title I schools. I think we have 14.
Nine at the elementary level, correct.
Okay, so we did that at the beginning of the year too, just for what we're talking about.
Yeah.
To kind of get us moving, even before we put together the strategic plan, because we just know what we need to do. And so, so we've been doing that. So we really would like to show you those lists of positions that we have at the different schools, and then we'll just keep working on the programs. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, and we can have that for you literally right after spring break. I can get you that list right after spring break. No problem at all. And again, investing in our teachers' expertise, because that's no matter what program we have. And thank goodness we have phenomenal investment in great curriculum materials to support our students and our teachers, being utilized consistently across the board for the first time and than I've ever even imagined since I've been in this district. And the bottom line is it is about our teacher expertise, because regardless of what they have in their hands, they're going to be confident enough to address any learning challenge that a student has coming before them. So I'll get you that information. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Tom Edwards.
Okay, I'll try to go swiftly.
Great.
I look at a couple of things. Dr. Asplund says that the achievement gap happens before we get them. So this whole concept of VPK is, in my opinion, a big key component to addressing third grade reading. That I'm expecting that piece is going to make some changes moving into that. I don't think there's a silver bullet for third grade reading. I've asked this question a couple of times since I've been here, and sometimes it depends on where the child came from. All different kinds of components factor into that question, but I don't think we shouldn't hold ourselves accountable to third grade reading separate from what we're talking about here today. I don't think that goes away just because we agree or disagree to hire. And so from my perspective, I'm looking at that VPK and all of that, and I'm not an educator, so I can't really comment on how well those programs are going to be and what programs you're buying. I just know that I'm going to look to see what the result is by the time it gets to third grade. On the other side of this, when I look at Dr. Shelley's web, and I don't mean that that's the only example, I know, and two things I'm focused in on the secondary level are those college career success centers. And I think part of what happens where kids fall through the cracks is that guidance counselors did that for a long time, and they're so swamped with their duties that no one was really able to sit and work with those students. So if you start working with a freshman and you start asking them, what's your plan after college, or what do you think you want to do, and you're probing those questions, then those kinds of directions, in fact, if they're having trouble reading, you're going to find that out pretty quickly in ninth grade and try to get some remedial work in there. So that's the part of the work that when I say the web of that, and the academies that we're starting are connected to the career college. And so all of that is coming together. And then I'd like to see those career, and I've said this to Dr. Asplund, I'm going to say it publicly, I'd like to see that career college success center start in middle school. Start asking those students what their plan is for high school so that they start thinking ahead and where they're going. And frankly, one last piece about those, and then I have a question about the headcount connected to it, is 40% of all students, this is a national average, 40% of all students don't complete their plan after college, after high school. And so we should be able to offer our career success centers to alumni, whatever amount of time that is it 2 years or 4 years, in case they stumble, that they could come back and we could get them back onto track. That's how important to me those academies and career college success centers are, and getting them to have a plan. We talk about graduation rates. I'd like to see every student either be employed, enrolled, or enlisted. That's a plan, and that tells us that we've done our job from K through 12. So that's part of that. But that position that got re-engineered here, I guess last night, about the person that would be doing the college career success centers is now classified as instructional. Is that strong enough? Is that person hefty enough for what we need done to get all of these things that I'm asking and have been asking for over a year to get done? Is that, or can we talk about that?
We can talk about it. We can talk about it. We think about it. We think it will. I know in talking with Ron and Tripp, we had a conversation about it. I know Tripp had mentioned, having another program specialist for this particular area is what would be a very good way to go. But we can certainly talk about it again. And because we definitely want it to survive. We want it to sustain. We want to make sure that it's doing what it's supposed to do, right, over time, and we don't want to mess that up.
Yeah,
and so we want to make sure the right person's in there. Program specialist or administrator, if you get the right person, I'm not sure it's going to matter which way you go on that, but it needs to be somebody who does understand the business world and K-12 world.
Well, in my mind, we should be able to ascertain what's the headcount that belongs in a career success center and create that ratio from student to career success, or how much headcount do we need? Then we can multiply that by the 7 high schools, and then I'll know what that line item is going to cost, and then figure out how do we support that. And those are all the kinds of things that we've been waiting to try and figure out, because other stuff keeps happening. That happened. COVID happened. So my question about what is that line item still has yet to be answered, and I kind of am concerned about that headcount and the job description as that got re-engineered. But the professional learning supervisor, I hear all the time, strategic plan 1, goal 2, always hear that we have a lot of professional learning to do. And so that position makes sense, but I think we need to add a bottom line accountability to that spot, meaning, can we get rid of programs that aren't working, and how much do they? So in other words, that they're looking to find ways to get dollars and cents to the bottom line, not just getting the programs out to the teachers that they need, but they're looking for redundancy. They're looking for economies of scale. They're looking for those actual dollars and cents back to the bottom line. And in addition to that, what we're talking about, and Mrs. Ziegler is saying about how will we know and how accountable will that be? ESSER funds are 3 years. I think that by the end of every year, you should have a third of that money back to the bottom line so the positions are sustained. Or if they're not sustained, then you eliminate the position and put the dollars and cents back to the bottom line. So I think that gives us a rough accountability on that. And lastly, in all of this, I'd love to see somebody get in their job description a focus on our Hispanic students and families. Can we add that somewhere in this org chart? I'm done.
Okay.
All right. Mrs. Rose.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's been a couple of community members that have looked at reading performance data in our middle schools or high schools that have more challenges socioeconomically or otherwise, and I think it pointed out today that they are getting students, significant students that aren't at grade level at reading, and I think that needs to be considered when you look at reading performance in high school. It isn't as much where you landed as the performance levels of the students that you receive and where you're able to take them. So I wanted to point that piece out, which takes me back to the focus on third grade reading. And yes, pre-K will absolutely make a difference because you're getting in front of potential gaps versus what I call chasing them. However, kindergarten through third grade, beyond a shadow of a doubt, I'm extraordinarily confident that programs, people resources, interventions, and the like make a huge difference because you're not going to close all gaps, even in pre-K. You are certainly going to help. So that being my focus is that third grade reading and having more transparency and seeing more data on a regular basis of how we're growing and what positions are doing it. And I want to remind us that in roughly the 2018 school year, somewhere in that arena, we did add roughly 20 administrators, which were the golden ticket. So that needs to be considered. And the careers in middle school, as executive director, I did start a career program in middle school, Mr. Edwards, and we do have career counselors. I believe some of them, at least through the referendum, are funded and in our middle schools, and it would be nice to know what they are doing. And the Education Foundation did fund a career program app that was quite extensive, and there was a program there. I'm not sure where that stands right now, but middle schoolers were supposed to be leaving with interest inventories and plans for high school. So those pieces do have some that you refer to as a priority. There are pieces that were there. I'm not sure what still is, but I wholeheartedly agree with you on middle school having some preparation for that career piece, which has been a focus and investment of my time for quite a while. But again, overemphasizing for a reason, third grade reading, and data and accountability. Thank you.
Any other questions? Well, it looks like we have moved on to the end of this agenda, except for some miscellaneous things. I have a few things to bring up. The legislature is going into the cooling off period this afternoon, and they will be coming back to Tallahassee on Monday, and will go into their closing Monday afternoon. Richard Corcoran is leaving. Sorry, he's leaving, and Richard Corcoran is leaving, and conjecture. I have money on Manny Diaz being his replacement, and we'll have to see. We may want to have our legislative lobbyist in to talk about some of the things that have happened, because it's been quite a brisk week, and they were not available today.
Be here on the 23rd.
They'll be here on the 23rd. So I will also mention that some superintendents are writing about the grade situation to their various, DOE, and we'll have to see if that's something that we want to entertain doing. But the last thing was Florida House. Florida House, as most of you know, is coming up for their lease ending with South Face. I say the county, who are we are their landlord at our building on Beneva. And I've been over and worked with them. Shirley has, I know Tom has. I don't know, Bridget, if you are familiar with this, but I think you are. At any rate, the superintendent wrote Jonathan Lewis a letter a week ago stating that we were interested in Florida House, that we would like to acquire a Florida House for the district. And among the things that he stressed were Suncoast Technical College's industrial trade students engaged in 22 hours of hands-on training this past year, on-site experimental learning for Suncoast Technical College special need culinary program students, and the college's digital arts program, on-site experiential learning for Suncoast Polytech, their environmental science and general education students, on-site experience involving New College of Florida, the Cross College Alliance interns that are there, and on-site experiential learning for Wilkinson Elementary STEAM innovation. We really think that this can become a STEAM highway, if you will, with the Fall Harbor Lab next door and some of the things that we would like to do. We also are redeveloping, and under Ron DePillo and Trip Jennings, we're redoing the McIntosh Farm, and there is an intersectionality between ag and engineering and many things that we're doing in the trades and contractors with Suncoast Technical College, and I've had numerous conversations with Ron DePillo about that. In fact, we have been keeping that building going with replumbing the sprinkler systems. The gardens are lush now again, and I go back with this building to when it was sitting at the Suncoast Polytech location before it was moved, and then recession hit, and we let it sit there on blocks for a lot of time. So I've been encouraged now by the county to write a letter on behalf of the school board as well, stating that we are interested in that building and for the school district. And I'm looking at you all to say, yay, go ahead and do that. I've also been contacted by John Mast, who is the executive director for the Manatee Sarasota Building Industry Association. He wants the building. He wanted the building moved, but he really doesn't have any place to move it, so he'd like to operate it for his newly, as of 2 weeks ago, 501c3 that they've just gotten, and he wants to do some things there, which I don't know why we'd want to do that. We don't normally bring people in from organizations around the area. He really doesn't have a relationship with Sarasota County Schools. I'd like to fix that. His relationship with Manatee, their former director had been an employee of Manatee Technical College, and so we'll have to work on that. But right now, we are working mightily at Riverview with the Gulf Coast Builders Exchange, which is commercial building, not home building, but there's a plethora of home building in this area. I, at one time, ran the Home Builders Association for Sarasota, so I will make every effort to bring John Mast and his group in to work with us. So I'm just asking your permission to write this letter to the county. Any comments? Don't speak all at once.
I'm happy to keep Florida House. I think it's a great asset to the school district. I think it's a great asset to our students, and I would be sorry to see it go. So I'm encouraging that and in supportive of your letter writing.
Well, I wouldn't do it before I ask you, so if you have any questions, I can certainly provide you some of the collateral materials. The South Face contract ends this year, and our contract with the county really doesn't come up until, I think, 27, but they can't give anyone permission to move into that building without our agreement, and I wouldn't really want to agree to that. So all in all, I think we really have a great building there, and thanks to our students who have really redone a lot of things, including the roof, because it leaked. We've really been doing a lot of the maintenance ourselves for some time. So, and we have a great teaching moment with that, along with sustainability and all the things that we know are really important. We will have South Face come to us at our workshop in April and give us a presentation. Amber Whittle, Dr. Amber Whittle, who actually works at and runs Florida House right now, and she will come and let us know what kinds of things she's doing, which are really kind of exciting, I think. Now, this is something new and exciting, and I think we need to be looking more at sustainability and looking more at ag. I'm not on the fair board anymore, but I'm still very partial to all of the agriculture that we still have out east. So Just wanted to mention that. And anyone else have any comments before we adjourn temporarily for a meeting of our safety and security issues? Tom Edwards.
Based upon our brief conversation today about transportation and recruiting of subs and school bus drivers, I think it's important that we look at an alternative plan on those background checks. I know that we offer that we can, they can pay us in 3 payments, but I'm not sure that that's enough. If I look at those $15 to $18 an hour jobs that are available out in the community, they don't have to pay for background checks or any of those types of things. So I'm concerned that that's a road barrier for some of our headcount. So I'm not saying I'm in favor of it, but I'd like to see some research about how we can make that more affordable.
I'd also like to see it from a standpoint of substitutes. Substitutes don't get medical insurance from us, and we make them take a physical. And I have had several who have said to me, it cost me well over $200 to get the physical and the fingerprints and the background check. And, it's also a stretch for some of our volunteers. But in any event, I think we need to look at that and making it easier to apply. It's still, people get lost in the system. We don't have to go over that now. But if there aren't any other comments,
Can I say one
Shirley?
positive thing?
Yeah.
One really positive thing.
Yeah.
Hats off to the HR department too and our substitutes. We have been at like 91 to 93% fill rate for the last week and a half. So we're coming back. We're coming back.
Excellent.
Yeah,
Excellent.
that's good.
Excellent. That's great. Well, I wasn't here this morning, and again, I apologize for not being here in the morning, but I am so thankful to this community for the referendum. And it was really a wonderful thing that it passed by almost 85%. And I was saying I thought there'd be 100,000 people that would vote, but I thought our percentage would go down with that. So I was really I'm really so grateful and humbled by this, and thank our wonderful blessings from this community. It's just a great place. So Shirley Brown.
Yeah, regarding the referendum, I believe that bill did pass, that we're going to have those referendums on an election year. So we'll be coming back in 2 years, a little over 2 years.
And whenever, but it will not be me.
Right. Yeah, if it comes back again, they'll have to do it early, but then extend it. But the next one will be at a general. We won't have them on the March referendum anymore.
Yeah.
Unless things change in Tallahassee again.
Yeah, 6 is enough for me. So if there's nothing else, then we are adjourned for our safety and security event. We'll come back and close out the meeting, the workshop, after we finish.
So.